Orthopedics to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ketel Marte walked it off in the 10th inning for the Diamondbacks yesterday for a 6-5 win, a series split with Atlanta in a 5-2 homestand as the Diamondbacks hit the road for 3 straight series, starting with the Mets tomorrow. The Phoenix Suns pulled out a win in Chicago on Sunday, 120-110 over a depleted Bulls team. Devin Booker led the way with 30, but another Dylan Brooks technical foul will lead to a suspension for the Houston Rockets game tomorrow night. The national championship is set. Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies will get the Michigan Wolverines tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:50. And yesterday, UCLA routed South Carolina 79-51 for their first NCAA women's basketball title, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. What's happening, everybody? It's Masters Week in America.
Oh, happy Masters Week to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I have my Masters hat on today. I'm going to wear one article of Masters clothing every day this week.
Will you be wearing a green jacket at any point?
Oh, I don't own one. You have to win those, Vinny.
I have.
No, I can hook you up if you want.
Somewhere in a closet or in a box at one point in my life, I used to collect minor league baseball caps.
Okay.
And Augusta, I don't even know if the Augusta baseball team is still called the Green Jackets, but I own an Augusta Green Jackets cap.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the closest thing I have to Masters garb.
First of all, I wasn't even aware that team existed, by the way.
Yeah, it was. This was way back in the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited because Dan says he'll be wearing a different article of Masters garb every single day. So if there's a day where he comes in and we don't see it.
I don't have any Masters underwear, Jared.
Oh, did somebody say a green underpants?
No. They sell a lot of things at the Masters gift shop.
I bet they sell boxers. You don't think so?
I didn't see any of that.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
The Augusta Green Jackets still exist.
They
Single
do.
A affiliate of
They
the
do.
Atlanta Braves. Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
By the way, the ticket prices for the Masters, you should, if you want to laugh, go take a look at how expensive they have become. What Augusta is doing is they're trying to completely get rid of the resale market, which is admirable, but on some level, that resale market actually allows people to go there if they want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got to win the lottery. And it's very hard to do. So there you go.
I wonder what's better. But what?
That's the point. Even though you would commend Augusta National for raising ticket, I think it's $2,000 for a single day ticket now. And that's like for a practice round.
Gee.
Yeah. Yeah. And what they're trying to do is, like I said, not get the hands into brokers, but the brokers, at least when it comes to the Masters, provide a very important service. They get people in the course. Well, whatever. Whatever. We're not here to talk about golf. We're here to talk about basketball and pain.
How about those Suns? Yeah.
Or baseball.
And pain and agony and torment. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Arizona's quest for a second men's basketball national championship and first since 1997 ended with a thud Saturday night in Indianapolis. Michigan dominated from the opening tip in a 91-73 Final Four win. Wolverines jumped out to a 10-1 lead in the first 2.5 minutes of the game and never looked back. They led by as many as 30 in the second half. Wolverines' big man Adai Mara led the way with 26 points. Trey McKinney off the bench to score 16. Koa Pete had 16 in the loss for Arizona, which shot just 36.6% in the game. Its worst shooting game of the season. Wildcats finished 36-3. Michigan moves on to face UConn for the championship tonight. The Huskies got by Illinois in the first semifinal Saturday, 71-62. Terrace Reed led the Huskies with 17. Braylon Mullins, the freshman, had 15. Both of those teams affected by injury in tonight's championship game. Michigan's Yaxel Lindeborg has an MCL strain and a sprained ankle suffered in the win over Arizona. UConn point guard Solo Ball.
Solo ball. What did they call John Kruk?
I was going to say, how would you describe Lance Armstrong?
Solo Ball in a walking boot after the win over Illinois. Tonight's game tips off at 5:50 on TBS, True TV, and HBO Max. Of course, we will have a lot of reaction to it. Both the analytical, the breakdown of the game, but also the emotional from the other side of the glass. Arizona head coach Tommy Lloyd, who started the weekend by announcing Friday that he's not leaving Tucson for the North Carolina job, named the Naismith National Coach of the Year on Sunday. That award won an award for worst timing ever. Lloyd won the honor over Nebraska's Fred Hoiberg, Michigan's Dusty May, and Duke's John Shire. That award has been given out annually since 1987, and Lloyd, the first U of A coach ever to win it.
Wow.
Isn't that interesting?
Timing's not great, but
No,
hey.
but
How could Lloyd have never won that?
I was wondering the same thing. Even Sean Miller had a couple really good years. UCLA wins the women's basketball national championship for the first time in school history. The Bruins beat South Carolina 79-51 at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. Gabriela Jaquez led the Bruins with 21 points. Lauren Betts, 14 points, 11 rebounds for UCLA. They finish 37-1. The women's Final Four didn't go anything like I thought it would go.
No, I would agree.
Starting with the semifinals on Friday.
Yeah.
Right up to yesterday.
When Gino Auriemma lost his damn mind. My goodness.
He's a joy.
Talk about crashing out.
Yes.
I feel like, you know the old Chris Rock joke about Siegfried and Roy? Like, that tiger went crazy. It's like, no, that tiger went
tiger.
Yeah. I don't think Gino lost his mind. I think Gino went Gino. Yeah.
Okay.
Suns get a 120-110 road win over Chicago. Suns led by one late, but used a 10-0 run in clutch time to open their winning margin. Devin Booker led the way with 30. Jalen Green at 25. Dylan Brooks 15. Suns finished their road trip at 2-2. They're 43-35 on the season with 4 games left. Still the 7 seed in the West. 3 games of cushion on either side of them. Suns back home for their final 2 home games of the regular season. Tomorrow night versus Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets, if Kevin Durant plays. And Wednesday night against Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks. Sunday in the NBA, Celtics down Toronto 115-101. Charlotte got 35 from LaMelo Ball in a 122-108 win over Minnesota. OKC ran it up on Utah 146-111. Dallas did beat the Lakers 134-128. Cooper Flagg 45 points in that game. Clippers scored a 138-109 win over Sacramento. And the Rockets spoiled Steph Curry's return. They beat the Warriors 117-116. Durant 31, Curry 29 off the bench for the Dubs. Lakers star Luka Doncic flying to Europe to seek specialized treatment on his grade 2 left hamstring strain, according to his agent Bill Duffy, as he released a statement yesterday looking to expedite the process for a return. Ketel Marte's RBI double on the first pitch of the 10th inning knocked in Jorge Barrosa, gave the D-backs a 6-5 win over the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Despite offensive struggles for most of the series, D-backs managed to split the 4-game set and finish their first homestand of the year 5-2. They're off today. They start a 9-game road trip tomorrow in New York against the Mets at Citi Field. That trip will also take them to Philadelphia for 3 games, and they'll wrap up with a 3-game series against the Orioles in Baltimore before returning home a week from Friday. Strange series for the Diamondbacks, but I guess you'll take 2-2 after you lose the opener 17-2.
The fact that they're sitting at 500 right now does not match the baseball team I've watched. I feel like they're very lucky to be a 500 team right now.
Yeah, and just patches of really good pitching.
Very good pitching. The pitching has been far better than I ever dreamt it would be.
Yeah.
Michael Soroka looks great.
Where'd they find this guy?
Mike Soroka.
We might have to record the whole song, Jared.
You might have to, Jarrett.
There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, April 6th. Coming up next, a dream season ends in a nightmare for the Arizona Wildcats. We'll tackle it straight ahead as we continue from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barrosa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barrosa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
T-Backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to T-Backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvise here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned spring clearance sale this week. Hundreds of Harleys tagged with liquidation pricing. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, 100% of applications considered. Save thousands this week. Only at Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned spring clearance sale. It ends this Sunday. Approved credit.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and the Final Four run for Arizona came to a crashing halt on Saturday. We're reacting on today's Burnsy and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
And that will do it. It's a Michigan masterpiece. The Wolverines advance to the national championship game with a lopsided win over Arizona.
Listen, Michigan gets all the credit today. You know, whether, it wasn't our night, probably had to do a lot with them. And they were just impressive. They were impressive how they came out and executed their game plan. And, we got, down a little bit. And we've been down a few times this year, but not like that. And we probably got a little panicky and weren't able to settle back in. And they get credit. That's why if you can get off to a good start in games, it's usually pretty impactful, and that definitely was the case today.
Yeah, Tommy Lloyd, the head coach of Arizona, after a 91-73 loss by Arizona to Michigan in the Final Four that was not really even as close as 18 points would indicate. Tommy Lloyd talked about the beginning of that game, and it could not have gone worse, really, for the Wildcats, although there was a couple of breaks in there that they just were unable to take advantage of. And I, for one, I just walked away just shocked at what Arizona looked like, really. And Tommy Lloyd said it, credit to Michigan. They had something to do with that, too. But that did not look like the team that we've watched play basketball all season long.
I think Michigan had a lot to do with that.
Yes.
I think that people had made the point that Michigan started to look mortal near the back half of the Big Ten season when teams got to play them a second time. So,
that's what Tommy Lloyd said in the postgame.
Right, exactly. And it's kind of exactly what he said. When you see them for the first time and you kind of see their size plus their depth plus how well coached they are, there's a reason why they have just been killing fools in this tournament. This was Jared Carlin's worst nightmare, Sammy Zabalka's worst nightmare.
No? Not my worst nightmare.
Okay, just a nightmare.
A nightmare. My worst night, and I sort of dealt with this the whole game and then since then. It did not hurt the same way that losing a really close game at the end would have hurt. This game was over so quickly.
It really was.
That it just felt you had pretty much 40 minutes of game to just accept that they were going to lose. And it just felt like, wow, this just wasn't their night. My goodness, they picked the worst time to have their worst game. They looked overwhelmed. They no-showed. They just got blown out. I just kept feeling, boy, was this disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
It gave me – there was one stretch where they cut it from
they got it down to 5.
18 to 5 or something. And I was talking to Sammy before the show, and we were like, okay, here we go. New game, that's it. I never thought that once that happened, it would just immediately become a blowout again.
I thought that stretch was the arrival of Arizona, like the wake-up call happened, and I felt the same way, like, okay, they're going to blow them out now. Because at that point, you'd already had the foul trouble / injury for Lendeborg, which I talked about the 2 breaks that they got. Those were 2 huge breaks for Arizona that they ended up not being able to take advantage of. But Jarrett's right. When they got it down to 5, immediate reaction from Michigan, and by halftime it was back up to 16 and it was over.
It was just so disappointing because you wait the whole 25 years for this moment, but even more microscopic, this whole season, which was such a fun season, such an enjoyable season, and you get to the Final Four and there was just nothing. There was nothing in the game. Like, you left the game and it wasn't even, you didn't even have like up and down emotions. There was that one stretch of like 2 minutes of game where it was fun, and that was it. It just felt so empty.
Yeah. A 10-1 run to start the game. Yeah, that's a bad tone setter. There are a lot of people who have posited that this is kind of proof that having a lot of freshmen, young players on your team in big moments, going against experienced players in big moments, doesn't always work out well for you.
Yeah, because all three of them, maybe for the first time in the same game all year, look like freshmen.
They did.
I mean, and Pete had his moments, but Karchenkov struggled, and Braden Burries was unrecognizable in that game.
God, the first half, he looked like the proverbial deer in the headlights. Totally overwhelmed by the moment. I knew right away. The first possession of the game where he just dribbled the ball down and took a three, and I was like, "What are you doing? That's not our offense. Get into our offense." It was, and we have seniors on the team. We have 3 seniors on the team that contribute a lot. And Bradley couldn't stay on the floor. Pretty much was a non-factor the whole game because of foul trouble. Awaka couldn't handle the size difference inside there.
No.
And Del Orso.
All of that was just marginalized. Yeah. It was so Sammy's pep talk did not work.
No.
Did numbers on social media though, so
well, that's
good. Proud of that. It was still worth it. It was still worth it.
That's
but
all that matters.
Didn't work.
A couple things about this Dusty May character from Michigan, the fact that he was courtside scouting the first game of that doubleheader. A lot of people, veteran college basketball analysts, were like, we have never seen this in all of our lives. Never before has a basketball coach in the second game out there watching the first game. Generally, it's all tunnel vision.
Yes.
It's about you and your team. It was quite something, because nobody can recall ever seeing a coach in the second game courtside for the first game.
You know what? The only time I could ever remember that happening is like being at holiday tournaments, like Thanksgiving tournaments, where it's like an 8-team tournament, and you know you're going to play one of those 2 teams. So the coaching staff's always hanging out, watching. But that doesn't happen at the Final Four. That's a bit of a statement.
Yeah, and now Dusty May is getting a lot of love for having his team practice on a basketball net that he brought into the big house. So we had them shooting inside a football stadium to get acclimated to the depth perception, which is very, very smart. I'll tell you, the first time I covered a Final Four courtside, I sat down as somebody who played a lot of pickup basketball like Sammy does now. I looked at him like, how do these guys even make a shot? The basket looks 6 miles away.
U of A didn't figure that out.
No, they didn't.
No, and Michigan, to their credit, one of the big factors was they shot the 3-ball really well. And Arizona had its worst shooting game of the season.
What did I tell you all year? Here's the thing. It wasn't just one thing. So that kind of makes it less painful, because it wasn't just like, oh, man, if only this would have happened, that U of A would have won. They lost so badly and were so overwhelmed and so dominated the whole time. But all season long, I was saying U of A doesn't shoot threes. If they face a team and the other team is just hitting their threes, U of A sucks at free throws sometimes. They get to the line a lot, so it makes up for it. But they sucked at free throws yesterday. The biggest point in the game to me was after they got the run and got it to 5. Then it became 7 again. Michigan made it to 7. U of A got to the line, missed both free throws, got the offensive rebound, got fouled, missed the front out of the 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Michigan went down and scored,
huge.
and that was it.
That was a brutal stretch.
That was it.
Yep.
What a suck job that was.
No, but you're right. That turn of events did suck. Absolutely.
The whole thing was just
all 3 of those free throws in that situation.
It just
and Michigan
sucks.
didn't miss a free throw conversely until it was garbage time.
Michigan played great. It was a terrible combination. U of A played the worst game of the year, and Michigan played great. There was just no way of. U of A played terrible in the first half versus Purdue.
Yeah.
But then they played great in the second half, and they were able to overwhelm them. They just played bad.
Well, and especially after the emotions of Friday, because the minute we got off the program, you would have thought the Cardinals were arranging this stuff. News dropped that Tommy Lloyd had signed a contract.
Mm-hmm.
And so you guys were you guys were peacocking all around.
So pumped.
Sammy and I and
you guys did a podcast.
Crazy KZ and Kellen Big Daddy Olson. We did a U of A podcast. Minutes after that news, we were coming in like going like this, and we were like, "Let's go win this thing now!" All right. Yeah.
Boy, did we fall on our face.
It was interesting seeing clips of said podcast with Jarrett breaking it down while wearing a U of A headband, U of A sunglasses, a U of A jersey, wristband, shorts, shoes, socks, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of the grilled sunglasses that you can't possibly see out of.
Absolutely right. Gave me a headache. But for you people, I did it.
You did it.
Hear that, listeners and viewers?
You gave the people what they wanted.
And I got to tell you, I said it last week. I put it out there that this had the opportunity to be one of the best Final Fours ever. Man, has it been terrible.
This was supposed to be one of the greatest heavyweight showdowns in college basketball history.
Yeah.
I don't know if it happens more than not, but it does happen a lot where a game that's hyped like that turned out to be a dud in some way.
Well, the women's Final Four wasn't exactly compelling either.
Oh, my God.
And that's over, but there wasn't a whole lot of competitive basketball going on at either venue. We'll have a lot more on it as the show goes on. NFL Draft Day, Thursday, April 23rd. Burns and Gambo broadcasting live from 2 to 6 at Backyard Desert Ridge. Then stick around for the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Roundtable. Come and hang and watch Round 1 unfold with us. It's all brought to you by Bud Light. Coming up next, well, at least the Suns played a good last few minutes yesterday. We'll get into the Suns' win over Chicago. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Jalen Green between the circles, dribbling on the logo center court. Still with a right hand dribble down to 7 on the timer. Goes to his left, hesitates, now drives into the paint, stops at the dotted line, feeds Booker down to the final second. He'll shoot and hit from straight away as the shot clock expires. Devin Booker up to 30 on the afternoon, and the Suns lead by 9.
Suns W in Chicago, and we talk playoff picture, fill-in technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
When you're struggling with paying back private student loan debt, it feels pretty awful. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people in that situation, in that spot, and they were looking for a way forward, and now there is a way forward, and it's called Y Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It's what they do. They don't judge you in the process. They're not asking you why you didn't fix it sooner. Y Refi just helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, fear not. That is when Y Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loan debts don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation and want to get out, give Y Refi a call today. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit their website at yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable. unstoppable.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of the settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
I'm Sammy Sepulko with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was again sloppy and ugly for the Suns yesterday in Chicago against the Bulls, but the Suns found a way to win it 120 to 110 in a game where Book had 30, Jalen Green 25, and Dylan Brooks picked up another technical foul, which means he will be suspended for tomorrow's game against his former team, the Houston Rockets. But the Suns are 3 games clear of the Clippers for the 7th seed with 4 games left. The Diamondbacks needed 10 innings and a Ketel Marte walk-off double to beat the Braves yesterday 6-5 and split the 4-game series, but the Diamondbacks are back to 500 after a 5-2 homestand. They'll now hit the road for 3 games in New York against the Mets starting tomorrow and tonight. UConn or Michigan will be cutting down the Nets. The national championship will tip off at 5:50 this evening. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here. The Diamondbacks salvage a split against the Braves. And there's a bunch to talk about with our local baseball team. Join us at straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
There's the shot clock horn. Now the Bulls will get it inbounded. Gershon Yabusele to do the honors. And he throws the pass in. And the last second will tick off, and that'll do it. Suns win 120 to 110, the final score at United Center in Chicago.
The high-level competition in April now. We talked about it in March, but those environments, that's where you grow. You grow by being in the arenas that are uncomfortable. And it's good to be home in front of our fans. But that's how we've been. It's been this stretch of really tough games, really competitive environments. Everyone's trying to improve their playoff position. This will be another one.
Jordan Knott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, after yesterday's 10-point win over Chicago to wrap up that road trip at 2-2. Suns do come home for a game against Houston on Tuesday, and then Dallas the next night. And this was another weird one for me, Big.
Yeah, me too, Vinny.
It kind of worked in reverse. We've seen a lot of games lately where the Suns, for about 43 minutes, seem to have their grasp on the game, and the last 5 minutes happen, and it slips away from them. This was the exact opposite to me. This was shaky as it could be for about 43 minutes, and then in clutch time yesterday, And I guess that's the one big takeaway from a positive standpoint is the Suns controlled that stretch. They had a 10-0 run. They win by 10. They took care of their business when they need to. But there was a lot of stuff in that first 43 minutes where you're like, ugh.
Yeah, against a bad Bulls team that didn't really have many healthy players. I didn't know how to feel about it other than I found it another very hard basketball game to watch. And I'm just going to be honest here. The Suns are stacking a lot of these games that are not very fun to watch. And it's interesting to me because you wonder where that team that carried such joy, where did that team go? I wonder that frequently now. I watch Devin Booker play now, and it looks like he is angry at the world every second he's on the basketball court. And what happened to the joy of this basketball team? I don't know. And maybe it's the grind. Maybe once we get to a play-in, they've known that they're going to be in the play-in now for weeks. They clinched a play-in berth, 2 weeks ago? Maybe even longer than that?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's boredom, maybe it's the end of a season, or, as Kellen Olson has suggested a couple of different times, maybe this team just got tired of playing that level of defense.
Look, it's hard to maintain that. We kind of talked about it from a different viewpoint while it was happening. When the Suns were building up all this goodwill and everybody in Phoenix and elsewhere was taking notice of this team that just, wow, that's a fun watch.
Mm-hmm.
And I think nationally you still hear that a lot. It has worn off quite a bit. But 82 games is a very, very long season when you're dealing with injuries, when you're dealing with just the marathon nature of the season. It's hard to maintain that level. They're not maintaining that level right now. They're basically picking and choosing, and yesterday they picked the right spot.
It might be as simple as pointing out, like, maybe there's a reason why they were one of the only teams that were playing that way in the first half of the season. Because it's hard to do that for 82 games.
Hard to sustain it. There's no doubt about that. But
they've been just, forget about the vibes and forget about the joy. They've just been mediocre and have looked mediocre for a long time now.
Well, what frustrated me yesterday is if you go back to the first time these two teams met, it was one of the more inexplicable losses the Suns had at home against a shorthanded Chicago team. Giddey didn't play in that game. Buzelis didn't play in that game. They were very shorthanded. And Chicago did whatever it wanted in driving to the basket. And for most of the game, that was the case again. The Suns' dribble drive perimeter defense, non-existent in 2 games against Chicago.
Yeah.
And the fact that that wasn't corrected and Billy Donovan just said, we know what we can do against this defense. Just do that. And Trey Jones just feasts on this team.
Oh, that was crazy.
And he's decent. He's not a top guard in this league.
No.
It shouldn't be that difficult.
No, it shouldn't be. And there's the idea now that this is the blueprint that all teams are going to use against the Phoenix Suns, right? Because if you've got Devin Booker and Jalen Green together on the basketball court, all it takes is one motion, one screen, and you get Jordan Goodwin off the defender or off the offensive player who is looking for an easier mark, and now suddenly the other team's in the paint. And Jordan Knott's going to have to tighten this up.
Yeah. And I thought it was interesting yesterday, too, in kind of a maneuver going back to the last Chicago game. Jordan Goodwin was, who I didn't think was going to play after we last saw him on the court and, left and went to the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
He did play. He started, but he started at the 3 because they wanted a more physical defender in there. They got smaller in the process.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't quite work out for most of the ball game, although I thought Jordan Goodwin played a really good game.
He generally does.
He does. He's giving you an honest effort every single night. Here was more Jordan Knott on the ebbs and flows of the game.
There's highs and there's lows, I think, which is expected. Their play style, I thought the way they drive the ball, they space you out, 5 out, really hard to guard. And then just having the mental stamina just to continue to play, even if they do make the basket, they test you. They test you every single possession on our defense. So I thought we made some growth to that as the game went on. We kept them out of our paint. And then we're just going to have to find a little rhythm. But I thought at times, especially late in the game, to find a way to win, made big plays on both sides of the ball down the stretch. That's healthy for a group.
Another thing that kind of reared its ugly head yesterday that's been an issue for the Suns defensively is The Suns giving up fast break opportunities after made baskets has happened way too often, and happened a lot yesterday. I mean, 28 fast break points for the Bulls.
Yeah,
and a lot of that was after made hoops.
And again, I think a lot of that is just effort. That's just the conscientious decision that if you were locking in the way this team was over the first 40-plus games of the season, that wouldn't happen. That didn't happen. That was the beauty of the first part of the season. Now, again, we're not going to get too crazy because, like you said, Dylan Brooks found the way to make a couple of key plays down the stretch. Devin Booker made a miracle shot, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah.
But they made the play, found a way to make the plays.
Brooks also had a big defensive play in that stretch too, with that block shot on the follow by Miller. So that was a good sign to see them actually make the requisite plays to win a game when the game was there for the taking for both teams.
Yeah, and so I think a lot of this has to do with this is just the Jalen Green piece plus this team and what they wanted to be. It just doesn't fit. And again, there's times when Jalen Green is terrific offensively, but defensively he's very, very soft.
I mean, it's a direct. Like you said, Jalen Green has had his moments and has had really good offensive games. His shooting has been much, much better lately. But it's a direct comparison to when the team started playing this way to when he started playing with the team.
Well, yes, that is accurate.
Which also coincided with Dylan Brooks going out.
Yes.
Now he's back, but we'll see if there's enough time to get everything back to the way it was.
And we have to have the Dylan Brooks technical foul discussion again.
Well, it didn't take long. We were started betting on like how long would it actually. We knew he was going to get another one. We knew it was going to happen.
Well, yeah. Was it deserved? Will it stick? These are the questions.
These are the questions.
We'll get into that a little bit later on. But the Suns get the win in Chicago, 120-110. And we may see Kevin Durant. I mean, he didn't play in the first game here. We can assume that he's going to play in the second game.
Are you really going to assume that?
Right now I will. And then
he couldn't evade us twice, could he?
Well, I guess he could.
I guess he could.
Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win $25 Sonic gift cards, and one lucky winner will take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Text Smasher to 620-620 to enter. Coming up next, what did we learn from a homestand where the D-backs grinded out a 5-2 record? They did. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm not going to say maybe it doesn't make sense for the Cardinals. It'd be great. You bring in Jeremiah Love, you draft Pregnon in the second round, you have this team, this offense built up, and you get your quarterback in 2027. Let's go.
If they draft Jeremiah Love, I'm going to get over it quickly. I'm going to be okay. I mean, honestly, and what I love about it is I think Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier, it's a real possibility that maybe, just maybe, the start of the season in September, it's going to be more about Tyler Algier.
Yeah.
And if you were to draft Jeremiah Love, now you have that combination, which I love.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, and then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off. And a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners whose name is Jack, before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, learned it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year fixed rate mortgage until he finally paid more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend over $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, there's a much better way. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all your debt. You do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously, which means you get decades to build personal wealth. But also, in times of financial uncertainty, having 24/7 access to your equity is quite something. Gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it, which means Life Changer Loan clients, they can navigate through troubled times very, very easily. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
And the first walk-off win of the year for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Chris Garagiola on the call on the D-backs radio network. And what started out with a 17-2 loss on Thursday actually ended up to be a pretty well-played series the rest of the way for the D-backs, and they've salvaged a 2-2 split and a 5-2 homestand, a 5-2 homestand after they swept Detroit. So all things considered, with the issues that we've talked about with this team, and certainly they're not all solved, but I think you'll take that moving on to your first really extended road trip of the season.
Yeah, unbelievable. This might sound impossible to believe, but it had been nearly 9 years since Ketel Marte's last regular season walk-off hit.
9 years?
I've got the list right in front of me.
Oh, my goodness.
He did it in 2023 against the Phillies. That was a playoff game. He did it yesterday. According to this I'm looking at right now, before that, it was 2017 against the Rockies.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's insane. That was Torey Lovello's first year on the job.
Uh-huh. So that was a big moment for Ketel Marte. Like I said, the way this team has looked at times this year, for them to be at 500 heading out in this road trip, I'm perfectly content with it. I think the bullpen has been really spotty at times, but overall it's been better than I expected. if that makes sense to you.
Yes.
Look, Seawald blowing that game on Friday in what was a brilliantly pitched game, scoreless, and he gives up the 2 home runs. For him to come back the next day, I thought it was a great sign to close that game out. Yesterday, he won't go on the list of heroes because it got real shaky with Loaizaga in the 9th. He gave up 3 straight hits, but for him to limit the Braves to 1 run after giving up those 3 straight hits was enormous. Taylor Rashi coming in, holding down the fort in the top of the 10th.
Geraldo Perdomo, a great defensive play in the top of the 10th.
Yes. I didn't check what the velocity was off the bat on that play. But
I didn't either.
That ball was smoked, and he made a great play.
He made a great play.
I feel the same way you did.
Yeah. And so Ketel Marte, 2 days after becoming a 10-5 guy, showed signs of breaking out of what had been a very, very meh beginning to the season. In fact, part of the broadcast yesterday focused on that very subject, that Torey Lovello had individual meetings with Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Geraldo Perdomo, just basically telling them, guys, look, you're not going to go 9 for 9 in any of these games. Just relax. Play baseball.
Yeah. There is pressure on you to help carry this offense, but when you're putting the pressure on yourself, it's not going to go very well.
No. So I thought Brandon Pfaadt was okay yesterday, but I think that
he's always okay.
Yeah, I know where you stand on Brandon Pfaadt.
He's kind of the definition of okay.
He was throwing a ton of curveballs yesterday, which was a little bit odd.
Yeah.
But the way Michael Soroka is pitching, somebody else is going to the bullpen when Merrill Kelly comes back. It's not going to be Mike Soroka. He's been terrific. I was watching every pitch that he threw on Saturday. He's all over the zone. There were any number of pitches that were not called strikes where I'm like, challenge that.
How about this? So Eduardo Rodriguez.
And he's been fantastic.
0.0 ERA to start the season.
Yeah.
Michael Soroka, 0.93.
I didn't think we'd be having the discussion.
No.
Yeah. We'd be picking between Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt to maybe go to the bullpen.
No. Yeah, so I didn't expect that at all. But Erod has been everything that we hoped for coming out of that WBC start. He's done exactly that. He has been fantastic.
Here's Torey Lovello talking about how good it was to see Marte with the big hit in a big situation.
Baseball's a grind, and from a hitting standpoint, when you get into a little bit of a rut and you see 25 fielders out there because you're hitting the ball hard right at people, you get a little frustrated. But I know it doesn't take much to get him going. This is a good moment for him. He deserved all the credit, and we're holding him up very high today, and I know he likes that.
Yeah, it wasn't all great. Obviously, we talked about the way that started with the 17-2 debacle, and that game was bittersweet for Jordan Lawler because he got his first major league home run in that game, also got hit by a pitch, and that was the other big headline from the weekend is, here we go again with Jordan Lawler. Just when it looks like he's finally graduated to a level where he looks comfortable at the major league level, he's on the shelf for 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, it's bad break.
It's terrible news for him.
Terrible news for him because he was really looking like he could be a real contributor, a real piece, a real plus kind of piece in this lineup.
Was looking comfortable as a hitter, was looking more than comfortable as a fielder in left field.
I think there's a couple things that I think about this right now. All right, so we know that Carlos Santana also went down yesterday. It doesn't look good for Carlos Santana.
Although he's batting 1,000 with an injury. Because he was hurt, and then he got the hit and just basically limped to first base.
I read it, and I don't know whether it was a true fact or a Jared fact, but that single that he had yesterday while injured, when he could barely get to first base and left the game as soon as he got there, prevented him from having the lowest batting average of any Diamondback starter after 10 games.
Ooh. I smell a research project. Did the Jarrett fact say who that person was?
No, that's why I'm worried that it's a Jarrett fact. That's exactly why I'm worried it's a Jarrett fact.
Because I believe he was at 0.43 before 0.43. That at bat.
I have some guesses, but I'm looking.
Okay, so now first base is going to be open, and who's going to play first base?
It's got to be
Tyler Locklear is hurt. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is hurt.
Haven Smith.
Jose Fernandez
is hurt. Jose Fernandez.
He played first base.
Right. It's going to be a platoon.
It's not exactly hitting 2 home runs every game anymore.
But here's the other thing.
Eldemaro Vargas is hitting 545, baby.
This is where I was going with this. Torey Lovello is very loyal to his veterans, and I get that you bring in Carlos Santana, you bring in Nolan Arenado, you're bringing in major league vets who have been in the game and done a lot of things in their careers. They're the kind of men that command and demand respect, and I get you've got to give them time. But you got a guy in Ildemaro Vargas who is burning hot right now. You got to get him on the field. And you could make the same thing about Jose Fernandez. You got to play these guys when they're in a group. Ildemaro Vargas has got 6 hits and 11 at-bats.
Yeah.
Put him on the
Make
field.
the best of a bad situation.
Make the best of a bad situation.
I mean, you're losing something defensively, obviously.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's not a natural-born first baseman, but I think that's what you got to do. Split that time between Ildy and Jose. No way, Jose.
I haven't watched the new episode yet.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Watching that today.
Spoiler alert.
Also interesting, too, the way that things have shaken out in the division. The Dodgers are the Dodgers. They rallied from a big deficit yesterday. They won. They're 7-2. The D-backs are at 5-5 in second place. The Rockies are the Rockies, and the Padres and Giants can't get out of their own way early. And there's already really gripping going on in San Francisco with this new manager. They thought outside the box. They bring in Vitello from Tennessee. Elevate the college guy, and they don't look like they're any good again. So, kind of a weird first week and a half of the season.
Little bit, but again, for everything that's been thrown at the Diamondbacks, and for all the holes in their roster, if you will, I'm pretty happy with where they're at. I am,
and not to mention, I mean, Corbin Carroll's been hitting the cover off the baseball.
Yes,
to start the season,
he has. We got another triple yesterday.
He did. And
there's
nothing like because when he rounds second, that's when the grimace comes out.
Yes. And I, for one, I'm a big fan of Steve Berthiaume and Bob Brenly just going into cake mode and just reciting the lyrics of He's Going the Distance.
I know. They did it again yesterday.
Yes, they did. D-backs get the win. They're off today. Road trip starts tomorrow in New York against the Mets. Coming up next, how can a basketball team look one way for 38 games and look completely different for 39? That's the question they're asking in Tucson, Arizona this morning. We'll explore it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Generations of Arizonans have been shopping at Walt's ever since they opened their doors way back in 1957. They are a Valley institution, but have you seen them lately? If not, now is a great time to go and take a look. Walt's, Arizona's #1 TV, surround sound, and appliance dealer. They're winners of the prestigious Retail Platinum Elite Dealer Award. They are the experts. They are local. They will give you 7 decades of experience in the Valley. Here's what else makes them special. They offer great prices on major name brands. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Walt's, watch them match it. They offer speedy delivery, same-day delivery, 7 days a week, convenient in-store pickup options, free in-home consultations if you're looking to upgrade to a smart home. Whatever you want, however you want it, Walt's makes it easy. And with all these big-time sporting events happening right now, now is a perfect time for you to take your sports fandom to the very next level. Head into Walt's, check out their amazing selection of big-screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, and an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can put that right combination for you together, and you will have magic. Finally, when you're at Walt's, drop my name. You'll get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Walt's off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Walt's.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Meet iPhone 17e, a whole lot for a lot less, with an almighty all-powerful A19 chip and Ceramic Shield 2 built to survive this, and this, and a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2x optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits, and double the starting storage of iPhone 16e, and long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence, and you can charge it with USB-C or with MagSafe accessories, and a whole lot more, all for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at T-Mobile today.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do? My refund, though. I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
It's Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned spring clearance sale this week. Hundreds of Harleys tagged with liquidation pricing. Save $2, $4, even $6,000 at Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned spring clearance sale. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, no problem. Desert Wind Harley is considering 100% of all credit applications. The owner says 50 used bikes must go this week because we need to make room for the new 2026 Harley. You don't need perfect credit, don't need a cash down payment. Desert Wind Harley-Davidson is the #1 volume Harley dealer in Arizona. Pre-owned spring clearance sale ends this Sunday.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ketel Marte walked it off in the 10th inning for the Diamondbacks yesterday for a 6-5 win, a series split with Atlanta and a 5-2 homestand as the Diamondbacks now hit the road for 3 straight series, starting with the Mets tomorrow. The Phoenix Suns pulled out a win in Chicago on Sunday, 120-110 over a depleted Bulls team. Devin Booker led the way with 30, but another Dylan Brooks technical foul will lead to a suspension for the Rockets game tomorrow night. And the national championship is set. Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies will get the Michigan Wolverines tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:50. And yesterday, UCLA routed South Carolina 79-51 for their first NCAA women's basketball title. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. Kellen and I are back 2 hours tonight. I have to ask a Wildcats fan what the heck happened to his basketball team on Saturday. That and a whole lot more tonight, starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm happy to announce I'm staying at Arizona. You know, we've been able to get some things done the past couple days.
I really appreciate, President Garamella, John Arnold, and Desiree, for showing a real commitment to our program. And, Arizona basketball, you guys know what it means to me. And when I say it's a special place, that always comes from the bottom of my heart. I didn't want to make this entire Final Four about that because I'm just a small part of something much bigger.
Tommy Lloyd on Friday. That's the way the weekend started. They get to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
That announcement comes back. Arizona fans on cloud nine. Tommy Lloyd shunning the flirtation from University of North Carolina, acknowledging, hey, it was an honor to be considered for such a job, and saying he's staying at Arizona, and then Saturday happened.
Yeah.
And look, we talked about the North Carolina, sniffing around Tommy Lloyd and that job still being open as a potential distraction that I think Tommy Lloyd and his team really navigated well in the first 4 games of the tournament. I wonder if the timing of this was kind of a weight off the shoulders. Did it take an edge off? Because, again, we're all looking for reasons why. And, yes, the reasons start with Michigan is an excellent basketball team. They are loaded, and they were playing at a very high level on Saturday night. But beyond that, there's other reasons why Arizona looked as bad as it did.
Well,
and I wonder where that kind of
okay.
factors in.
Listen, I heard a lot of criticism, some fans immediately turning on Tommy Lloyd after the loss, like, gee, thanks. Thanks a lot for using this moment to enrich yourself and screw over the team. Don't blame him. If you want to blame anybody, blame the administration who waited until the week of the Final Four to get it done.
Yes.
Don't blame Tommy Lloyd for this.
Or didn't wait until after it was over.
That was the first thing I said was, couldn't they have done that on Monday?
Of course they could have.
But I don't. They just got crushed.
But did
Come
that
on.
really matter?
No.
I mean, no.
And like I was saying the whole time, they're going to have virtually an entire different team next year. So none of these players were distracted by whether or not Tommy Lloyd was going to be U of A's coach next year.
And we talked about this. In another era, this would have been a real thing. If you had a bunch of guys who were coming back next year, they would all be thinking about that. Oh, no. Is coach going to leave? Who's going to replace him? Will the new coach like me? Will I have playing time? Do I need to look elsewhere? So none of that is in play in today's – I won't say none of it, but it's mostly not in play in college basketball today. It's really more of a – when you talk about the experienced dudes versus the true freshmen and the youngins – when you roll into a Final Four, have you guys ever been to a Final Four as a fan?
I have.
Okay, you go into a Final Four city, the pageantry, it's everywhere. You can't take a step out of your hotel room without feeling you're at a gigantic event. And then you walk into these domes, as we've discussed, and the depth perception is wild. Everything about it feels like a surreal experience. So you can see why inexperienced younger players might have a hard time feeling comfortable in that environment. It certainly didn't look like the Wildcats looked comfortable on Saturday.
No, not from the jump ball throughout the game. One stretch of good basketball, later in the first half, and it was immediately answered by Michigan, and that was it. Even coming out of the locker room when I think it was it Koa Pete that they interviewed at halftime? Coming out of the locker room?
I don't remember.
It was either Pete or Burries, and they talked about, hey, we've been down before. Just got to get right back in the game.
Yep.
It almost sounded hollow.
Yeah.
Like they didn't even have the belief that they could.
If you would have told, Jarrett and I were talking about this on Friday. We thought the way the Cats win this game is their guards play better and they match the size. That's how I thought the game was gonna go. If you would have told me the Cats were gonna get blown out, the guards weren't gonna show up, and virtually the entire team came out scared, I had none of that on my bingo card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They came out scared. The one advantage I thought the Cats genuinely had was Burries and Bradley, and that their guards were going to just be better. And I couldn't have been more wrong in that game.
Well, we also assumed that the front lines were a wash, and they were anything but a wash because Michigan's front line absolutely dominated.
But also, Mara was great, right? But on the offensive end, to Dan's guy, Krivas was good. They could have given him the ball, and he could have gone at Mara more. They went away from it really early. They kind of got away from their game plan, I get. going down 10-1, you got to change something.
They were missing layups. They were missing short jumpers that they make all year long.
Yes.
They missed. They got to the line, and
Especially
but they got to the line
Yep.
and they missed a bunch of free throws. Just nothing went right.
Yeah, and if you look at the matchup that Sammy talked about, the backcourt, and everybody was pointing, what backcourt is going to be better, and everybody pointed to the Arizona side. Burries was just dreadful. And Cadeau was the question mark for Michigan, and he shot the ball horribly, and he committed 6 turnovers, but he controlled the game. It sounds stupid to say, but he was so aggressive and forced the tempo early. He was the best of the starting guards.
Yes.
McKinney came off the bench and was fantastic.
McKinney was maybe the best player.
He was fantastic.
Waiting for Cadeau. Oh, onions.
Jared, I think in your mania, I think you nailed the moment of the game that aggravated me the absolute most. Just when they were threatening to make a game of it, they had those 2 free throws and they brick them, but they get the offensive rebound, so they save the possession. They get fouled again, and then they miss the front end of a 1-and-1. And at that point, you're just like, what are we doing here?
And then Michigan went down and scored, and it was back to 9, and then that was it. They never got that closer again
And
the rest of the game.
The reason of that was the 10-1 start, brutal, but they were down. It seemed like double digits the entirety of the first half. And Jared and I said before the show is like, all I was telling my friends is under 10 at halftime, right? Because then you have a chance. You can you regroup at half. You've played bad halves before. You played a bad half against Purdue. They were down 7 against Purdue. You get this thing under 10 at half. Tommy Lloyd talks to Burries, Pete, like, hey, the moment's there for you now. But it got out of hand. It got to 16. And at that point, it was wrapped.
Tommy did not play the video of your pep talk at
I don't
halftime.
think
He should have. I knew it was over in the second half because I was like, all right, just get it to under 10 with 10 minutes left. Like, they're so good at halftime adjustments. So many times, including just recently in the Purdue game, a team that beat Michigan recently, they came out of the half and they immediately got rid of the deficit. I didn't think they'd do that, but I thought, like, okay, can you get it from whatever 19 down to 10 in those first few minutes? And they didn't. They came out, they played a little better, but Michigan answered every single time, and they didn't erase any of the deficit in the first few minutes. And I was like, that's it, it's over.
3 of the first 4 baskets of the second half were scored by Michigan, and the fact that 2 of them were Lendeborg threes, who probably should not have even been on the court.
That's right.
Those were not only 3-point daggers, but they were like emotional daggers, too.
That's a good point.
Their best player got 2 fouls in the first minute of the game.
And then got hurt.
And that was no factor at all.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
That's a great point.
If there was anything to question on the Michigan side, it was the handling of Lendeborg. Yep. Even when he went out after that first stretch and came back in with the game completely in hand.
Yeah.
A lot of people were wondering, what are they doing? And even the telecast was, Lendeborg, he's adamant on the sidelines. He wants to play. They got another game to go. And I don't know if I feel great about them winning 2 games without him, even though he did have a contribution. He was, in the 14 minutes he played, he was pretty big. But it was strange to see him back on the floor, wasn't it?
It was a colossally disappointing Final Four. Both games were both kind of duds.
Yeah, I know the first game was a 9-point game, but it never felt like Illinois was going to climb that hill.
No, it really didn't. It really, really didn't.
That Dan Hurley, man, he can coach his backside off.
And then we got to talk about...
He could win the national championship, Dan Hurley. They could win and they don't even... I mean, they got here on the flukiest win versus Duke, and now they could win the national championship.
You're exactly right.
Jared,
But the way Michigan is playing,
They were within 2 against Duke late. Duke left the door open for the fluke to happen.
That's fair.
And that's what good teams do. I'm impressed because this is far from Dan Hurley's best team at UConn.
Far from it.
This is his best coaching job.
Right, I would agree. And we got to talk about the other UConn basketball coach that was in the news.
Oh, my God.
We don't have time
what's
now.
in the water in Storrs, Connecticut, by the way?
A lot of weirdness.
It's a battle between the LSU coaches and the UConn coaches, the collective of who's the biggest jerk faces.
Well, Will Wade's back at LSU on the men's side.
Lane Kiffin.
And Kim Mulkey.
Yeah, that's like a battle royale.
Advantage LSU.
Who is the UConn football coach? I don't know.
Coming up next, Suns get a win in Chicago. But are we having as much fun watching this team as we once were? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Window shopping at Chapman BMW is the best when I'm ever at either of their locations. Love walking through the showroom at their high-end vehicles. Unbelievable what BMW comes up with as an automobile manufacturer. In fact, one time I was at their Camelback location. People were taking selfies in front of a vehicle that looked just like the Batmobile. They've got high-end inventory at Chapman BMW, that is for sure. But there's another story here. It's even more powerful. As an automaker, BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the next level. Great reputation for elite service and handling. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of those two locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Great financing deals going on right now at Chapman BMW, talking about 0.9% APR for 60 months on the new BMW X3, the 3 Series, and the X1, and they've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. I happen to be proof, but remember, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW as well. So pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's vowed to hook up every listening member of this audience and this radio station. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. Kellen and I are back 2 hours tonight. I have to ask a Wildcats fan what the heck happened to his basketball team on Saturday. That and a whole lot more tonight starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
They're just connected. I mean, we're the 5-out spacing puts your defense in a bind. And I thought over time you just have to make multiple efforts, like as best you can, try to keep the ball in front. When it does get into the paint, your rotations are slightly different. And then it just came up with some of those loose balls. I thought Colin had at least 2. I think the offensive rebound and the back tap, to just the possession game that we always talk about. Mark's big rebound and free throws. That's what it takes. That's what it takes this time of year. You don't know how it's going to end, but you got to find a way just to find a solution, and that's what we did.
It's Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, on doing all the little things to finish a game strong. That was the case yesterday in Chicago. A frustrating game for most of it, a close game that was there for both teams to grab, and it was the Suns who grabbed it in clutch time. They win it by 10, 120-110. In our show meeting, you kind of hinted at this in our earlier discussion during the show today, Bick, when we were discussing this Suns win and kind of the state of the Suns heading into this last week of the regular season, where they are, what to expect. But you said it's just not as much fun watching this team. Yeah. And I independently had that same thought yesterday.
Yeah, it's like they're just playing with a lot of anger and a lot of heat, and they seem to be waging battles with officiating every night. I don't like the foul baiting that's infested this team. Now you've got guys, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, kicking out their leg every time they go up for a jump shot. I don't know what has gotten into the heads of this basketball team. Now, I hope this is all temporary, and I hope that maybe the return of Dylan Brooks, this just needs to get down the road a little further. But remember early on when Jordan Ott made it very clear that he used the word joy very frequently. This basketball team has found the joy in what we do, and it showed. I don't see that. Recently, I have not seen that. And maybe it's hard to when you're not playing at the level you used to. Maybe it's hard to when you're coming to the end of an 82-game regular season and you might have peaked 2 months ago. I get all this, but I don't want to. I want that joyous basketball team back.
On the subject of foul baiting, we've talked about it on this show. Suns certainly fall into that category, sometimes worse than others. I think it was on display yesterday. It's a blight on the league, first of all.
I agree.
And when I really think about it, like the origins of it, I don't understand the fascination by players. Yes, it's an easy way to pad your stats and get to the free throw line. But isn't it a hell of a lot more impressive to score from the field than it is from the line?
Yes.
But everybody is obsessed with shooting free
throws. And everybody takes it personally that if I don't get the call I'm looking for, then I'm not getting the respect I deserve. It just seems like an endless loop. And yeah, I want the basketball team to be singularly focused on the art and the joy of basketball. When they are terrific.
Yes. Here's my just complete top of the mind suggestion.
All right.
We're always talking about ways to improve the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
In-season tournament. No referees.
Oh boy.
Players calling their own fouls.
Oh my God, there would be so many fights.
Okay, will that make things worse or better fights. Though? Would there be more foul calls or less?
I don't know.
Listen, we have all played a lot of pickup basketball. And you know that in every 5-on-5 full-court pickup basketball game, there's that one Delta Bravo who's constantly calling fouls.
Oh, he's the worst.
I was just going to say.
He is the worst.
The biggest Delta Bravo is not the person that fouls people a lot.
No.
It's the person that calls every foul.
Foul. And after a while, you're like, dude. Right.
Got my wrist on that one.
Yeah, right. That's it. That's it. You know that guy. I know that guy, too.
Yes.
Is there any twirling of the fingers on pickup games now? Let's take a look at that.
It would be funny just to see what it looks like.
You want to make it stand out and be different.
or you do that
Keep
in
the floors the same. Get rid of the referees.
Right.
Or they just come in for the last 2 minutes.
There you go.
Anyway, Devin Booker led the team with 30 points last night. He spoke with John Bloom and Tim Kempton on the radio interview after the game was over and talked about the importance of getting good practices with a healthy squad because they really haven't had that.
Yeah, we haven't. And, we still communicate when people are out the game, but, it's different once you're thrown into the fire and, get to learn from experience. So, each game is a learning step for us.
And he also talked about the chemistry. Even though there's only 4 regular season games to go, 78 games in, the chemistry is still very much building.
Yeah, I mean, I think, what did we play, like 10, 15 games max with each other? It's going to take time to figure out our spots, figure out our spacing. We had a good practice yesterday where, instead of everything high-paced, we just slowed it down and talked through certain situations, and I think it helped us a lot tonight.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can really button things up this last week of the regular season. It looks like they're going to be 7. They're going to host at least one of the play-in games. Right now, Portland and the Clippers have the same exact record heading down the stretch, so they don't know who they're going to play at this point. It's an interesting.
How would they not host both of them?
Well,
if they're the 7th seed, they will, right?
If they won the first one, they wouldn't have to host the second one.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they lose the first one, they're going to host the second one. Yeah. Okay, I'm
That,
sorry.
that's what I meant.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If they have to play 2, they'd get both. Maybe I was unclear. The other thing is, if you weren't paying full attention, you might have missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan Brooks picked up a technical yesterday.
Yes.
With about 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of the game, mixing it up a little bit with Mac McClung. I went back and I didn't listen to the full part of the radio broadcast, but I was in my car. I was headed to my family's Easter thing at that point, and I don't think it got mentioned because my son told me later on after I picked him up, he's like, yeah, Dylan Brooks got another technical. I'm like, I don't think he did. And then I went back and watched it, and Eddie Johnson just kind of let out this exasperated exhale when it happened and kind of admonished the referee, like, you got to let that go.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if they ever showed a replay or they didn't certainly dwell on it, but Dylan Brooks did get his 18th technical, which would be another 1-game suspension if it is not rescinded today. Going back and trying to watch as much as I could of that exchange, they were definitely talking. But aren't we past that with Dylan Brooks? Doesn't it have to be more egregious for him?
No, I think it's just the opposite. I
know it's just the opposite. I'm asking why shouldn't it be the other way? He could pick up, if you're going to call technical fouls for him talking, you could call 13 technical fouls on him every single game.
Yeah, but listen, again, this is not something that's unique to Dylan Brooks. Any basketball player who toes the line like that, you've got officials watching you much more closely, and they're going to have a quicker trigger with you because they don't want you to get out of control.
And if we know that, he should know that.
And then he should know that. So I put this on the player, Vinny. The player has got to have the ability at some point in time to just go, okay, you know what? We're at this point in the season, and what I have done to help us get here is very important. But now I got to kind of pull this back because the last thing you need is something like this to continue to be a thing.
And after he got his technical, he played his best basketball of the day.
He did.
And they don't
There's
win.
no denying
I don't
that.
think they win that game without Dylan Brooks down the stretch.
I thought he was very, very good down the stretch.
Suns home to take on the Rockets and the Mavericks. And now, Rookie of the Year favorite, Cooper Flagg. I have some thoughts on that, too.
Do you?
Yeah. We won't get into them now. What we will get into next is the big stories on this Monday. The Reboot with Sammy Sabalka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
There's the shot clock horn. Now the Bulls will get it inbounded. Gershon Yabusele to do the honors. And he throws the pass in. And the last second will tick off, and that'll do it. Suns win 120-110, the final score at United Center in Chicago.
Suns W in Chicago. And we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and there is something very cool going on this month at Spinato's Pizzeria that you need to know about. Spinato's Reverse Happy Hour is here. It runs every night in April from 8 to close. And during this time, you buy any large pizza, you get a large cheese pizza on Spinato's. Pickup or delivery every night, plus Spinato's famous fresh-baked cookies, $2 off the half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. They're made fresh every morning, and they're only available while supplies last. That's right. All April long from 8 to close. Buy a large pizza, get a free large cheese pizza, and discounted fresh-baked cookies. Yeah, sign me up. Here's more good news. You can join the Secret Sauce Society at Spinato's and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. You can actually earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's 6 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Tempe, North Phoenix, Central Phoenix, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And, of course, the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury and the Arizona Cardinals. Check them out at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's Pizza, your new nightly tradition, starts now.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 borrowed for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 borrowed for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Sammy Sobolko with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was again sloppy and ugly for the Suns yesterday in Chicago against the Bulls, but the Suns found a way to win 121-10 in a game where Booker had 30, Jalen Green 25, and Dillon Brooks picked up another technical foul, which means he will be suspended for tomorrow's game against his former team, the Houston Rockets. But the Suns are 3 games clear of the Clippers for the 7 seed with 4 games left. The Diamondbacks needed 10 innings and a Ketel Marte walk-off double to beat the Braves yesterday 6-5 and split the 4-game series, but the Diamondbacks are back to 500 after a 5-2 homestand, and they'll now hit the road for 3 games in New York against the Mets starting tomorrow. And tonight, UConn or Michigan will be cutting down the nets. The national championship game will tip at 5:50. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Baseball fans, meet Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez on April 16th at 5 p.m. at Casino Arizona. Just bring your Diamondback Salt River reward card and snag a photo with Gonzo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, good morning. It is 7:30 on this Monday. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Cebulka here to get you guys caught up on the big sports stories. And yesterday, big one here in the Valley. Ketel Marte walked it off for the Diamondbacks. They're back to 500. So how would you describe the feeling of this team through just the first 10 games?
It feels like they're walking a tightrope. It feels like they do not have much margin for error.
Yeah.
It feels like it's an adventure whenever they go to their bullpen. I think the bullpen has been largely better than the ERA and they blew 2 saves yesterday alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
it's true.
But they also gave the team 5 1/3 innings of pitching with just 1 earned run allowed. So can you balance both those things? I just think that they're doing a good job of hanging in there, is what I think. I think the starting pitching has been tremendous.
Yeah, I think the phrase that you used, it feels like there's little margin for error. And I think a lot of people, myself included, felt that way going into the season.
Yeah.
And this first 10 games has just been, hey, reminder, this team is going to have to grind out wins just like this if they want to stay relevant. And that's the goal, is to tread water until they get some help.
And they're going to be doing it.
They can't afford to lose too many other people, though. I got to be honest.
That's just it. So how much did it suck to see Jordan Lawler now have to miss 6 to 8 weeks after what had been a real nice start for him?
It sucks. It sucks for a number of reasons. It sucks for him personally. Because he was looking like, okay, he's finally arrived. There's been a lot of people waiting for Jordan Lawler to get to this point for a very long time. And when you get to this length of time waiting for a prospect to develop, most times it's not going to turn out very well.
Right.
They'll just kind of fade off or just become normal everyday players. It looked like he was going to rise above that. It also sucks because they don't have anybody really to plug in on a day-to-day basis. It's going to be patchwork there too, with all due respect to guys like Tim Taua and Jorge Barrosa, who've done a pretty decent job, but it's not ideal on any front.
As we say repeatedly, whenever an athlete, when a first test comes back good, and yet they're going for a second test, we dealt with that with Jordan Lawler, where Torey Lovello came and said, X-rays came back negative, but they're going to get it scanned tomorrow. And then people were talking to Jordan Lawler, they're like, He didn't sound that confident.
Yeah.
He knew.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
It is a bummer.
I'm a huge Jordan Lawler fan, so it sucks. But all right, so the Suns last night, they found a win, 120-110, but we can all agree that effort for at least the first 3 quarters wasn't great. And Dylan Brooks, another technical foul. So just how important does he need to be on the floor as this team tries to figure some things out down the stretch?
It's important because yesterday he showed, for the first time really since he came back, how important he can be. And look, the Dylan Brooks experience is a phrase that we've used a lot, and I thought we were going to experience it again yesterday. One thing I love about the guy is when there is an important shot to be taken, he does not shy away from it. And sometimes it doesn't work out. Yesterday it did. He was enormous down the stretch, and for the first time since he's been back, he proved how important he is again to this team to get acclimated. He's got to be out there. If they have any chance of making any noise in the postseason, Dylan Brooks has to stay on the floor and available for this team.
Same thing.
Exactly what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what I would take away from yesterday's game was that Dylan Brooks was very instrumental in those crunch time minutes.
Yep. And this is going to come back to the Suns, but over the weekend, the Lakers lost Luka via hamstring. He's going to go get some treatment, figure it out. Austin Reeves is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with an oblique. So are you at all upset that the Suns couldn't play better post All-Star break to get that said 6th seed and maybe see the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs?
Independently of what's going on in LA, yes, that was my goal for this team was to avoid the play-in because I thought they were that good.
Yeah.
And, I think it's important that they play in a best-of-7 playoff series. And now when you add in the Lakers factor, I think the Suns, even with all their warts right now, in a best-of-7 against the Lakers, would kill them right now. They've played well against the Lakers all year.
Yeah.
So you take away their two best scorers at this point, it's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things when you wouldn't have been able to know
you wouldn't
in
have been able
advance.
to
know. No, not at all.
Right.
So it's just something that that's too bad.
But you don't think they're like really happy in Minnesota right now?
Oh, yeah, I would be.
Absolutely.
And a guy that's coming to the Valley in a couple days, Cooper Flagg. We mentioned it right before the break. Back-to-back games with 51 points and 45 points. Did he win Rookie of the Year this last week?
Probably. He shouldn't.
Oh.
No.
Okay. Explain.
Con Knippel's been the superior rookie all year long on a team that's actually playing good basketball and is going to go to the playoffs. And I don't know if they're a playoff team without Con Knippel.
I actually agree with that. I think the quality of team does matter.
And people are saying, it never matters in Rookie of the Year. Yeah, most of the time because you've got two Rookie of the Year candidates who are playing for lousy teams.
They get drafted by lousy teams.
Yes. So at the top of the draft, that's the case. Con Knippel has been awesome all year long for the Hornets. And Cooper Flagg is going to have his time. And it's quite scary what he's doing right now at age 19.
Yep.
But 2 games does not a season make.
I'm with that. All right, and we had mentioned the little tiff between Gino and Don Staley, but what did you guys make of that interaction over the weekend?
I was confused when I saw it happen in real time.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, okay, and you want to hear more. And there was really no reason for it.
None.
And for Gino to come out after the game and say, I'm not going to apologize for the way I handled things.
Yeah.
And then when cooler heads prevail, or maybe he got talked to, he did. There's no other way to say it. He's a jerk.
Even that statement he released was missing 2 very important words, Dawn and Staley. Couldn't even bring himself to apologize to her by name. I thought it was a terrible look for Gino. And if it's a reflection of who he is, there's a lot of people wondering if this is what Gino in his 70s is going to look like. What else is coming?
But it's kind of always been this way.
My other takeaway was after watching that game and that exchange, Dawn Staley is the one female head coach who could make it in the NBA.
Ooh. Really? Why?
For every reason I just said.
Okay.
I think she's hardcore, she's smart, she's a great leader. She's built something very formidable at South Carolina, which Gino does not like at all.
And, you always have to wonder about the respect factor for male players towards a female coach. And her resume, not only as a coach, but she was a baller. She could play.
She was a
and
killer.
everybody knows it.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly. I hadn't thought of that angle, but you might be right.
Yeah,
and
I don't know if she's ever going to get a shot. I don't know if she ever would want one, but she's the type that would be really, really good at it.
Because I remember her name briefly came up with the Knicks opening this summer, if my memory serves me. All right, and we'll wrap.
They should have hired her.
they maybe should have. Tonight, the national championship. Not only is it a big game for UConn and Michigan, it's a big game for our bracket challenge. Dan Bickley has Michigan, I have UConn, and the winner of tonight's game will determine who wins our bracket challenge. What's your lean tonight? Michigan, UConn, Lindeberg, questionable. He's going to play, but...
Do we have any update on solo ball?
Solo ball. I don't know.
Look, Michigan has just been killing people. So, they've got to be prohibitive favorites going into this. But the Danny Hurley UConn thing, I don't think you can discount the fact that they seem to find a way to get it done. There's this. Have you seen this video that's on social media now
of him walking?
Him cussing out his players in a timeout.
Oh no.
Oh, it's Danny Hurley overdrive on social media. So. Look, we love Bobby. Bobby was great to us on the show for many years. I'll cheer for UConn. I'll cheer for the Hurleys.
Michigan's the better team. They're on a roll. 90-plus points in 5 straight tournament games has never happened before.
Wow.
And for them to do that against Arizona, and it could have been worse, quite honestly, if the game was a little bit tighter. I think their offense is probably humming better at the end of the game. The Lendeborg question is a big one because Terrace Reed has been tremendous in this tournament for UConn. And if that's one less big body, I know Morrow will get a lot of the defensive assignment on him, and they've got other bigs, but Lendeborg is so important to what they do. If they can get 20 to 24 good minutes from him tonight, I think Michigan wins the game.
All right, there we go.
And real quick, let's hope we get a competitive game.
Yeah. Seriously. With that.
Yeah, that doubleheader on Saturday was a major bummer.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, for people that were just hoping for good basketball. All right, we're all rebooted on this Monday morning. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, it'll be our great honor and pleasure to speak to a new member of the Basketball Hall of Fame, the one and only Mike D'Antoni.
Nice.
Joining us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Be kind of cool taking an ASU kid. That's worked out well for them. Pat Tillman, Jake Plummer, mostly.
Yeah, there were ASU guys that they got very later on. Todd Heap, Terrell Suggs, that they weren't drafted by them initially, but they did get later on.
There were ASU guys that they should have gotten. Terrell Suggs when it came out, not later in his career, but when it first happened. But that was just an interesting thing to kind of keep in mind.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We all know the long, hot summer begins early in Arizona, and if you've seen the triple-degree temperatures already this year, you know that we've got months and months of high-energy bills coming. If you've been in your home 10, 15 years, you better check out if you need new windows. It can cost you a fortune if you don't, or if you do need them, it might cost you a fortune. I know that from experience. My friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company to call, a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which guarantees faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. And their installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, never subcontractors. That's why reviewers constantly praise Advanced Window Products installers for cleanliness, communication, and craftsmanship. I had all my windows replaced by Advanced Window Products. Could not be happier. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about a great special they've got going on at Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need to get the job done.
With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Coming up in mid-August, our next guest will be enshrined in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2026. He is, of course, the architect of the Phoenix Suns 7 seconds or less teams of the mid-2000s. The great Mike D'Antoni, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Mike, good morning and a hearty congratulations to you.
Thanks, God. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
When you consider everything, and I don't want to start on a perceived negative, but do you feel like this is long overdue? Because I do. When you consider the depth of what you contributed as a basketball figure all across the globe, I think this is long overdue.
Well, it's just something that you never can dream of as a kid. Dream of a lot of things as you grow up, but to be able to get such an honor and the people that are in there, people that are entering with me, it's just an honor to be a part of them. And, it's been a great ride. It's fun. It's been fun. And Phoenix is a special place, obviously.
Mike, for younger Suns fans who may not know, you guys were well ahead of your time. You played a style of basketball and shot threes at a rate that would look very familiar in today's NBA. But back in 2004, that wasn't the case. Take Suns fans through how you got to that point and how you guys unrolled and unveiled that legendary revolutionary offense.
Well, it all started, and I'll do it kind of quickly because it's just not one aha moment that you do it. And probably my background in Italy more than anything, and when I started coaching and I had to change it up because the team wasn't performing, and using my background as a player, I kind of experiment with going small, and I had a great point guard and a great center that could roll and catch in Antonio Davis and Sausage Djordjevic as a point guard. And we turned a team around that was middle of the pack to where we should have won a championship. Wasn't that Antonio got hurt, but we went. It just turned overnight. Get the Phoenix, fast forward, and the funny part is that the Colangelos, which I knew nothing of them and didn't know them, but Brian marries a girl that I worked closely with my wife at in Milan, and for the team, and. Just the friendship that developed from that. And then I happened to have at Benetton, I had 3 NBA-ready players in Garbajosa, Nakbar, and Skidisvili who were going to get drafted. And so a lot of NBA teams were coming over, watching our practices, watching the games, and just, you strike up so many friendships. And it just came into where Jerry and Brian said, hey, let's get you to Phoenix, come on over, and just work from there. Then when I got the job, team needed a boost. Dan, what's funny, one of the earliest memories, I'm driving down the road before, I think it's the second exhibition game's already been going on, and I remember you being on the radio, and that's before I learned not to listen to you guys. It took me a little bit, but I got there. And so I was listening. You were saying, hey, don't sleep on these Suns. They're better than what we expected, and they look good, and it might be something interesting. Anyway, so from there, we just we needed to do something different. Shaq was in L.A. That summer. He got traded afterwards, but we couldn't. We just said ourselves, we can't out Shaq. Whoever we tried in as a normal center, they're going to get killed.
Yeah,
because he's that good. Yeah. And so that's why we just came up with put Amari at the 5 and Sean 4 and have Steve Nash by the stroke of genius at Dallas, who seems to be in the habit of giving away good players. So we're glad that
how about it?
They gave us Steve Nash.
Yeah, Mike D'Antoni, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Obviously, the origin story is great. You guys were at the forefront of the way the current game is played, even though it's gone to a different level with the reliance on threes. And you've coached recently in the NBA and in this decade. What do you think of the current state of the NBA and the way the game is played, Mike?
I like it. I think it's always interesting And, people get all up in arms, too many threes, too many this, too many that. And, there's some truth in everything. There's truth in that. But what happens is players usually figure it out, and coaches, and it evolves. And so, the pendulum will swing to too much hitting and holding and stagnant basketball, and it doesn't look good. Then it goes to wide open, no contact hardly whatsoever, a lot of threes. And then that'll get to a certain point that, it'll swing back to now mid-range is better because players will get it better. I mean, the math is always the same, and we know the threes at a high percentage or layups or foul shots are the best. But that's because the mid-range was low. Now you're getting guys like Durant, Chris Paul was that way, people that, take as many threes you want. Twos as you want because they shoot that such a high percentage. And you just got to, and it goes back and forth. And now it's starting to trend back a little bit to the mid-range, and that's great. There's basketball. That's why it's interesting. It's not one way to play.
One of the things that's interesting, too, is, we all have regrets from that era because you coached some of the best teams to never win a championship, to never play for a championship in sports history. And I know we were all losing our minds because we all wanted it so badly. Steve Nash even says in retrospect, if I could go back and do it over, we would have even shot more threes. And that, to me, really proves how far you were pushing the boundaries.
That's something that, we both regret. I didn't push him to do that, and he was such a team player and whatever. He should have been a little bit more selfish because he was that good of a shooter. But those are retrospect, and you're right. We had some great teams, and for this or that, or there's some things. And when Joe Johnson fell against Dallas in the semis, broke his face, and then you get against San Antonio without him, and he was a key part of that team because he could guard a lot of people, and he could guard Tony Parker. And that would put Sean Marion at another place instead of Sean had to play that. So there's a lot of what-ifs. Doesn't mean we would have won or who knows. But I would have really or the hip check and said Robert Horry hip check. So who knows? But probably should have, you were saying, we were losing our mind. Well, I lost my mind. So, that was automatic.
We all did, man.
So sometimes you don't appreciate what you have, and you don't tinker with something great. And we started trying to tinker with it because we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that. We got to get over the hump. Or maybe it's just just get better as a team, and then hope for a few or don't get any bad breaks, and maybe you do get over the hump. So who knows? Who knows? It keeps you up at night, but that's great about basketball.
Mike D'Antoni, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. This honor for you, obviously very special. How much more does it mean to you, and how special is it for you, Mike, to be part of this class with Amari Stoudemire?
Great. And, I looked over when we were on the podium up there being interviewed. I said, the big reason I'm here is sitting right down at the end of the table here. Amari and, Steve could have been there, and Sean and Joe and Quentin Richardson, all those guys, the Colangelos. It just, you don't get there at all by yourself. I mean, so many people have to be involved and help, and the city of Phoenix and the fans that place was rocking. And there was no better place to be than in American West Arena back in those days. So that was fun.
Well, Mike, like you said at the beginning, very, very big congratulations to you. Well deserved, and thanks for spending some time with us today. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. Y'all take care.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike D'Antoni, member of the 2026 Basketball Hall of Fame class, joining us here.
And what a great
on the
guy.
Arizona Sports Line.
What a great guy.
That's before I learned not to listen to you guys.
That's fantastic. That is really great.
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of the Monday show with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and there's nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of all that joint pain you're dealing with, especially heading into vacation season. So if you've got joint pain in your knees, in your hips, in your shoulders, or your back, if you're missing work or activities you once loved, if you don't want to deal with surgery and long recoveries, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments, small procedures, simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. What they do is they empower your body to heal itself by repairing and restoring that damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting, and gives you real lasting relief. In fact, 92% of QC Kinetics clients nationwide express extreme satisfaction with the results. That is a staggering number. It includes me. I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. It includes Emmett Smith, who raves about QC Kinetics. So if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, schedule a free appointment, see what these treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ketel Marte walked it off in the 10th inning for the Diamondbacks yesterday in a 6-5 win. A series split with Atlanta and now 5-2 homestand as the Diamondbacks hit the road for 3 straight series, starting with the Mets tomorrow. The Phoenix Suns pulled out a win in Chicago on Sunday, 120-110 over a depleted Bulls team. Devin Booker led the way with 30 points. And Dylan Brooks, another technical foul, which will lead to a suspension for the Rockets game tomorrow night. And the national championship is set. Dan Hurley and the Yukon Huskies will get the Michigan Wolverines tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:50. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home service in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years and running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
There were no winners in Arizona after the men's Final Four on Saturday, and those that were the happiest, the small faction of fans that chose to troll Arizona basketball fans after an epic beatdown in Indianapolis, well, they were the biggest losers of them all. Don't hear me wrong. By now, I fully understand the ASU fans who cannot and will not support a deep tournament run from the Wildcats. But the ones who relish and delight in their misfortune, the ones who want to make them feel even worse in defeat by rubbing their noses in it, that's not a rivalry, that's juvenility, that's cruelty, and it's a sad commentary on where we are as a nation of sports fans, because this kind of garbage is happening everywhere. PGA Tour officials are astounded at the incivility and obscenities hurled at golfers nowadays. NBA players cannot believe what they're hearing from fans blessed to be watching basketball from really expensive seats. And did you see the footage of UConn fans at the arena in Indianapolis waiting to troll and flip the bird to Illinois fans who were coming down the escalator who had just lost in the first semifinal of the evening? If we haven't lost the thread, we have certainly lost the decency and the manners and the sportsmanship that were once the foundation of human competition. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I want to give credit to Michigan. I mean, they were outstanding tonight and, really had us on our heels all night, and when we could never get into a rhythm. And, so they get a ton of credit for that. No one's kind of been able to do that to us all year, and so it was an impressive performance by them.
Tommy Lloyd, after his semifinal loss at the Final Four to Michigan, I think you hit on some really good stuff there, Bick. Because I've often felt this way. It's part of the rivalry, unfortunately. We'll focus on the ASU U of A rivalry. To me, if you are an ASU fan and you took glee or pleasure in watching your rival lose on a big stage, I think that's normal. Going out of your way to gloat has never been my cup of tea, really. Outside of 1 year where I had a little bit of fun when U of A lost early in the tournament. And I know this because I felt a certain way after ASU got bounced from the college football playoffs in heartbreaking fashion a few years ago, because it went the other way. And to me, it has nothing to do with your school. You know what I'm saying? You don't really have any connection to it other than rooting against a team. So it's not like U of A losing is not a victory for ASU unless it's in competition and vice versa.
That's it. If you are going to the point where you are getting nourished by the hate that you feel towards the other school, and you're getting nourished because you are rubbing it in at their very worst moment, that to me crosses a line.
Yeah. And that's different from the discussions we've had before where, hey, fan base is crossing enemy lines to root for the other team. It's a completely different scenario.
Totally different.
Yeah.
Totally. And again, I'm on this side of that issue. You're on this side, and I respect that. But I know you would not get on social media and start.
Believe me, I had people in my mentions, ASU fans, rubbing it in, taking glee in it.
And here's what bothers me about it: a lot of those ASU fans are also Phoenix Suns fans, and the Phoenix Suns fan has gone through the same traumatic arc that Arizona Wildcats fans. You have a championship to show for it, but you've got a litany of heartbreak. And now you've got this latest chapter, which isn't heartbreak, but it was just this mollywomping.
And here's the other thing.
Whatever that means.
No, that's perfect. Here's the other thing.
I went to school with a girl named Molly Womping.
Here's the other thing. Let's say Luke Lipinski walks in today.
Mm-hmm.
Already a mistake, somehow still employed. But let's say he walks into work today. Let's say Luke walks into work today and he comes up to me and goes, "Boy, what happened to those Wildcats, huh?" Or boy, did the game start yet for you? First of all, I know it's all in good fun. First of all, it's somebody's friendly with me. It's all done like you josh each other, like when something goes bad. When it's random people who don't know you and they're doing it in mean-spirited ways.
Yes. That's it. That's exactly it.
Because some people use that as justification. Oh, my team lost. I can say whatever. I can do whatever I want because I'm hurting.
Yeah.
It's also like
I didn't even text. I've been texting Sammy and Jarrett all throughout the postseason. I didn't dare send a text to either one of them.
And much appreciated.
Right. Listen. This happened to me very early in life when I had a friend, not for long. He was a friend of one team. I was a friend of another team. My favorite team wasn't even playing his team. My favorite team lost a game. The phone in my house rings, and my mom goes, "Danny, it's for you." This kid had disguised his voice because he knew I wouldn't talk to him just to troll me. And I thought, you are a loser.
And it's like rivalry, part of rivalry, it's fun. Rivalry is fun to sort of get on each other's nerves like that. But it's also like you got to know the situation. This run to the Final Four also had nothing to do with ASU.
Nothing.
It's not like, they were the two top contenders in the Big 12 were U of A and ASU, and it went back and forth, and U of A got the edge, and then they made this run. It's not even that like, U of A came out of nowhere this year, and their fans were gloating the whole time because U of A was supposed to be good. Yeah. They were even better than they thought they would be. ASU wasn't supposed to be good this year, so it's not like it was like, one over the other.
No.
All I know is everything about that game sucked.
Yeah, it did. Everything about the Final Four so far has sucked.
But I don't care about those other.
I know. I got you.
We have to answer the burning question, Jarrett, because you put it out there.
Yeah.
If U of A doesn't win at all, they're just a bunch of losers.
Jared, let me.
I said that. I never said that. I said if they don't get to the Final Four,
they're right.
So and then I said, the one thing I did have is I didn't think that they would be overwhelmed in the moment like they looked. They played so many good teams and so many big games this year. I thought that's the one thing that they would be ready. And even if they had a slow start, they would answer, which they did, but then they just immediately gave it back. It's just like, I don't know what happened in that game, but everything went wrong. They played their worst game when Michigan played one of their best games, and that's what happens.
Result. And what was the lead? 29 at its highest?
30.
30?
Enough. Yeah. Oh. Jarrett, let me ask you this again. You asked this question at the end of last week. Would you rather lose in the Final Four or the national championship? Do you feel the same way?
Oh, yes. I would not put that loss as one of the top 5 most painful losses I've experienced as a U of A fan. Not in the top 5.
No, not like from a pain standpoint, but like they didn't show up, they got blown out, and you're not even in the national championship.
It was more embarrassing than painful.
It was
what it is.
But to Jarrett's point that he was making the whole time was, you still tick the box for making a Final Four appearance, which is, for what it is. It's currency in college basketball.
Yeah.
It goes on your resume.
Did you see that footage I referenced in the blast of those UConn fans?
I did not see that.
Okay, take a moment because it's really disconcerting. Instead of being happy at their achievement and partying and celebrating, there's a mass of fans who are waiting at the on the main concourse for these Illinois fans who are coming down the escalator. They're literally flipping them off.
That's
a bunch of Connecticut people.
It's people just
People suck.
People plus alcohol, plus I don't know, the adrenaline of a game. I don't know.
You remember?
Well, let's throw cameras in there too.
There's that social media. It's all social media. Everything is social media's fault. Everything. I'm just going to bottom line it for you.
I don't disagree.
You know, I covered that game in New Orleans, the playoff game, the Chris Paul playoff game. You remember how astounded I was when the F Chris Paul chant started. I'm like, oh, really? We're doing this now in stadiums?
Oh, I remember that.
In public. And now it's
That was a chant. It was shirts.
Yeah, it was shirts.
No, I'm not going to say anything.
People!
The F word was very popular this weekend.
Are the worst. Oh, yeah.
In the Carlin household?
No.
Did you watch it by yourself, or what was your watching?
I watched it with my family.
Friends? Oh,
no,
family.
I watched it with my family. It was.
That's the F word you were talking about?
The convoluted reason was, of course, it came down to food. And I was trying to keep Passover. And my friends were having a big party, but they were having pizza and cheesesteaks and stuff like that. And I knew I couldn't be able to resist it. So I went to my family to watch it with.
Discipline. Wow.
They had.
Who are you?
There's still free pizza in the fridge right now from Friday.
How many days you got left?
Thursday night.
Wow. Who are you? And what did you do with Ferret?
Coming up next through 10 games, the Diamondbacks are perfectly mediocre. Is that good or bad? By definition, it's neither, but we'll get into it. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Jalen Green between the circles. Dribbling on the logo center court. Still with a right hand dribble down to 7 on the timer. Goes to his left. Hesitates. Now drives into the paint. Stops at the dotted line. Feeds Booker. Down to the final second. He'll shoot and hit from straight away as the shot clock expires. Devin Booker up to 30 on the afternoon. And the Suns lead by 9.
Suns W in Chicago, and we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Sports fans know that winning on the court is great and all, but if you are ever injured in an accident, your ability to win in court becomes essential. This is one of many reasons why you call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has been serving injured accident victims for over 25 years. They take every single case seriously to ensure their clients' voices are being heard and their needs are being met in the process. Plus, their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record means that those insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously, and you know they're the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. Now, there are a bunch of accident and injury law firms out there, but very few deliver the results that Sweet James does, which means there is only one firm to call. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And remember, you pay nothing until Sweet James wins your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
On Saturday, April 18th, pick up the Cattell Marte tee before the D-backs Blue Jays game, courtesy of State Farm. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
The 0-1. Swung on, grounded to short, backhanded by Perdomo. He looks Harris back to third, and he throws to first for the out. What a big play by Geraldo Perdomo.
That was a big play at the top of the 10th to keep a runner at third base, setting the stage for Ketel Marte's heroics. In the bottom of the 10th, knocking in Jorge Barrosa. First pitch of the 10th inning. And Diamondbacks walk it off after blowing 3 leads basically in the ballgame.
Yeah,
but they still come away with a win, and they salvage a split with the Atlanta Braves. And the Braves, good baseball team right now.
Yeah.
And it was a successful homestand for the Diamondbacks. I think everybody was feeling a little bit down after the way the season started, going to L.A., watching the Dodgers celebrate their second straight World Series title, wearing the gold highlighted uniforms all weekend against the Diamondbacks, and then, oh, by the way, sweeping them in the process. It wasn't a great feeling, but to sweep Detroit and then take 2 of 4 from Atlanta, it's a really good homestand for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They get a split with the Braves despite being outscored 25-10 in the series.
25-10!
Figure that out. Go figure that out.
Well, I wrote the tease of they're perfectly mediocre. They lost 3, then they won 3, then they lost 2, then they won 2. It's just and it might be like that all season, which might be good enough to keep them in the race till they get reinforcements.
Well,
but
if that happens all season and they finish 81-81,
yeah, they're not going to make the playoffs.
But guess what? Baseball is designed now. If you have 81 wins, you're probably going to be in the discussion in the last couple weeks of the season.
Yeah. Listen, and that really, if you're playing the long game and you know that you are getting back in order, AJ Puck, Justin Martinez, Corbin Burns, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. first.
Merrill Kelly.
Merrill Kelly. It means all your trade deadline deals, they're already done. They're already done.
They should be getting back a key player every month for the next 4 months now.
Exactly.
Starting this month.
And so hovering around 500 is not a bad long game to play for the first couple of months of the season.
Especially like you highlighted it, the schedule to start the season is brutal.
Brutal. So now you're getting on the road an East Coast trip. You got today off, then they get what? The Mets, Phillies, and the Orioles. Yeah. That's hard stuff. And we know the Diamondbacks do not have a history of playing well at Citi Field in New York.
New York. James McCann talked about this 5-2 homestand and how it shows resiliency with this team.
First off, it's a resilient group.
kind of a carryover from the team that finished here last year. Guys, never feeling like we're out of a game, never feeling like 3 bad games in a row means the end of the world. We know that we're taking each game for what it is. And honestly, you look back at the Dodgers series, and we did a lot of things well. We just walked out with no wins. One of the things that despite losing 3 games there, that really spoke, Gabby and myself and pitching coaches and JR, we talked about before the series that the Dodgers only scored in like 6 of the 24 innings they went to the plate. So, we were throwing up a lot of zeros. We just, we didn't come through with the big hit we needed to, and they pitched better, So coming here, despite being 0-3, we felt like we were in a good spot, and we played really well in the Detroit series, and then kind of got punched in the mouth a little bit by Atlanta, and then found a way to bounce back for the last 2.
They're regular players too, and when you consider this big picture of mediocrity, offensively, really only one of the regulars that's performing well at the plate is Corbin Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to see Marte hit the ball hard in his last at-bat was a good sign.
Yes.
But he's hitting 184 right now with 3 runs batted in. Geraldo Perdomo, 182, 3 runs batted in. Those guys are going to pick it up at some point.
Yep.
So to be at 5-5 through some they're hitting 211 as a team through 10 games. Not exactly where you want to be. The long ball hasn't been there.
They only have 8 home runs.
It's going to come
season.
around. Yeah, they've got 8 home runs as a team through 10 games. So.
Yeah. So listen, I think you can probably put that up in the bright spot column that they've done this with an offense that's been largely benign and impotent so far this season. I thought that Jose Fernandez had a wonderful play on Saturday with that bunt that he dropped down that led to the margin of victory on Saturday.
Yeah, but then again, that also shines the light on the offense. They scored 2 runs on an errant throw on a surprise bunt. That was all of their offense.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. And I've really been stoked by the back end of this rotation. Maybe it's proof that expectations ruin everything. I didn't have high expectations for Mike Soroka. Da 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 da
da da da da da
da da da da da.
Mike Soroka. It's the best, right?
It is the best.
So good.
It is the best.
I hope he continues to be good, so we can.
Sammy, you know that
song?
I do.
Wow.
Oh,
that's great.
A one-hit wonder from like 46 years ago.
Yep, got it.
I mean, they were a one-hit wonder, right?
Yes.
The Knack.
The Knack.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail it with stupid music facts.
Yeah.
But he's been fantastic. Eduardo Rodriguez has been great. Zach Gallen has been very, very good.
Yep.
I have faith that Ryan Nelson's going to be better. Mm-hmm. And if he could keep the ball in the ballpark, his numbers would look great.
Uh-huh. Yes.
And Brandon Pfaadt is okay.
Pfaadt. But I would say that as of right now, Brandon Pfaadt is probably the odd guy out in terms of having to go to the bullpen when Merrill Kelly gets back. Merrill Kelly, by the way, is going to make one more rehab start before he joins the team.
Yeah, an extended spring training game.
Yep.
He'll get his tosses in there and then decision time. Or maybe, there's a possibility, too, that early in the season, Torrio will go to a six-pitcher rotation, maybe one time through. It's not necessary, but it's not the easiest decision to make either.
Yes.
As Brandon Pfaadt has been the steadiest member of the rotation in terms of being available to take the ball every 5th day.
Yes.
The guy never misses a start. Ryan Nelson, before this year, these first 2 starts of the year, has been your best pitcher for the last 2 years. Zach Gallen's history is there, and then you got 2 guys in Soroka and Erod that are throwing the ball great, better than just about anybody in the National League. It's a really tough decision.
It'll be interesting. Ryan Nelson obviously has the bullpen experience. Brandon Pfaadt, you have to wonder what actually is his ceiling anymore. Is he just going to be like a 4.5 ERA guy for the rest of his career, steady but nothing great? I don't know.
Which there still is value if you're going to take the ball every 5th day. There's value in that. If you're going to give 5 or 6 innings every game, there's value in that too. Coming up next, the Phoenix Suns got a win, but they still don't look like themselves. How concerned are we as we head down the home stretch of the regular season with 4 games to go? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to talk about or admit, and that is struggling with private student loan debt. When you are struggling with it, it feels like a weight that you are dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight thanks to YRefi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and YRefi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to grill you, endlessly question you on why you got into the situation that you're in. They just want to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who have felt buried in this situation, felt like they had 0 options left, and then YRefi swoops in and gives them a real path forward. And there's something very powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next with your student loan debt. Give YRefi a call today, 888-YRefi-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Why isn't everyone doing this? That's the number one question we get at Life Changer Loan. You see, if you have great credit and are good with your money, there is 0 reason to be in a traditional mortgage. I don't care what the rate is. Our clients pay off in just a few short years because they do their banking inside their mortgage. Skeptics welcome, because it's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, from men who still show up.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was again sloppy and ugly for the Suns yesterday in Chicago against the Bulls, but they found a way to win it 120-110 in a game where Booker had 30, Jalen Green 25, and Dillon Brooks picked up another technical foul, which means he will be suspended for tomorrow's game against his former team, the Houston Rockets, unless the NBA rescinds it. But the Suns are 3 games clear of the Clippers for the 7th seed right now, with 4 games remaining on their schedule. The Diamondbacks needed 10 innings and a Ketel Marte walk-off double to beat the Braves yesterday 6-5 and split the 4-game series, but the Diamondbacks are back to 500 after a 5-2 homestand. They'll now hit the road for 3 games in New York against the Mets starting tomorrow. And tonight, UConn or Michigan will be cutting down the Nets. The national championship game will tip at 5:50, and that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the Final Four run for Arizona came to a crashing halt on Saturday. We're reacting on today's Bernsey and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Massive. I mean, he stuck with it. You know, obviously, first half couldn't find really an offensive rhythm. The ball just didn't find him. And then I thought his defense overall, you could feel his edge all night. And then at the end of the game, he found it. You know, he just stuck with it. The ball kind of found his hands a little bit early in the fourth quarter, and then as that fourth quarter went on, we missed it. We missed some of that fourth quarter scoring, his ability to create a shot late in the clock, and then that defensive play is who he is.
That is Jordan Ott, head coach of the Suns, talking about Dillon Brooks. Big second half. Dillon Brooks very instrumental in that victory late for the Suns. They beat the Chicago Bulls 120-110 for win number 43 on the season. There was the side script, if you will, of Dillon Brooks picking up his 18th technical foul, which if it is not rescinded by the league later today, that means Dillon Brooks won't be on the floor for a game against his former team in the Houston Rockets tomorrow night. But I'm trying to look at this big picture, and we've kind of hit on, and I think we're in agreement now. The Suns are they are what they are right now. Jordan Ott's comments right there about missing Dillon Brooks' late game offense, I think there is a lot of weight in that statement.
Okay.
We haven't seen it really pay dividends until yesterday. Dillon Brooks getting back into the swing of things. But we know the Suns are going to be in the play-in. It's not assured just yet, but with 4 games left and you have 3 games behind the number 6 and 3 games ahead of the number 8, it looks like they're going to be hosting Portland or the Clippers.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to diagnose what the Suns are right now in that scenario, because I think not making it to a best-of-7 playoff series would sting for Suns fans.
I think you're right about that, because that would represent losing a pair of home games.
Yes.
And I think if that happens, it would be darn near impossible to feel good about everything, no matter how great this regular season has been. And I've declared it such.
And as the playoffs go on, it will feel like the Suns never made the postseason.
Yeah.
Because it was such a short stay and they didn't get into a series. It'll be like it almost didn't happen.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, let's look at the other scenario. They win the 7-8. They move on. They're the number 7 seed. They're taking on the 2 seed. They're taking on the San Antonio Spurs in a best-of-7. Sometimes it's to be careful what you wish for, because we all know, the last Suns playoff experience ended in a 4-game sweep.
Yes.
And that didn't feel very good either.
No, it didn't.
But the difference in that 4-game sweep was the expectation prior to the season of that Durant, Beal, Booker team people were saying they could win the title, and then they got swept by a Timberwolves team.
Yeah.
This team, the expectations were as low as they could get. Not to say we're happy to be there. No one's just happy to be there. You want to win. But it's kind of just a little bit of gravy for some.
I mean, not everybody thought that.
No,
I mean,
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Gambo just ate at the rah-rah room because of that.
Whoops.
But if you would have asked
just think if they played the whole season the way that they're playing now over the last 35 games, it wouldn't feel that good at all.
Yeah, I guess the big question is, can they turn back on that joy? For lack of you've been focusing on the word joy.
Yeah.
And we saw some joy yesterday, even from the most intense player on the team. I don't know if you saw the footage of Dylan Brooks' mascot stare down.
Oh, yeah, it was fantastic.
And foosball match against Benny the Bull, which he won, by the way, in walk-off fashion. But for a player that intense, before tip-off,
that's a good point.
To engage in that, I mean, I think they're still having fun.
I hope so.
And if they can turn that back on, I think it's going to make a lot of people feel better, regardless of what happens the rest of the way.
There was a time when the season was going really good, when shots of Devin Booker laughing and yucking it up on the bench, it seemed to be fairly common. And maybe this is just the drudgery. Maybe this team is going to lock in coming up here. I just really hope that they can find the soul of who they were and make it such again. But it's going to take tremendous defensive efforts. And let's also be honest about this. The brand of basketball you play in the playoffs, it's completely foreign to what you do during the regular season.
Yeah.
Game slows down. And we talked earlier that now it seems like teams realize that if they can break down the Suns' perimeter defense, that it can turn into layup lines. And so I think there's some tightening up this team is going to have to do.
I mean,
the idea of Jordan Goodwin in the starting lineup instead of Colin Gillespie yesterday?
Well, that's the other thing. Like, was it unrealistic to think some of these role players were going to have career years for an entire year? Like, Colin Gillespie now has hit a rough patch for a few weeks now. Like, that might have been a necessary move to sort of get him out of the starting lineup and shake things up. Because he kind of struggled yesterday again.
Well, I mean, that was necessitated by the first matchup with Chicago and what Chicago did to get Goodwin, who's a better on-ball defender than Gillespie is, than Jalen Green is. And I think it's safe to say, and Kellen Olson's been beating this drum about Devin Booker's on-ball defense. And there were several occasions yesterday where he got blown by on drives to the basket. So that was the effort there. They're still incredibly small. I wonder, a lot of people clamoring still, hey, where was Rasheer Fleming? Ryan Dunn, for all of his struggles, is still a good on-ball defender who can make things difficult. And he's been playing a little bit better. I mean, this is the juggling act you go through as a head coach. This is a new experience for Jordan not to have everybody basically available except for Amir Coffey, and he was back yesterday, and Haywood Highsmith. So he's experiencing this for the first time, really, as the Phoenix Suns head coach. The last 5 minutes to me is, I'm not going to say it completely washed away the frustration of their performance because they kept Chicago in the game, and Chicago shouldn't have been in the game.
No.
But that last 5 minutes, they handled their business, and it felt kind of like a throwback to the first half of the season to me.
Yeah, listen, certainly better than the alternative. And again, I think maybe what you hang your hat on is that a few more games with Dylan Brooks, they get this thing recalibrated to a level that will get you into the playoffs and out of the play-in.
Yeah. Also, the Colin Gillespie, the setting of the record, the breaking of the single-season record for three-pointers made is amazing on so many fronts because of the increase in the number of threes that he hit. Obviously, he played a limited role as a two-way player last year. And we talked to Mike D'Antoni today, and Quentin Richardson's name came up. The fact that the Suns' single-season three-pointers made record was set 21 years ago shows you, again, if you needed another reminder of how ahead of the curve that team was and how they operated.
How revolutionary they were. That team basically spawned the Steph Curry that everybody loves now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great point. In an era where the 3-point proliferation is so incredible across all levels, that record was set 21 years ago in Phoenix.
Can you imagine
That's unreal.
Steve Nash shooting like 8 to 10 threes a game?
Oh, my goodness.
After creating open opportunities for them?
That team was good enough to be a multi-time champion, and we just happened to be dealing with a dynasty in San Antonio at the very same time.
Ouch.
I know.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text SEATS to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. Coming up next, Arizona's championship dreams are over. We'll talk to Steve Rivera from allsportstucson.com about it all next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You look at the timeline for Gallen, just if you go over the last year, you're going into last season, he's going into a contract year.
I thought
Most people had very little doubt he was going to get paid. But then you hit the trade deadline, they had offers for him, but nothing that was that good to the point where Hazen just kept him. We already saw that be a wake-up call, because look how he pitched the final, 10 starts last year. And then to your point, you get to the offseason, and he didn't get a deal he liked. He's back here, Now, he likes it here, obviously.
Yeah.
He's been humbled, I guess, twice in the last year. The good ones figure out a way to get better from it, and I think he is.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if the shot clock is ticking down to your retirement, make sure you are ready to hit that buzzer-beating, game-winning shot. That is the kind of assist you can get from my friends at Trajan Wealth, because there is more to retirement planning than just crunching numbers. At Trajan Wealth, they build strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets, and they craft personalized plans that keep your future in focus. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships where they take the time to really get to know you, where they take the time to get a comprehensive picture of you and your goals and your needs. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, and independence matters at Trajan Wealth. They are not tied to any single product line, which means their advice is built around you, which is the advantage of working with a true fiduciary firm. I became a client after meeting with Trajan Wealth. Very, very impressed at pretty much everything, from their candor to their transparency. No sales pitches, no financial jargon, just straight talk the way I like it, and I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth today at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
On Arizona Sports, we're proud to once again stand with a run that means so much to the Valley. Athletic Brewing Company is honored to sponsor Pat's Run, supporting the Pat Tillman Foundation and celebrating Pat Tillman's life, legacy, and unwavering commitment to service. From the starting line to the finish, it's about purpose, perseverance, and giving back. Brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer. Great taste, no hangover. Find it near you or at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now,
owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
Hey, it's Mitch with Arizona Sports at Night. Kellen and I are back 2 hours tonight. I have to ask a Wildcats fan what the heck happened to his basketball team on Saturday. That and a whole lot more tonight, starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We continue on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It'll be Michigan and UConn for the national championship tonight in Indianapolis. Michigan got there with a 91-73 win over Arizona in a game that never really turned into what it was advertised to be. Here to talk about it with us from allsportstucson.com, Steve Rivera joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, thanks for the time. Good to talk to you.
Good morning, guys. Good to hear your voices. I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
It has been a bit. You probably heard the teaser for our night show, Arizona Sports at Night, asking the question, what the heck happened to Arizona? You were there in Indianapolis. What do you think happened to Arizona, Steve?
They ran into a better team. I mean, Tommy talked about if they played them again, it might be different. But realistically, in my mind, if they played 10 times, Arizona maybe wins 3, maybe.
Michigan's that good, huh?
They were fantastically good. You know, who would have thought Mata would have turned into this player from UCLA that, Cronin didn't use much. Fantastic player. They had all the smarts to win that game, all the ability. They shot the ball out of this world. Everything that happened well for Michigan happened, and everything that could have been bad for Arizona, foul trouble, all that, bad shooting, happened for Arizona.
Steve, I think there's a thought, at least there was going into the game, and it's one game and it was disappointing, yes, but there was a thought that this might be the best Arizona team ever.
Yeah.
What do you think that performance does to that thinking, or will the disappointment wear off in a matter of time?
Yeah, good question. I've always thought that whether this team had to win it to be the best team ever, because the 2001 team to me is the best team ever, and it still remains that. 97 may not even make the top 4, top 5. This team might be number 2. It played so well together. It had everything: chemistry, good talent, good efficiency, good everything. Except that what didn't win the title, right? But it did get to the Final Four. Still, 2001 to me is the better team of all of them.
Now, I'm not one to think that the Tommy Lloyd contract saga had anything to do with the performance on the court Saturday, but a lot of Wildcats fans do think that. Do you think it could have been handled differently, or do you have any thoughts on any of that?
No. Dan, I think that that's going to be speculated because they lost.
Right.
Had they won, that wouldn't have been a question. But no, it was ongoing. It was out there. No. If they hadn't solved it, it would have been one of those things too. But no, I thought it played no part. Michigan was very good. Arizona had been good up until they faced a guy like this team. Mata was incredible. They were big. Arizona had not really faced a big team outside of maybe Florida in the first game. But everything turned out probably how it should have turned out.
Steve Rivera, allsportstucson.com, our guest. And now, obviously, the Tommy Lloyd situation has been rectified. He's staying in Tucson. Yep. We know he'll be coaching largely a very different team. And that's a testament to the team that he put together and the state of college basketball. But With the players moving on to the pros, one player that I'm very, very interested about at that level, Steve, is Koa Pete. I think he's a fascinating player. He was not at his best on Saturday, but the guy is just a winner. How do you think his game right now translates to the next level?
Yeah, that's a tough question because there's no question he had a fantastic year. Depends on the day, right? He didn't show up in certain games. How it translates, I don't know. He's going to have to shoot better.
Yeah.
I know he's changing his shot from the free throw line. He's going to have to become more of a perimeter player offensively. He'll probably be a lottery pick. But, Dan's seen these guys before. Dan's seen these guys a lot more than me in terms of the pros. I don't know. Will he translate? Carter Bryant was a pretty good talent, physically good, could jump out of the gym, and Koa can too. But he's just a different player than Carter Bryant. Yeah. So it's hard to say how he's going to translate because he needs to be better offensively.
Who do you think now? There's speculation that you're gonna or that Tommy's gonna try to retain some of these players. What are the odds of keeping some of them?
Okay, so let's say Koa goes. I think we're going to see that Bryce goes. Jaden's gone, obviously, and so is Pella. So I think that Ivan Kurchenkov will stay. I think that the big guy Mo will probably seek the draft. Might find out that he's not ready yet. He'll come back. So I don't retain those two. They'll get a couple of dudes maybe in the portal, probably very good dudes in the portal. I don't know about the ASU big center guy. What's his situation? Yep. Maybe he comes down south, maybe. And then they have a good recruiting class. So don't cry for Arizona. I don't think they'll be this. But let me tell you guys, before the season started, had you told me they were going to go to the Final Four, I'd say, are you nuts? Are you nuts with this, new guys coming in? You're going to depend on the freshmen so much. And look what happened. It turned out to be maybe the second best team in the Arizona history of basketball.
And you got to cut down. Yeah, and you got to cut down the nets 3 different times. That's a pretty successful season, right?
Pretty damn good for Arizona fans. So anybody crying for Arizona, don't cry for Arizona. They're fine.
I'll tell you what, if Masamba Diop ends up going down to Tucson, you can cry for Arizona State.
And now we're talking. Now we got a rumor brewing.
That would hurt.
You used the name. I did not use the name, but that's a possibility.
Look, I with the state of college basketball, Steve, I don't expect him to stay at Arizona State. But if he left and then went down south, that would be a hard pill to swallow.
I'm curious, you guys in the mornings up there, what was the feel of this Arizona team from down here and their run? What was the feeling?
I thought all season long, well, not all season long. I thought at about the midway point of the Big 12 season, I think they had announced themselves as the best team in the country. They looked so businesslike, and especially in the first 4 wins of the tournament. And I knew Michigan was good, but I was quite honestly, Steve, shocked to see them so rattled from the get-go on Saturday night.
Yeah, no question. They got Arizona by a good Michigan team. They just did everything that they tried to do. They could not do. Big, small. They looked out of sorts. It was just crazy. Dan, I think one of the last times you and I have talked and maybe conversed, you were writing columns on Sean, so it's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Tommy is just so refreshing, and I think that's part of the whole. That's the part of the whole rebirth.
I totally agree with you. I think that Tommy is very likable. He connects very, very well with fans. Yeah, I think your program's in really good shape. I totally agree with your assessment. Don't cry for Arizona. Totally agree with it, Steve.
I think, and that's the problem. If this team gets or this program gets some momentum or the ball rolling, it could be tough for other teams because, Arizona gets that way. At least they did under Lute, where they got some momentum. They got players coming back. They started playing well. They got this, energy of the NCAA tournament. So we'll see what happens from this. They have to capitalize on this.
I'm curious, Steve, after seeing them live, like what I saw, I'm tempted to say that UConn has no chance against Michigan with the way that they've played, but there's the whole Dan Hurley factor and the UConn Magic thing. What kind of a game do you expect tonight?
You say that. I think UConn will figure out a way to figure them out. I don't know what the spread is now, 6.5. I would take the points. and I wouldn't be surprised if UConn won.
Wow.
All righty.
Well, Steve, it was great to talk to you.
Good
Thanks so
catching
much
up,
for
Steve.
spending some time with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, I appreciate your time. Maybe you can come on my show at some point sometime soon.
Yeah, anytime. Let us know.
Be well, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve Rivera, allsportstucson.com, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the 9 o'clock hour is upon us. That means social studies with Sammy Cebulka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And I did have LASIK surgery about 25 years ago, and it was great for me, but what's changed now is my vision. Getting older, my vision's still pretty good, but I find myself squinting at times, and yes, I have had to use readers on occasion. I was wondering what was going on with my vision, so I met with Dr. King at K2 Vision, got a thorough exam. And it turns out, like many people who've had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a prime candidate for a refractive lens exchange, or RLE. That's a permanent solution that would ensure also that I'll never get a cataract. The doctors at K2 Vision gave me all kinds of info on my vision with options without any pressure. If you are at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 procedures and join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. You can register now or schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only, roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you.
We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ketel Marte walked it off in the 10th inning for the Diamondbacks yesterday for a 6-5 win. A series split with Atlanta and a 5-2 homestand as the Diamondbacks hit the road for 3 straight series, starting with the Mets tomorrow. The Phoenix Suns pulled out a win in Chicago on Sunday, 120-110 over a depleted Bulls team. Devin Booker led the way with 30, but another Dylan Brooks technical foul will lead to a suspension for the Rockets game tomorrow night if the technical does not get rescinded by the league. And the national championship is set. Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies will get the Michigan Wolverines tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:50, and yesterday, UCLA routed South Carolina 79-51 for their first NCAA women's basketball title. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, April 18th Diamondbacks game versus the Toronto Blue Jays, plus food and beverage credit. That's seats to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning. The 9 o'clock hour means it's time for Social Studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X. We are at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook. And we are at Arizona Sports on YouTube. If you want to tune in and watch us there, you can. All right, our first question on the Monday edition of Social Studies is for Suns fans. How do you feel about the team now compared to the first half of the season? What do you think about the vibes, chemistry, and effort lately?
Yeah, I think I've been pretty clear how I feel about it. I feel like the defensive, the on the ball, in your shorts, up on you defensive intensity that made this team so, I don't know, compelling. Is that a word?
Yeah, you were compelled to watch. You were compelled to be interested.
Yeah. I think that has waned, and maybe that it lasted as long as it did is a rarity in the NBA in and of itself. I hope that they can get that back.
Yeah,
on command.
I think it's yesterday's ending was positive. I feel like a lot of the specialness has dulled.
Yeah.
For this team at this point. Can they get it? It's nowhere near last year. So let's, in case anybody's thinking that I'm feeling like that. No, not at all. Last year in like January, I couldn't wait for the season to be over. I think they can recapture it. And I think, obviously, keeping everybody healthy is going to be the key. But it's a little bit different than it was a few months ago. There's no doubt.
And a quick follow-up. So it's a smaller sample size and only a couple games. But because like Ryan Dunn and Rasheer Fleming aren't playing, if at all, like limited minutes, do you think that's a reason why maybe that in your shorts defensive feel has been lessened?
I don't think so, no. Because that feeling predates Rasheer Fleming, and Ryan Dunn has not been. They've given him a couple of runouts, and he hasn't seized it. Okay. I think it was just all 5 guys playing that level at a crazy pace. And I think once the Suns established themselves as a team that, we got our respect, I think some of that has waned. And I'm hoping it's natural and not an indication that it's gone forever.
Okay, gotcha. A couple of quick responses. Dr. D. Book said everyone needs to remember their expectations prior to the season. He thinks we're still playing with house money. Daylight Film says, given the gloom and doom of how pundits thought the season would go, management navigated the, quote, money issues, won the Durant trade, I think, got a solid coach, and has overachieved. And at the end of this year, we look to the next year. I think that's a good answer. Okay, our next question, this is brought up by Jarrett Carlins and Eyes, Arizona Wildcats getting blown out over the weekend. So what is the worst way for your favorite team to lose a big game, and why? Is it by total blowout or close last-second loss?
I mean, being removed from it for quite some time, it's hard to put yourself in the situation. I think losing a close game is way better than getting blown out.
Okay.
I tend to agree with Vinny. I'm kind of disagreeing with Jared on this take because I'm not sure I've ever felt worse after a game than that Luka Mavericks Game 7 in Phoenix.
Yeah. Oh,
it was brutal.
Brutal.
I mean, the whole mood in the arena was brutal.
Brutal.
Because it was, like Jared described, it was inevitable from very early that that's the way it was going to go, and it was never going to get better.
Right.
But I remember walking out of the arena that night, and it's the first time I've been to thousands of sporting events.
Yeah.
You could feel palpable anger in
Yes.
people were pissed.
Yes.
Had they lost on a last-second three by
Which
Luka,
they have. I mean, think of the Kobe airball, our test put back, how that felt.
But that was also a team that overachieved, exceeded expectations, and they were close. They were close to winning it.
Yeah.
I would take that anytime. Embarrassing yourself on a big stage to me is never a good feeling.
I'm in that boat as well. Had the Cats kept it close and Lindeberg's in the game and makes a huge play with a second left, I would have been probably more frustrated and more mad, but I would have said we got blown out. At least we had a chance to win the game. That's it for me. The voting, 58% think total blowout is the worst way. 41%, 42 think close last-second loss. And Seabacker 44 puts it plainly: losing sucks no matter how.
Yeah.
That is true.
And Lauren Ortega said total blowout allows you to accept defeat. Last-second loss, your emotions are riding so high. Then in a millisecond, you're at the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Devastating. I do see it that way.
Like this feel like the Illinois loss in the Elite Eight, the UConn loss in the Elite Eight, and both Wisconsin losses in the Elite Eight, and the loss to Duke in the finals, all were worse than this to me as a fan.
Okay.
Jarrett, what do you respond to the people that say the total blowout shows that the team shouldn't have been
But
there
it's
in the
wrong.
first place?
It's obviously wrong.
I know, but a lot of people are in the comments saying
It was
that.
just one really, truly awful game. It was almost so inexplicable that you have to write it off, as it was just a game that didn't happen at all. They played, if they would have played a couple, like suppose they were Miami of Ohio, and this was the first good team they played or the first big game they played into.
Yeah.
Then you could say all right, well, they never deserved to be there at all. But U of A beat 10 really, really good teams this year.
I can say this. Throughout this run, the one thing that has remained constant to me is my absolute fascination as your psyche as a sports fan.
Thank you.
Because I think the inexplicable nature of a blowout makes it even more frustrating. To me.
Yeah, to me too.
Go back to the 2015 Cardinals. They were a great football team. For them to get absolutely boat raced by Carolina,
That was terrible.
in the NFC Championship game was inexplicably bad.
Or even like this. Let me put it in.
But did that feel worse than losing the Super Bowl, the last play?
Yes.
Yes.
It did?
Yes.
Okay. See, but that's why I asked the question, because different people, I guess, feel different
again,
ways.
There's no right answer here.
No, there's not.
No, there's not.
It's whatever you feel and however you process this stuff.
I didn't say you were wrong. I just said I'm fascinated.
And
by
maybe
you.
I'm just conflating and I'm just confusing worse way to lose with more painful way to lose.
Probably
and
exactly
maybe
what
I'm
you're
just
doing.
focusing on how painful other losses have felt to me.
Yeah,
This one was just
also
really
factor
depressing and
in,
disappointing.
We're hovering over the word embarrassment.
Yeah,
you have no shame. You don't feel embarrassment.
I felt.
So these horrible moments of embarrassment, they don't mean anything to you.
Just go right over the head. Because literally, as the game was going on, embarrassment was really all I could think about. They just got blown off the floor.
That's it.
Like there's even from a breaking down the game scenario, like there's nothing to break down. Like there wasn't a play. I mean, Jarrett came close with the free throws, the missed free throws. Does that change the game? Probably not. But that's as close to analysis as we can get.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't really anything to analyze.
I know. And we've run out of time for our last question, but if we can maybe get to it and off the grid. But I think that discussion was worth running out of time.
Let the record show that U of A already beat UConn this year if they win the championship.
The second and third.
Okay, we've
we've crossed over into asterisk territory.
We also beat Purdue, who beat Michigan in the.
We've crossed into.
We've crossed over into triple asterisk territory.
Man. But there you go. We're at Big.
We also beat Arkansas, who beat Wisconsin, who beat Michigan this year.
Yeah, true. Gosh, dude.
Wow. Wow is right.
We also. Never mind. I'm done.
They don't have the coach of the year on their team. That's all.
All right, that's Social Studies Monday version.
Oh, the cope is strong with this one. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, the women's Final Four is over. UCLA is the champs, but everybody's talking about something else that happened in downtown Phoenix this weekend. We'll talk about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
There is a lingering availability issue with Jordan Lawler. While not his fault, and certainly nothing he controlled getting hit by a pitch, he can't control some of the injuries that he's had. You know this as a sports fan, if you're listening to us right now, you just know that there are certain guys that when they get hurt to the extent and the frequency that Jordan Lawler is getting injured, trust becomes a little bit of an issue, right? Like it becomes a little bit harder to be able to know you can count on said guy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen. It helps support economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Baseball fans, Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez is coming to Casino, Arizona on April 16th at 5 p.m. He's stopping by for a special meet and greet in celebration of National High Five Day. So come say hi, grab a photo, and celebrate a true D-backs icon. Be sure to bring your Diamondbacks Salt River Rewards card to join the meet and greet. Don't have one yet? No problem. You can sign up that day. Don't miss your chance to meet Luis Gonzalez at Casino, Arizona on April 16th.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and the Final Four run for Arizona came to a crashing halt on Saturday. We're reacting on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Their coach rants and raves on the sideline and calls the referee some names you don't want to hear. And now we get 6-0, and I got a kid with a ripped jersey, and they go, I didn't see it. Come on, man, this is for the national championship.
Well, Coach, something happened there at the end of the game. What went wrong on the sideline right now?
I have no idea, but I'm gonna let you know this. I'm of integrity. So if I did something wrong to Gino, I had no idea what I did. I guess he thought I didn't shake his hand at the beginning of the game. I didn't know. I went down there pregame, shook everybody on his staff's hand. I don't know what he came with after the game, but hey, sometimes things get heated. We move on.
Gino Auriemma and Dawn Staley independently speaking with Holly Rowe during the game. And after the game, in Dawn Staley's case, about what happened on the sidelines. Cameras caught it at the end of the game. UConn upset by South Carolina in the semifinals on Friday. It was a weird scenario. There wasn't a whole lot of information about it other than that for quite some time.
Yeah.
Now, Gino Auriemma, the head coach of UConn, after the game, directly after the game, at his press conference, said this.
I don't have any regrets about what I said to Holly Rowe. Why would I? Why would I? I've been coaching a long time. I've never had a kid have to change their jersey because somebody ripped it, and the official said I didn't see it. There were a lot of things that happened in that game. Unless you're on that sideline, you have no idea what's happening on that sideline. No, I mean, for 41 years I've been coaching, and I've been, 25 Final Fours. And the protocol is, before the game, you meet at half court. Anybody ever see that before? Two coaches meet at half court and they shake hands. Correct? You ever see it? They announce it on the loudspeaker. And I waited there for like 3 minutes. So it is what it is.
Here, translation. In real time, he felt disrespected.
But they did shake hands.
Dawn
There's
Staley,
footage of it.
Yes. And she shook every member of the UConn staff's hand.
Yeah. So this really kind of felt like an ego-tripping dude crashing out.
Yes. You disrespected me. This is my 25th Final Four.
Yeah.
They disrespected you by holding you to 48 points is what they did.
They have been the absolute juggernaut dominant school in college basketball for decades, except for when they play one team, South Carolina. You don't think that's getting in his craw now? Remember how he used to be with Tennessee and Pat Summitt years and years and years ago? This is it. He can't handle
Muffet McGraw and Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He can't handle when there's somebody actually like pushing back on him on his level.
It's really, really a bad look. It really is. And there were a lot of people who invoked memories of Woody Hayes, who famously crashed out and punched a player after an interception while a game was in progress. It invoked memories of Bobby Knight, where just a coach just loses control of everything based on pride and ego and stubbornness. Whatever grievance he carried because of whatever happened pregame was a very, very small matter. And for that to bubble over in the way it did, it was brutal, to be quite honest with you.
And to point to the ripped jersey and the referee saying, I didn't see it, you're going to pick out one thing that the referee didn't see.
And the player
game?
ripped her own jersey. That's what it wound up on video.
Yeah.
It wasn't the USC player.
Now, in all fairness, Gino Auriemma, through the school, issued a statement. Quote, there's no excuse for how I handled the end of the game versus South Carolina. It's unlike what I do and what our standard is here at Connecticut. I wanted to apologize to the staff and team at South Carolina. It was uncalled for in how I reacted. The story should be how well South Carolina played. And I don't want my actions to detract from that. I've had a great relationship with their staff, and I sincerely want to apologize to them. End quote. What you pointed out earlier briefly, Bick, is so on the money. For either Gino Auriemma to craft that statement or some PR person from the athletic department to craft that statement and not say the words, I'm sorry, or Dawn Staley is still unacceptable.
It's unacceptable. That's whom he owed the apology to, was to Dawn Staley, and yet now these two are so at polar opposites. He can't bring himself to do it.
Have you noticed that though? In apology statements, the phrase "I'm sorry" never comes up.
Isn't that something?
It's just I want to apologize. If you were offended by the way I acted,
I'm sorry you were
offended.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right,
it's the worst. But if you're supposed to be this leader of young women, young men, whatever, showing people how to lose with class, showing people not how to be a sore loser, that's like one of the worst things is people who are just sore. The biggest reason he was upset is because he had an undefeated team who just lost in the Final Four when they weren't expecting it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, listen, and this was a guy who they had won how many games in a row? 57?
it was well over 50.
It was well over 50.
I was going to say 54, but
yeah. And so I don't think he anticipated losing. I don't think he anticipated getting out-coached. I don't think he liked the way Dawn Staley was working He didn't like any of it. But where is the grace, especially for a guy that has won that much?
Yeah. And look, I wasn't downtown for any of the events. We had a lot of, interviews and lead up and information about it going in, and we know that the city of Phoenix and this metro market does a great job of hosting big events.
Yep.
It really helps out when the events from a competitive standpoint match that. And I don't think that happened this weekend.
Yeah.
UCLA won it. It's a great accomplishment for them. They had one loss all season long. It's their first title. Like I said, a great accomplishment, but that's not what anybody's going to remember from this Final Four.
And then you saw the kind of grace that Dawn Staley exhibited after her team got throttled by UCLA.
All right, now we briefly mentioned this. Let me give you the trifecta. Unfortunately, it doesn't work anymore, but let's say 6 months ago, the trifecta, biggest group of jerk coaches. Which team? Okay? Yeah. LSU.
Yes. Lane Kiffin.
Will Wade. Kim
Mulkey.
UConn. Dan Hurley, Gino Auriemma, and Jim Mora Jr. was their football coach.
Oh, okay.
He just got fired.
Who is now?
Now it's some guy named Jason Candle.
What a jerk.
What a jerk face. But how about that? That like, man, it's almost like they embrace that, like, they win.
You know what else? Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. You know what those jerks do?
Yeah.
They win a lot.
Yeah. Well, they have to be to validate being jerks.
Yeah, I guess that's true. They wouldn't last long.
No.
Yeah.
No, not without
jerks who lose
and look,
are jerks somewhere else pretty quickly.
And Steve Rivera brought this up briefly in our interview. It is so much better getting to root for Tommy Lloyd now than it was for Sean Miller.
Oh, I totally agree.
Just the personalities are so different, and Tommy Lloyd is so gracious and so nice. He's so good with the media and stuff. It sucks when your head coach is a jerk.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
One thing, though, we didn't get into this, too, with the return and Tommy Lloyd announcing his return to Tucson, that he was signing the new contract. one of the parameters of that contract that almost made my eyes bug out of my head is that he no longer reports to the athletic director.
Yeah, believe me.
Yeah.
She's not long for this world.
Are there like cardboard boxes being delivered to her office now that this extension is done and they can move past it? But I read that and I was like, what?
Wow.
Inside info sources say that the president didn't want to fire her at least now.
Yeah.
Right. So but that's quite a caveat. I mean, it illuminates everything, doesn't it? That one of your clauses, one of your points of negotiation was, okay, yes on the money, yes on the terms, yes, but I'm not dealing with her.
Okay.
We'll
have that contract in your hands by the end of the day, Tommy.
That's right.
Once again, to point out the awkwardness that her son is on the U of A team.
Isn't
currently.
that weird? That is so weird.
He'll be one of the players that returns for next year. Coming up next, we'll hand out some hardware. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
There's the shot clock horn. Now the Bulls will get it inbounded. Gershon Yabusele to do the honors. And he throws the pass in. And the last second will tick off, and that'll do it. Suns win 120-110, the final score at United Center in Chicago.
Suns W in Chicago. And we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This is one of the best times of the sports calendar, and that is good news for you. You get the craziness of college hoops, baseball starting up, hockey and pro basketball playoffs aren't far off, and the football draft is right after that. So get to Twin Peaks for all of it. With their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they've got a scratch menu made for MVPs, smoked in-house wings, flatbreads, burgers, steak salads, so much more, and happy hour deals. And a high-energy, fun, friendly atmosphere. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was again sloppy and somewhat ugly for the Suns yesterday in Chicago against the Bulls, but the Suns found a way to win it 120-110 in a game where Book had 30, Jalen Green 25, and Dylan Brooks picked up another technical foul, which means he will be suspended for tomorrow night's game against Houston unless the NBA rescinds it. But the Suns are 3 games clear of the Clippers for the 7th seed with just 4 games remaining on their schedule. The Diamondbacks needed 10 innings and a Ketel Marte walk-off double to beat the Braves yesterday 6-5 and split the 4-game series, and the Diamondbacks are back to 500 after a 5-2 homestand. They'll now hit the road for 3 games in New York against the Mets starting tomorrow. And tonight, UConn or Michigan will be cutting down the Nets. The national championship game will tip at 5:50 this evening. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is who will win the men's national championship tonight, Michigan or UConn?
Believe in magic. That's the big question. Michigan has been so good. I don't know how you pick against them. No.
Yeah, I'll lean towards Michigan. My record of picking these postseason Final Four games, I went 0 for the women's Final Four, by the way.
Oh.
I picked Texas against UConn.
Yes. None of those teams.
All right.
No.
That's okay.
Yeah.
79% of the vote says Michigan, 21% believe in Danny Hurley and the UConn Huskies. So we'll see tonight. Tip-off is at 5:50. It'll run late, let me just tell you.
Onions! Today's Sanderson Ford poll question on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware, it's how we do the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we saw over the weekend. Bick, what do you got for
My
us?
first award is the third-degree larceny award. I'm giving it to Joe Adell, the angel in the outfield, who not once, not twice, but 3 times robbed a batter of a home run yesterday and
Saturday night.
Saturday night. But the thing that gets me is that third one when he fell into the stands in the outfield well there in the shallow porch. Isn't that a home run? If he catches it and his body...
They reviewed it, and they ruled he caught it before he tumbled over.
I don't know about...
this was my first award, too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Same.
That's... I can kill a little time by playing the montage of all 3 of these.
Let's do it. There's a drive out to right from Raleigh. Adell's back near the wall. He leaps, and he caught it! Joe Adell robs Raleigh of what would have been his first home run this year. What a play.
Here's Josh Naylor, who had the big hit last night in the 10th and hit a 2-run single.
There's a drive to right. Adell is back. He's at the wall. He leaps up. He got another one. Joe Adell, what a night. He does it again. Wow.
J.P. Crawford leads things off here in the top of the 9th inning, trying to get something going.
Here's Crawford with a fly ball to right toward the corner. It's Joe Adell again near the foul pole. Leaping up. Did he catch it again? He fell into the crowd.
just robbed his third home run. You will never see this happen again.
That's the way to punctuate it.
Wow. Yes.
To get 1 in a game is unbelievable.
Yeah.
2 in a game. And the first 2 were pretty similar.
Yeah.
And they weren't exactly high on the spectacular scale.
Agreed.
The third one, it was controversial, but what made it even better, that was a 1-0 game.
Yeah.
Like he prevented 3 runs.
So looking at it,
My award name for it was, Dude, you're getting Adele.
Mine was the No Souvenirs Award.
Oh, that's good.
Mine was the not 1, not 2, but 3 award.
Okay.
And so since the tracking
Is that the
era,
first ever unanimous
That might be the
award?
first ever 4 for.
Congratulations.
It's very
Joe.
rare we even overlap for 2 of them.
Just made hardware history.
Here's a stat. There have been over 70,000 Major League games. There's never been 3 home run robberies in one game, much less 3 by the same player.
Yeah.
That's how rare that is. Although that third one, I'm still not certain. That's a home run in my book.
but wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a Yankees-Red Sox game where a player, postseason game, a player caught it and fell into the Red Sox dugout and they gave him the out. You guys are
Well, in the dugout is different.
No, not the dugout. The bullpen in Fenway. You guys know
Wasn't it Derek Jeter? Am I thinking of something?
Derek Jeter did that.
something like that. Maybe
yeah, in the postseason. But that was
And it came out with like a bloody.
That was a foul ball. That wasn't a home run.
Right.
It's hard to hit a foul ball for a home run.
Right. Well, don't correct me. Correct. That's what he.
Interesting.
And by the way, more amazingly, Cal Raleigh still doesn't have a home run.
Big dumper.
He's in the dumper.
He's in the dumper.
Tiny dumper.
If we have the same second award, this is going to be the worst hardware ever.
Well, we could kill some good time.
Who's up now, Jared?
No, Bic's up.
Oh, well, then we just went all the way around?
Yes.
You could do your second one first if you want.
Me?
Yeah.
I'll do the Rules Are Rules for Everyone award. And I'm giving it to Luka Doncic. Did you see the statement Bill Duffy, his agent, came out with?
No.
This season, Luka Doncic has performed at a historic level, leading the league in scoring, carrying the Lakers to third place in the Western Conference, and placing himself in the middle of one of the most tightly contested MVP races in memory. To ensure that Luka's incredible accomplishments this season are rightly honored and he can be considered for the league's end-of-season awards, we intend to apply for an extraordinary circumstances challenge to the 65-game rule. Luka missed 2 games this season for the birth of his second child in Slovenia. His daughter was born on December 4th on another continent, and yet he was back in the United States competing with his team on December 6th.
Wow.
Where's my little violin?
Wow. That's...
What about the other games he missed? Those don't count? There's not an asterisk in this rule. Oh, if your daughter is born on another continent, you're cool. You don't have to play 65 games to qualify.
That's bizarre.
All right, my first award is the Home Crap Home Award. And it goes to the Tampa Rays, who will be, for the first time in 18 and a half months, actually returning to their actual home ballpark tonight.
Oh,
Tropicana
right.
Field. Remember?
Right, that's right.
Their
damaged.
Their terrible ballpark was destroyed by a hurricane, and they played in a minor league park for the last year and a half. This is a ballpark, by the way, that was outdated and terrible when they moved in there.
Yes.
It was already like 20 years old, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was old,
For so many years, they've been talking about, shouldn't they get a new park? And they never did. I guess they repaired the damage and they slightly upgraded some of the stuff around it. And they're moving back there. And it just looks like with no plans to ever get a new stadium there.
That stadium was so bad, the hurricane did like $78 worth of damage.
Sammy?
All right, my first award is the Sometimes Too Much Isn't Always a Good Thing award, and I'm giving it to the NCAA tournament. Yesterday, they announced that the plans of expansion are probably going to become a reality, from 68 teams to 76 teams, and for both men's and women's. And reading more into this, it said it would basically be an expansion of the Dayton round games that are played Tuesday and Wednesday. Rather than 2 games on each of these days, there would be 12 total games played among 24 different teams. which is absurd to me.
It is absurd.
They would expand the first 4 game. It just doesn't make any sense. You have a great product. I get it's financially beneficial to the NCAA.
End of story. There it is.
It's going to happen.
So there'll be like 52 real teams and 24 play-in teams.
Yep.
What a joke.
They cannot leave well. None of these sports can leave well enough alone.
Nope.
None of them.
So
always, where do we get more?
And
more,
believe me,
more.
and 10 years from now, we'll all be used to this change, and they'll move to 84 teams or something.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
All right, my last award is the Daily Double Award. Tonight, if Michigan wins, the Big Ten is going to claim both the women's championship and the men's championship for the first time since the year 2000. But I take great offense to the idea of UCLA representing the Big Ten.
I have to remind myself that like multiple times.
The last
that kind of ties into what Sammy just said. These sports couldn't leave well enough alone.
Exactly. The last time a women's basketball team in the Big Ten won a championship was Purdue in 1999, and the last men's team from the Big Ten was Michigan State in 2000. It's been Stuttgart since then.
Big Ten also boasts the football champion, too. The Indiana Hoosiers.
Right. Wow.
At least they're a real Big Ten team.
That's true.
All right, there we go. There's hardware for this Monday. Some final thoughts on this Monday show to wrap things up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Ketel Marte walked off the Braves to cap the Diamondbacks' 5-2 homestand. The Suns' ugly slog continues with a narrow win over the Bulls, and Dylan Brooks got another technical foul in the Suns' win and faces a suspension if it's upheld. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity. And they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density. The other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss. It's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Going back to 2012 for this one. I am of the mindset that there are some bands who write songs full well knowing what they will become.
Yeah.
Like Smash Mouth writing All Star.
Right.
And the script with this song, Hall of Fame. But we don't have a Hall of Famer on the show every day. Congrats again to Mike D'Antoni.
How about it?
And good storytelling by Coach as well.
Yeah, Mike D'Antoni is on my very short list of coaches in Arizona that I wish could have had their jobs forever.
Who else is on that list?
Bruce Arians is on that list. Torey Lovello's on that list. Don't scream at me, Diamondbacks
Cliff
fans.
Kingsbury.
Definitely.
Herm Edwards.
I don't know who else is on that list. Who else is on that list? Maybe Kenny Dillingham?
Early candidate for sure.
Yeah.
Guys
Anyway.
that just get it. Guys that are, they're good people.
It's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
But even for those guys, it always runs out.
Always.
Yep. Hall of Fame for Mike D'Antoni from the script featuring Will I Am. Today's song of the day.
Who is now a professor at ASU, by the way.
Will I Am is?
Yes.
My daughter
Saw that.
texted me the other day. She said, Dad, you know who's teaching at ASU? Will I Am.
Was he teaching like organic chemistry? What's going on?
I don't know what class I think he's teaching something that has to do with AI.
Really?
Which is, yeah.
Can't spell Will I Am without AI.
Without AI.
I mean, I know, like, after I got it, like, the cruise class when I was at ASU was Jazz in America. I know now they have, like, Taylor Swift classes and, Beatles classes. Do they have a class in the Black Eyed Peas?
Today's lesson is what? Never mind.
Will I Am to teach ASU class on agentic AI.
Who knew?
Why do you need a professor if it's AI? Can't the AI do it? How good could it be if you have to teach it?
Okay.
Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Just down from
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
We're on the same page there, Jared. From the NBA official Twitter account, technical fouls on Dylan Brooks and Mac McClung, issued with 7:24 remaining in the fourth quarter on April 5th, have been rescinded upon league office review.
So he can get one tomorrow.
So now he can get one against his former team.
Nice. That's good because you want him on the floor tomorrow night.
You need him on that floor.
You need him on the floor.
First of all, what is this the third or the fourth one that's been rescinded?
I think fourth.
Could there be some repercussions for these referees?
Well, listen,
this is
what Vinny said
proving.
earlier, and I think Sammy and I or somebody and I were on I think maybe Jared that the players got to take responsibility for this. But your point has been validated with this rescinded technical foul.
This
then
is
maybe
proven.
These referees should back the truck up.
He's earned it.
He's earned
no
a reputation.
doubt that he's earned the reputation, but he's got a shorter leash than everybody else as well.
I mean, yeah, I think you're right. If you get to 5 rescinded technical fouls, somebody should get fired from some ref.
And look, they won
All right,
anyway.
Sean Wright, sorry, it's got to be you.
It's got to be you.
This won They won anyway, but one of these rescinded ones at least has happened in a close game where the other team got a free point that they shouldn't have gotten.
True. That's true. I ran across this tweet on Saturday, I believe it was. Tim Reynolds, NBA writer, wrote, there have been 2 days in NBA history spanning 80 years where at least 9 games were played and the average margin of victory was at least 24 points. Only 2 such days in 80 years. One was yesterday, and the other was Sunday.
Whoa.
So 2 days in the same week. So the most recent example of this would have been Friday, the yesterday part of that tweet. The Hornets beat the Pacers by 21. The Sixers squeaked by the T-Wolves by 12. The Hawks beat the Nets by 34. The Knicks beat the Bulls by 40. The Rockets beat the Jazz by 34. The Raptors beat the Grizzlies by 32. The Celtics beat the Bucks by 32. Magic over Mavericks by 11, and the Kings and the Pelicans played the one close game by 4. We mentioned it last Monday, how the Sunday games were all blowouts. Average margin of victory that day was 24. That's bad.
The average for an entire
And let me just say that again. On Friday, the Knicks beat the Bulls by 40, and then the Bulls almost beat the Suns.
Good thing that Pelicans-Kings game was close, though.
Yeah, it was
I know there was a lot of people watching.
The Bulls lost, or the Suns lost to the Magic when the Magic had lost by 52 and 29.
Yeah.
In between. The association's got some issues, man.
Oh, it's got a lot. It's got more issues than National Geographic, yo.
Yo! He does a yo at the end of it.
All right,
hey, those National Geographic issues came in very handy for people of a certain generation.
Wait a minute here.
Sometimes when you couldn't find a Sears catalog.
Dan Bickley looking like Popeye over there.
You ate a lot of spinach as a kid. The question we didn't get to in social studies. Oh, this will spark some feeling.
Yeah.
What is the most overpriced thing in life right now? What is the best deal in life right now? What was this stemming from?
Oh, the prices of Masters tickets.
Oh, yeah.
And how they've just priced out any kind of normal fan.
Well, the best deal is once you get into the Masters.
It's true.
Where else are you going to get a pimento cheese sandwich on white bread?
Except the pro shop, but
Yeah, except for the
that's
pro
fine.
shop.
That's where you do your damage.
Is Dr. Jeff going this year?
Dr. Jeff's already there.
Is he bringing back goodies?
I could probably make that happen. What are you guys in the mood for? Some more hats?
How well do those chicken salad sandwiches
on the go? Probably
follow?
not well, Jared.
Blake says most overpriced, a college degree.
Ooh.
Daryl Lee, overpriced. I have a picture of a fuel receipt for nearly $700 I can show you if you'd like. Oh, my Lord.
Didn't he bring back some pimento cheese?
He did.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
he brought
it is
the whole
possible.
cooler. He had the whole.
Don't you remember?
And
Now
he
I
went
do.
elsewhere
Yes,
to
now
get
I
the
do
real
remember.
pimento cheese.
Yes, I do remember now. Yes.
And he brought us a loaf of bread?
Yes.
Yep.
This is a great man.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell you that.
Great man.
Angel Reese got traded also,
I
by the
saw
way,
that.
in the WNBA.
2 first-rounders.
You didn't hit the breaking news for that?
No.
2 first-rounders?
Yeah.
First-rounders.
Yeah, she's a humongous star.
The Atlanta Dream really coveting those me-bounds. Thanks to Mike D'Antoni and Steve Rivera. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm not going to say maybe it doesn't make sense for the Cardinals. It'd be great. You bring in Jeremiah Love, you draft Pregnon in the second round, you have this team, this offense built up, and you get your quarterback in 2027. Yeah. Let's go.
If they draft Jeremiah Love, I'm going to get over it quickly. I'm going to be okay. I mean, honestly. And what I love about it is I think Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier, it's a real possibility that maybe, just maybe, the start of the season in September, it's going to be more about Tyler Algier.
Yeah.
And if you were to draft Jeremiah Love, now you have that combination, which I love.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was again sloppy and somewhat ugly for the Suns yesterday in Chicago against the Bulls, but the Suns found a way to get it done, 120-110 in a game where Devin Booker had 30 points, Jalen Green added 25 of his own, and Dylan Brooks, his technical foul has been rescinded by the NBA, so there will be no suspension of Brooks for tomorrow night's game against the Rockets. The Diamondbacks needed 10 innings and a Ketel Marte walk-off double to beat the Braves yesterday 6-5 and split the 4-game series, but the Diamondbacks are back to 500 after a 5-2 homestand. They'll now hit the road for 3 games against the Mets starting tomorrow, and tonight UConn or Michigan will be cutting down the Nets in the national championship game. That game will get underway at 5:50 tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home service in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years and running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty good.
All right, doing fine. All right, that's good. Jamal or nothing, how you doing?
Fantastic.
Okay, he's doing great. Sammy the Bull in the blue wedge, of course. How are you doing, Sammy the Bull? Are you awake and ready to go?
You know, I've been better.
Okay, oh, that's right. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
oh, no.
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, Sammy, you're a big guy, right?
Big.
Oh, buddy. Yeah.
Sammy, you're one of the ones I felt for on Saturday.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I realize there's actually quite a few people that I respect or hold in high esteem or am good friends with that are U of A fans.
Yes.
What I would say to you, and I'll say this before Jared gets in here because I don't know if I'll say it to him, this is undeniably a step forward of a season. I know that doesn't make Saturday feel any better, but I mean, you feel that way, right? All the way to the Final Four, your coach is coming back now for a long time, it seems like.
Yeah, the coach coming back's great. Boy, did it suck losing, though.
Yeah, well, it's
just sports, but it felt like this was the team. And I'd only been a Cats fan for 10 years. It's the best team that I've seen, and it sucks they couldn't get it done.
Yes.
Yeah. An embarrassment, too, by the way.
The Amish
and the way
would
it happened.
say that it sucked buttermilk. Of course, that's what the Amish would say.
Yeah.
Sammy. But we all understand your feeling on that. It did. I mean, honestly, I don't. It's not like I root against the U of A. I do not, based on their needs. I am an ASU guy. There's no doubt about that. I am an ASU guy. Yet at the same time, I root for Arizona for the most part. Whenever Arizona has the opportunity of actually doing something, accomplishing something, I'm talking about the state of Arizona. I root for that mostly.
2 questions, Sammy. I promise we won't make you stay around and talk about this because I know you had to on the morning show a lot. But one, not does it make it better that it was so lopsided, it just sucks, and there's just no way around it. But that, as opposed to losing on a bad foul call or something.
We had this discussion on our show this morning of would you rather lose a close game or get blown out?
Yeah.
I personally would have rather lost in a more heartbreaking fashion. That's just me.
Just for it to be a better game.
Because at the end of the day, I could hang my hat in that I knew we were in it.
Yeah.
And we competed and we had a chance to win, and that didn't go our way, but the fellas didn't even get off the bus.
No, that was a weird game. And I understand. You and I talked about this last week. Michigan was favored by 1.5, and in retrospect, they look like by far the best team in the country. It's that. But I would not have.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that, especially without Lindeborg.
That
for
is
most of the game.
No, that is really a good discussion right there. It is. We're going to bring it up at some point in time as the broadcast goes on. But I can tell you right now, as a player, all day long, let me play in a game that's a heartbreaker. Let me be competitive all day long. Take that than getting blown out.
Yeah, the blown out was just kind of, I don't know. It distorts the season because Michigan looked like an NBA team, and they've looked like that in every game in this tournament. Like they just are making every opponent look the same. Anyway, we'll get into that in a little bit, obviously, throughout the show. And there is a national championship game tonight between Michigan and UConn. Let's go D-backs here, though, Wolf. Bob Nightingale's going to join us in a little bit, but we'll just start here. I know your prediction for the Diamondbacks this season was an even 81 and 81.
81 and 81, that's right.
We're 10 games in. That's basically the equivalent of one game in an NFL schedule, 1/16 in change of the season. I know they play 17 now, but 5-5. I guess this is exactly what you expected. This feels kind of fitting for this team right now. Really pretty great starting pitching. I don't know where the hitting is. Starting to get nervous about the hitting.
You know what's amazing? I would have taken 5-5 if you would have told me through the first three series for the Arizona Diamondbacks, they'd be 5-5. They'd be 500.
Yeah.
Playing the Dodgers and then the Tigers again. The Tigers, I believe, they're going to be really, really good.
It's a good team.
Yeah, it's a good team. And then, of course, 4 against the Atlanta Braves. And you're going to tell me they're 5-5 right now, man. You know what? I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it in the positive category, and I'm going to run, man. They're treading water. Okay, they are, but they're treading water against one of the toughest schedules in the beginning of baseball.
Yeah, I mean, the first 32 games when the season started, you're not playing for 500. But I said this to you on the air, and I'll stick with it now. I'll take 16-16 through the first 32 games. When you consider the players that are going to come back for you this season, and, you know, Merrill Kelly, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. might be back before those first 32 games are done.
Yeah.
But when you consider the opponents for those first 32 games, and when you consider that you're getting A.J. Puck and Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez back later in the season, treading water is not the worst thing. But I'm kicking myself for not bringing this up more last week because I kept putting it in the pre-show emails, but then I never really brought it up on the air. I'm worried about this lineup. Like, I am. I mean, you basically have 3 guys right now that you can count on to get hits. And I know Cattell and even Perdomo aren't hitting a ton right now, but they'll be fine. Those guys are going to hit. Even Corbin Carroll's batting average isn't like as high as you would expect, but he's so productive and so impactful. But outside of those 3 guys right now, who do you feel confident? Like when you see, here's due up next inning. Okay, I mean, unless it's Corbin Carroll, Cattell Marte, or Geraldo Perdomo, I'm a little concerned.
Jose Fernandez.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Jose Fernandez is doing, especially in the field, and he's kind of making things happen. But they're going to need more than 3 guys to hit.
No, you're absolutely, Luke. This has got to get better, and I do believe that it will get better. I think Nolan Arenado right now. Nolan, can I talk to you for a minute? Can we have a conversation right here in the room? It's the season has started. Nolan, and I say this, and believe me, it's all tongue in cheek. I respect Nolan Arenado a great deal, Basinonians, for what he's done at the major league level, of course. But man, a couple of at bats, he does look a little lost, and it looks a little scary to actually see him. So Carlos Santana, I would say the same thing right now. So it's going to be interesting to see, especially those 2 guys, if in fact they do step up. Cattell Marte, I'm a little afraid, yet at the same time, I don't furrow. My brow does not furrow easily, Basinonians. I don't splatter easily either. But Cattell Marte, I believe, is going to get better and do better.
Cattell will be fine.
But right now he's hitting 184.
Yeah, he'll be fine. And I should mention Corbin Carroll raised his average from 250 to 313 in one game yesterday. It was 250 going into yesterday. Now it's up to 313. The top 3 batting averages on the team are Ildemaro Vargas, who had that on their bingo card at the start of the year. Jordan Lawler, who's hurt. And then Corbin Carroll.
The best thing about Corbin Carroll right now is the fact that he is winning games for the Diamondbacks. He's making plays that win.
It feels like all of their offense is tied to him somehow.
It's unbelievable.
And that's been good enough for 5 wins, honestly.
The Predator.
But you got to you'll get more from Cattell. I'm not worried about him at all.
That's right. What are you?
And Perdomo's better than this, obviously, as a hitter, but I don't want to have to count on him to be an MVP candidate at the plate for this team to have success. You know what I mean? Like, I understand he was top 4 in MVP vote. I don't want Perdomo to have to be Shohei at the plate for this team to have success.
Yes.
He's going to hit a lot better than this. He is a great hitter. He's an outstanding fielder. He's probably the main leader on this team, or certainly one of them. Like, I'm not worried about those 3. But who outside those 3 is going to start consistently hitting, because their guys are going to need to.
Yeah.
But even with all that said, they're still 5-5 through this kind of schedule.
So, once again, I keep coming back to that, man. When you think of the 3 teams that they have played, we've talked about how difficult their schedule is. You were talking about the first 16 games, Luke?
Mm-hmm.
Or
first 32.
First 32 games. Very, very difficult, of course. And the fact that Luke Lipinski would say 500 is going to be good. If you can get through those first 32 games, 16-16, I'm good to go.
I think I'd take that. I mean, you got 3 against the White Sox in there, so that better be 3 wins.
You know this, Luke, the way that I feel about this. They have to survive. They have to be relevant. And then when they get healthy, hopefully in June and July, when they get more healthy and they get some players back, some arms especially, that maybe they'll be ready to go if they can just tread water. And that's what they're basically doing right now.
If they survive through the Cubs series, maybe that's 33 games. I don't know. If they survive through May 3rd, May 3rd at Wrigley Field, if they survive through that stretch, the only easy games you would say in there are the 3 against the White Sox, because you know who they've already played. Now they have the Mets and the Phillies coming up this week, then the Orioles, then the Blue Jays, the White Sox, 2 against the Padres, 3 against the Brewers, 3 against the Cubs. There's a lot of road games in there, too. So you survive through that. And not that it gets, like, super easy after that. I mean, the Pirates now have one of the best hitting prospects in the last 10 years, and they have Paul Skeens. You play them, and then you play the Mets. But it's that first stretch.
We got Soroka.
That's
I'm
true.
just saying right now, man. Here we go, Michael. Here we go,
You throw whoever
baby.
you want out there. We got Michael Soroka.
That's right.
He needs some sort of nickname with immaculate mixed into it. I'll put you on that. You're the nickname guy.
Yeah, right.
Stop by and say hello to us as we broadcast the Wolf and Luke Show live at Mountain America Stadium for Pat's Run registration pickup on Friday.
What's up, Mac? How about that?
That
right
works.
there?
Okay.
Mac.
Yeah, Mac works. Okay. That took you 4 seconds to come up with something.
Okay.
Oh, I get it, too, because of the Mac. Okay.
Do you read?
Brought to you by, it's not mine, brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company. Find great tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beers at a store near you or order online at athleticbrewing.com. Yeah, we're going to be out there on Friday getting people ready for Pat's Run this weekend. All right, when we come back, what did happen to the University of Arizona on Saturday? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Ketel Marte walked off the Braves to cap the Diamondbacks' 5-2 homestand. 10 Diamondbacks takeaways from the opening 10 games of the regular season. And Dylan Brooks gets his technical foul from the Bulls game rescinded to avoid a suspension. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Quick shout out to Jarrett Carlin, who's in studio.
Greg Brady.
How about this? Every time Dylan Brooks gets a technical foul rescinded, we bring Jarrett in.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to be in here a lot.
Only a few more times. I thought we were all going to dress like this today, by the way. I didn't know you guys were wearing dark tones.
You look like an Easter egg.
Thank you.
Is that intentional?
Intentional, yes.
I believe so.
'Tis the season, right?
Of course.
How much thought, I don't mean for this to sound mean. How much thought do you put into what you wear? Is there a theme every day? Because sometimes it feels like there isn't.
Well, I try to match everything every day.
That's true. I'll give you that.
I've got matching socks and shoes as well, of course.
Man, that had to be hard to find all that somewhere, right? I mean, had to.
I know a guy.
Do you?
Well, he opened his garage door and you walked in it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've rated
garage sale.
It sounds like does this guy live in a retirement community?
Liberace's estate sale after he passed. Elton John waiting for him to go, and then
a little bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It is you, brother.
Thank you,
Jarrett. You know why you're in here, right?
Oh no, I haven't heard that one since elementary school. When I was
since HR. Oh, okay. Well, here. What happened on Saturday in that game?
Everything went wrong.
Okay.
U of A picked the worst time of year to play their worst game of the year.
True.
And they played against a team that played really, really good.
Okay.
So there's not just one thing that you can point at. It was awful.
Yes. Okay, I thought you were going in.
They couldn't get to the free throw line for a while, and then when they got there, they didn't make any free throws.
The one chance they had to get back in the game, they couldn't.
Their biggest weakness is that they don't shoot three-pointers, and they didn't again. And the other team made a bunch of three-pointers, and it led to a huge deficit. They were missing layups were going in and out. They could not stop the penetration inside. Their freshmen look completely overwhelmed.
Is Michigan just this much better than everybody then?
No.
You think
they
U
were
of
in
A
that game. I think U of A, all year thought U of A was the best team in the country. U of A, the one thing I didn't think they would be was overwhelmed in the moment.
Yes.
They have played lots and lots of really good teams this year, and they played in lots of really big games. They won the regular season. They won their conference tournament. They just, at least in the second half, easily beat Purdue, who just beat Michigan.
You know what's
They beat the team that's in the national championship already. They beat UConn this year already.
Yes, it did.
But March UConn's different than regular season UConn.
Okay, I see. Yeah,
I'm just telling you that if UConn wins the championship, U of A already beat them and should be the champion.
Luke, I'm just going to be quiet over here because I think you're digging. Here.
No,
you're digging.
Good.
You want more. You want something more.
I'm trying to formulate a hypothetical question, but you should go while I'm doing it.
Okay.
You go.
Let me just say this, Mason. The craziest thing about this game was it looked worse than the final score.
Well, they were down by 29 at one point.
30 as a matter of fact.
I don't count.
You don't count that 30th point.
I'm just saying, Greg Brady. If you watched it, oh my goodness, that was the thing I couldn't get over.
So that's the thing. It was immediately a blowout. It was 10-1. U of A had one stretch in the game where they cut it from like 18 down to 5. At that point, me and I think a lot of other U of A fans thought, okay, here we go. The game is going to start now.
Because Lindeborg was hurt, too, at that point.
Lindeborg got 2 fouls in the first minute of the game and then got hurt, and that didn't matter at all.
That's the crazy thing to me is that didn't matter.
But once they got it to 5, I thought, this is it now. Now it's going to be a close game for the rest of the game. U of A woke up. Almost immediately when they went on that run, Michigan went on another run and got it back to double digits, and that was it. They never got close again.
I was thinking about the physicality of it all as well, watching the physicality. And, the U of A, they're physical. And, man, Michigan looked like the most physical team that ever played. And not only that, the athleticism as well. I thought this is what blew my mind. I mean, you're talking about the U of A, which I honestly – again, it's a situation where I root for Arizona a lot of the time. That's what I do. Arizona, the state of Arizona, I root for that. ASU, I'm an ASU guy through and through, but I didn't go to ASU. No. Okay, I didn't.
You went to West Virginia.
It's a little bit different.
Which is why I know their
fights on. It's West Virginia, the pride of every mountain. Okay, knock it off, everybody.
You should work that in.
That was good, Greg Brady. That was good, but you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. I mean, This was a game where they literally, if you watch the game, you would say, oh my gosh, is it really that bad?
They looked like a team that didn't belong there.
They looked like they weren't there.
But we knew that they did belong there.
Yes.
Yes. It's not one of those games that's like, well, I guess the whole season was a fluke because they got outclassed. They just had a terrible game at a terrible time and played against the team who's red hot right now and just killing everybody.
The crazy thing to me was by early in the second half, it felt like they just looked like Tennessee and every other team Michigan has beaten in this tournament. It was just like U of A they don't look like U of A at all. There was no push back, especially without Lindeborg. There's not really a way to ask the hypothetical, but we saw all you guys when Tommy Lloyd re-signed or extended or whatever on Friday, how happy you guys were. I mean, that has to take some of the sting out of it, right? Would you have traded Tommy Lloyd for a national championship?
Yes.
Would you have traded Tommy Lloyd to get to the national championship? Okay. That's where I'm having a hard time. There's no hypothetical that fits between getting there and winning it.
Here, and this is a big discussion we had on our show, and I was on an island on it. To me, that was not one of even the top 5 most painful losses that I've had as a U of A fan in 25 plus years.
Yeah.
Wow.
I said I would much rather lose that way. That where you just get blown out and it just feels like a fluke game where everything went wrong, where you have essentially 40 minutes to just know that you're going to lose, then lose in a really close game where you look back for the rest of your life and say, oh my God, one play if they didn't make that, to me, those are, and I've lost, as a fan, I've lost that way. U of A versus UConn versus Illinois, twice versus Wisconsin, really close. In the finals versus Duke. There's been a lot more painful losses. This is just one of those ones where you're just like, what happened? It was really depressing. It was really disappointing, but it wasn't as brutal and painful to me as other ones.
Yeah. For me as a former player, of course, man, give me Braylon Mullins all
as
day long.
as a player,
give me
but
that.
but as a fan,
I would agree with you.
Like, didn't losing the Super Bowl in the way that they lost it to the Steelers, did that hurt more than getting blown out in Game 7 to the Mavericks?
I mean, I can't put myself in your shoes because I'm obviously not. I didn't go to U of A, but it feels
and you don't
like
wear shoes like this.
I literally cannot put myself in those shoes that you're wearing. I could not do that. No, I
almost came out, but no. That was good.
Gamble would have walked in here too and be like, "Why is there coffee everywhere?"
Okay.
I would have preferred, if I were you, a competitive game because it almost feels like you didn't make the final. It just feels like you were in the Elite Eight.
I went through the same kind of thing about I would rather lose in the Final Four than lose in the championship game. And I think so much of this is because I'm just guarding myself against further pain and heartbreak.
That's what sports are all about.
And maybe it's because I haven't seen. I mean, I wasn't a U of A fan when they won the national championship.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen my favorite team win it all. I've only seen heartbreak.
So do you want Michigan to win tonight and just be like, okay, we lost?
I
to
don't
the team
care
that's
anymore.
unstoppable? Okay.
I really, truly don't care.
That's when sports have really, truly hit you.
Are you guys like that?
Anymore.
That when your favorite team loses a really big game, you are just off of that sport? I couldn't watch any like highlights or anything like the rest of the day.
It depends on the sport, but I'm off of like caring who wins, or I'm usually just spiteful. Like when Texas beat ASU in the playoff 2 years ago or whatever, I definitely wanted them to lose.
The biggest problem to me about that game as a fan was it didn't give me any excitement at all, pretty much.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't feel like the game started.
Part of the fun of watching your favorite team play in a big game is like the highs and lows and the emotions and yes and yes. That had like 2 minutes of fun where they cut it to 5, not even a one-possession game, and then it immediately went away. That there was nothing. There was no emotion. And it was really the whole week. Like, after making the Final Four, I was so happy, and that almost immediately went away because the stupid UNC rumors took over everything for the whole week until literally 24 hours before the game. So I had 24 hours of joy that immediately went away. It was 10-1 before I even sat down.
We're done 3 minutes in. All right, Jarrett, this was fun.
Okay.
Thank you, man. We appreciate this.
It was
Do you
fun?
feel better?
Well,
Greg Brady, do you feel better now that you can talk about it?
The other problem is it will be a completely different team next year. And
everybody will be.
We just won 25 years without making the Final Four. It is really hard to make a Final Four. So they might be really, really good next year and lose on a fluke shot in the Sweet 16 or something and not make it.
True.
So who knows?
Well, thank you, both.
Yeah.
We
appreciate you. What are you talking about next? I'll stay for
the Suns.
Yeah.
We're talking about Dylan Brooks and his
was good,
endless
man.
string of rescinded technical fouls. All right, thanks, Jared. When we come back,
thank you guys.
What do we make of the Suns' win over Chicago yesterday? It was a win. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Jalen Green between the circles. Dribbling on the logo center court. Still with a right hand dribble down to 7 on the timer. Goes to his left. Hesitates. Now drives into the paint. Stops at the dotted line. Feeds Booker. Down to the final second. He'll shoot and hit from straight away as the shot clock expires. Devin Booker up to 30 on the afternoon. And the Suns lead by 9.
Suns W in Chicago, and we talk playoff picture, fill-in technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, it's never too early to plan for retirement. Oh, yeah, whether it's years away or right around the corner, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you feel ready for what's next. Start that conversation today at TrajanWealth.com, Basinonians. At Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. Their fiduciary advisors take time to listen, teach, and create a plan that truly reflects your values and your goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com to schedule your consultation, or you can always pick up the phone and give them a call as well. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900, or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game. Tip-off from Indianapolis is at 5:50. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow evening. Sticking with the D-backs, it will be a little longer before we see Merrill Kelly take the mound. For the latest on Kelly, head on over to arizonasports.com. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. College basketball is in full swing, and the best place to catch every game is Twin Peaks. Enjoy scratch-made favorites, legendary wings, and 29-degree draft beer with wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kevin Durant make his return to the Valley with the Rockets? We'll preview that and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, thanks to Jarrett for coming in here and sharing his pain with us. That was the hypothetical I was trying to come up with, Wolf, but the reason that I couldn't really ask it is because I think the answer is pretty obvious. You wouldn't trade Tommy Lloyd to just beat Michigan and then lose to UConn because you're ultimately in a similar spot. You would trade Tommy Lloyd to win the national championship if you were like, hey, Tommy Lloyd's going to North Carolina, but you win the whole thing. But there's not an in-between with those two. Looking at the YouTube live chat, somebody brought up Sellers CDA. Michigan was just too big for U of A to handle. They couldn't box out Mara, who dominated the game. Mara really was the guy that was like...
No doubt.
I knew he was good. I didn't know he was that good, you know? Like, I've watched some Michigan. We have a pretty big Michigan fan that works here that at the start of the year was like, this team's different defensively. They're going to be tough for anybody to beat. I didn't realize Mara was that good. All right, let's get to the Suns. The Suns end up picking up a win over the Bulls yesterday. Well, if you just heard Rick in his update or... whatever, trending right now. Dylan Brooks.
You can call it an update.
I'm going to call it an update. It's a lot easier than, say, Rick in his trending times. Dylan Brooks, technical rescinded. I would say he's unsuspendable, but that's not true because he's been suspended before. But how many is that rescinded now? 4?
That sounds right.
I have to tell you, and I said this to you, Luke, before the show in prehab, as a matter of fact. You know, it looks bad for the NBA, doesn't it? When you get all these technicals rescinded, it looks bad for the NBA, Adam Silver.
Yeah.
Like, it makes it look like you have a bounty out for Dylan Brooks. You're going to rescind these technicals that are happening out here? It looks like you have it out for him. It's a bad look.
Especially because you can't actually really rescind the technicals. You rescind the punishment.
The number.
But...
it still affects the game.
During the game, yes, they still get a free throw for it. So, like, I feel like they shouldn't have this policy where you can rescind them. They should just, like, if the ref calls it, the ref calls it, because otherwise you're, like, screwing with the integrity of the game.
Well, he would have been suspended 2 or 3 more times already then.
Yeah, and I mean, I get that, but, like, again, it's like you're affecting the game now.
I give them the credit for rescinding it because, to your point, I hear what you're saying, Rick. Like, this is my thing with hockey. I don't need to go down this path, but you can review offside, but you can't review if it's not offside. Like, you can only review half of the plays. Like, you can call back goals, but you can't fix a play that should have been a goal. Whatever. There's no perfect solution. But to your point, Wolf, it doesn't look great for the NBA, especially when you have like people around the Suns, certainly Suns fans. They're like, dude, there's a different standard for Dylan Brooks. Like, some of these officials just go in with an ego or an attitude, or they're expecting him to do something or say something that he shouldn't say, and they just tee him up too quickly. And it's like, yeah, a lot of times when you say stuff like that, people just roll their eyes until you realize the actual NBA that employs the officials has rescinded, I think it's 4 of these. It might only be 3. I don't know. It's a much higher number than 1. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, once again, I don't think it is a good look for the NBA at all. That all of a sudden, oh, you know what? We looked at it and, yeah, you know what? Doggone it, they had it out for Dylan Brooks. Yeah. You're right.
Oops, won't happen again. That's or
man,
will in 3 days.
That's a bad look for the league.
The Suns did win yesterday. They took down the Bulls. It was not the prettiest of games. It doesn't need to be. I don't think the Suns are necessarily a team who hangs their identity on winning pretty games. But what's the headline on our website right now on ArizonaSports.com? An ugly slog of a game. And that's after a win. Here's Devin Booker afterwards talking about the fact that they did close it out at least.
Yeah, it's been a point of emphasis for us. A lot of guys made extra efforts, knocked down some shots, and they closed it out.
Nobody's going to see a win over the Bulls as like this clear sign that you're going to go out there and start dominating in the postseason, but they did close out a game that was close.
You know, once again, Luke, I know I said this before, but it's the truth. Where the Phoenix Suns are right now, based on audience, I don't think they can lose. I really don't. You know, look, they're 3 up right now. They're 3 up on the Clippers, of course, where they are for the 7th seed. Mm-hmm. With 4 games to go, it looks like, okay, this is going to be good.
They've been the 7th seed forever.
That's exactly right. And they're 3 back of the 6th seed. What I'm saying is, man, the fact that the Phoenix Suns are here right now, based on it is just blowing my mind. It is. And I just don't see a downside for the most part. My expectation was they weren't going to make the play-in. They were not going to do it. And I've said this many, many times. Rick was all over it, but he was the only one from this show that actually said that, yeah, you know what, I think the Phoenix Suns make the play-in. That's exactly what it looks like they have done. And for me right now, I just don't see a downside. I just want to see them finish well and compete. I want to see them finish well and compete. And whatever that looks like, well, that's the way it looks.
Yeah, I overall agree with you, but the second half of the season has been so just average record-wise that if they don't make the postseason, like if they don't make the actual playoff series, they go. Let's say they get the 7th seed and they get swept by San Antonio. Like, okay, it's not great, but you're in the playoffs. This team has clearly been a top 7 team all season long in the Western Conference. Like, they need to find a way to get into a best-of-7 series, because if they were to go out there and lose to the Clippers and then lose to Portland or whoever and not even make the playoffs, and I actually heard them talking about this on the morning show today too. I think it might have actually been Jarrett who was like, it's not even going to feel like they were in the playoffs when you get 2 rounds in and we're talking about San Antonio versus Oklahoma City or whatever. You're going to be like, were the Suns even in the playoffs? Just because the season kind of trailed off the way it has, I just feel like they need to get in. Otherwise, we get to like the NBA draft. We're looking forward to next season. It's going to be a lot more like, man, they really kind of fell apart in the second half if they don't even make the playoffs. If they go out there and win just one play-in game, I'm 100% with you. Massively successful season to the point where I feel good about next year.
You know, the only thing I would say to Greg Brady in that regard is, you know, it didn't even feel like the Suns were in the playoffs. Playoffs? Who was talking about playoffs?
Well, playoffs? Big picture, you're right. Like this, we never thought we'd be in this spot.
I know, but this is where I'm parachuting in from right now because I remember what it was like to start the season. I remember all of our predictions to start the season and what it was that we expected from the Phoenix Suns and where they were going to be. The fact that, once again, after everything they have suffered, the 52 games of no Jalen Green, you know, Dylan Brooks busts his hand, just all the injuries that they have had. I honestly look at this and I think, man, what a massive accomplishment it is for the Phoenix Suns that they're actually going to finish with a 7th seed.
Well, they are, because, I mean, they're not mathematically locked into it yet, but what are they, 3 games out of 6th and 3 games up on 8th with 4 games to go?
Yes.
And they've been in the 7th spot since, like, Thanksgiving or something, haven't they? Like, they've just been in the 7th seed. All right, Arizona Sports is giving you a chance to win a family 4-pack to the Diamondbacks game April 18th, plus the first 20,000 fans score a Ketel Marte t-shirt. Text Marte to 620-620 right now to enter. All right, when we come back, we're 10 games in on the Diamondbacks, and even 5-5. You could argue all 5 wins have been dramatic. What are Bob Nightingale's early impressions of this team? We're going to talk to the USA Today MLB insider. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
The D-backs face off against the American League champion Toronto Blue Jays for a weekend series starting April 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Diamondbacks off today. They are heading to New York for a 3-game series with the Mets starting tomorrow, then 3 in Philly, then 3 in Baltimore. So long road trip here, the first real one of the season. Man. And even 5-5 through 10 games.
Just so scrappy the way the Diamondbacks are playing the game of baseball. Is it not, Basinonians, when you watch them play?
We are joined right now on the Arizona Sports Line by a friend of the show, USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale is there. Bob, what's going on?
Yeah, doing good. How about you guys?
Doing well, Bobby.
Bob, let's start with the just the simple fact that through 10 games, they're lose 3 in a row, win 3 in a row, lose a couple, win a couple. Like, this team is just as 500 as you can get right now, and yet some of these losses, like 17-2, have been really lopsided. Some of the wins have been pretty dramatic. Through about 10 games, is this about what you're expecting for this team, big picture, or is this just early season kind of craziness?
No, it's about what I expected. I thought, they're an 81 to 85 win team. But I think, outside the Dodgers, I think you can say that about the rest of the division. I think the division is down this year. I think you win 84, 85 wins, you got a chance to finish second in the West and get yourself at least in position for a wild card berth. I mean, obviously the Dodgers are as good as ever, but like Wolf said, scrappy team. I mean, they not only just played 3 playoff contenders, they played 3 World Series contenders. I mean, all 3 of those teams, obviously the Dodgers, but Detroit thinks they can win the pennant, and Atlanta looks as good as ever with that pitching.
And once again, Bobby, I know it's so early in the season, playing 10 games right now. But based on what you have seen, what stands out in terms of how the Diamondbacks play?
Well, just the usually were the scrappiness, but they come back. I mean, when they're down, even when they're down, they lost the game 17-2, but even when they were down 9-2, I fully expect them to at least stage a comeback there. They down 5-1 to Atlanta in the 8th inning the other day, and come back and win that game. I'm sorry, to Detroit, come back and win that game, and they never seem to be out of games. The big thing for them all year is giving me the pitching. It's going to give Torey Lovullo a lot of gray hairs because you just don't know what you're going to count on for that bullpen night after night. I think the rotation is fine, particularly when Kelly comes back and, Corbin Burns, the second half of the season. But the bullpen, I think, is just going to be a crapshoot from night to night.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, through the first 10 games, the offense hasn't been real consistent outside of Corbin Carroll. Now, Ketel Marte is going to hit. Geraldo Perdomo is going to hit. But the lineup is a lot different now than it was at this time last year. Are you concerned at all about them finding consistent offense outside of those 3 guys?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens at first base. Hey, Jose Fernandez has looked good. What's going to happen to Santana? I mean, you would think he'd go on the IL here with a groin injury, then without Pavin Smith. So, be interesting to see where Fernandez fits in this picture. He's played very good defense. You can move him around. The joke around scouts is if he's a Diamondbacks 27th best prospect, it means the Diamondbacks must have the best farm system in all of baseball. This kid's this kid's special. But yeah, those guys will hit. I think it's a big year for Alek Thomas. I think this is his chance to play every day, improve. He can be a major league hitter. So I think he's got a long leash. I don't think they're going to bounce him back and forth to the minor leagues like they've done in the past. I think they're going to give him every shot in the world, to prove he's an everyday center fielder.
So, Bobby, when Merrill Kelly eventually comes back into the rotation, who do you think goes to the bullpen? What starter do you think will go to the bullpen?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I mean, they say, I would think you want to leave Brandon Pfaadt in rotation, but, he could be a guy like, okay, you put him in the relief and watch him dominate for 2 or 3 innings. It's going to be a nice problem to have. But, yeah, they do have some depth there. I'm not sure you're putting a Nelson in the bullpen, but you could. He's done it in the past as well. But you'd think, maybe one of those two guys.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, as far as Jordan Lawler, so much was made last year. He couldn't get hits, but he also couldn't get into any sort of rhythm playing. And then he had a really good spring. And, he's been really good at the plate so far this season. Finally got that first career home run. And then in the same game, of course, he gets hurt. And he's going to be out now for a month and a half, 2 months. I guess two-part question. What did you see from him before he got hurt? And then how concerned are you that right when he's finally getting consistent playing time, he's going to have to miss a long time?
Yeah, I thought what he was doing there for the first week was probably the most positive side of the team.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like very comfortable in the outfield and certainly looked a lot more relaxed, a lot more confident at the plate. So even when he comes back, at least he should have that confidence like, okay, I know I can do it now. But I thought that was the most encouraging sign of the entire team, just what he was doing. Like, okay, it's a Jordan Lawler they drafted and developed and becoming that hitter. I think just moving from the infield to the outfield, really seemed to relax him at that plate.
So, Bobby, so many people have a hard time with Jonathan Loaisiga. I don't know why they have a hard time with his name, but they do. They have a very difficult time actually saying Loaisiga. I don't know why that is, but having said that, Bobby, who's your closer? Who's your closer right now on this team?
Well, I thought it was really, impressive 2 nights ago, when they, Loaisiga is fine as a setup guy, but, when you have your closer coming back and he's done well. I mean, he went belly up and gave up those 2 home runs, but then when he came back and pitched a 1-2-3 against 3 left-handed hitters, that was impressive. So right now, I'd keep it as him right now. I think Sewald is he certainly has experience to do it. Loaisiga's probably got, a more lively arm, but, the fact he gave up that lead, yesterday is like, uh-oh. So I still give to Sewald. I think you got to give Sewald a long leash. But I was really impressed with the fact that he gives up back-to-back, bombs like that on Friday, and then Saturday, lights out against 3 good left-handed hitters.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, 2 games for Michael Soroka so far. It looks like a Cy Young candidate. I mean, it looks like the Diamondbacks really found something here, and he obviously did really his one full healthy season as a starter with the Braves back in 2019. He had a sub-3 ERA. He won 13 games. Like he's been really good in the past. He was a high-end prospect. What do you think his ceiling is this season with the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, I mean, when he emerged there in 2019 with Atlanta, it's like, oh man, they found another one. And then just all the injuries, he ruptured his Achilles, twice. It's such a rare injury, in baseball, and to do that back-to-back years. So, I mean, they pretty much got him for nothing, a cheap contract. So if he can just stay healthy, he certainly, can be a solid, number 4 type starter, 3 if he really pitches well. So he knows how to pitch, and real encouraging sign for him to do what he's done at the first two starts, particularly that first start.
Bobby, I got to shout him out right now, Eduardo Rodriguez, and what he's doing right now. What are we seeing from Eduardo? Is this going to be Eduardo Rodriguez going forward?
It's amazing. It's like, I've covered the WBC, so people in Miami are freaking out like, look at Rodriguez shutting down Team USA. I said, I've seen a lot of his starts. I've never seen a pitch like this, and he was just dominant.
Yes.
And I think just that confidence carried over from WBC, where sometimes it can wear guys down and stuff. But I think he said, you know what, if I can shut down a lineup like this, I can shut down anybody. Talking to him, he says, hey, that's great. That's more of my baseball career. He goes, I don't care what happens the rest of the time. Nothing will ever top this. And I just think it gave him so much confidence. And, now it looks like a pitcher, they gave all that money to. Like, he's been great.
Yeah.
Talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you a bigger question in the National League. All the hype around Connor Griffin when he got called up last week and even just coming into spring training. When's the last time you heard a prospect or felt like a prospect was hyped up this much? Because it feels like it's been a while.
It has been, maybe since Bryce Harper. I think he's got more, there's more energy behind him or more hype than Holiday when he came up. Matt's son with Baltimore. But, maybe Harper. Very mature kid. I remember talking to the Pirates guys a year ago, and they were just blown away. Just here's a kid who was 18 at the time, going on 38. And he carries himself well. He really hasn't hit yet. I think he got hit the first at bat and nothing since. But they're extremely confident with him, and he can play defense and just knows how to carry himself. But they got him the number 9 pick in the draft. It'd be cool to see the Pirates finally do something after all these years, because they've got an unbelievable baseball stadium, the nicest one in the world, and good fan base, and then they'll show up if they start winning.
Yeah, and they signed him. Bob, thank you so much for the
Thank you,
time. We'll talk to you
Bobby.
again.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
All right, that's Bob Nightingale joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. It'll be interesting to see, because the Pirates, they seem to be able to find these good players and then they let them go. But if they kept Skeens and Connor Griffin, they gave him a ton of money. Who knows? That could be an interesting team. And especially when you hear somebody like Bob Nightingale, who's around the game day in and day out, say he's the highest rated prospect or whatever since Bryce Harper. That's going back a little ways. All right, we come back over to football. Would you be okay with the Cardinals trading down in the first round? And if so, how far? And more importantly, do you think Monty Ossenfort would be okay trading down in the first round? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, what I love about Moving Team 6, they have a deep knowledge of Phoenix, the city of Phoenix, and not only that, Basinonians, all of Arizona. That's right. Why is that important to you? Well, you get smoother routes, of course, faster moves and smoother moves, and a whole lot less stress, and that's what Moving Team 6 wants to do. They want to remove the stress from the equation for you. Moving can be very, very stressful. There's no doubt about that. And you know what? This is why they are a full-service solution for you when it comes to moves. Local and long-distance moves, they got you covered. Residential and commercial moves, they got you covered. Professional packing services, they'll walk into your garage, man, they'll pack it up. They'll pack up your closet, your kitchen, whatever it may be. Moving Team 6, they are the pros. Here's what you do. You go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game. Tip-off from Indianapolis is at 5:50. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow evening. Sticking with the D-backs, it will be a little longer before we see Merrill Kelly take the mound. For the latest on Kelly, head on over to arizonasports.com. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose weight and start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any GLP-1 medication or their signature RM3 program with no startup fee. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to Bob Nightingale for joining us last segment.
Thank you, Bobby.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
I always love talking about it.
You can ask Bob Nightingale literally anything about baseball.
And I do.
And he's going to have an answer. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that dude loves the game and is around the game and is about as connected within the game as you can possibly get. So always good to catch up with him. The NFL draft is 2 weeks from this Thursday, Wolf, is when it begins. And I wanted to ask you this because we kind of got into it on Friday when John Lund was in here because there was a report out there that the Cardinals and Cowboys were maybe had at least talked about the potential of a trade in the first round. And then that the Cowboys were going to have a top 30 visit with David Bailey, who they're not going to get at 12. I assume the trade would have been 12 and 20 for number 3. Then there was a report out there that the Chiefs were going to have a visit with David Bailey. They're probably not getting him at 9 either. So, knowing Monty Ossenfort's history with trades, knowing how many times he's been asked about the number 3 pick this year, and he's even said flat out publicly, like, who knows if we'll even pick 3rd. I ask you this, knowing how much you want Francis Maui-Noa.
Yeah.
How open are you to trading down? And if so, how far down would you be willing to go? Because I finally have an exact number I wouldn't go past.
Okay, for me, I'd be willing to trade back to number 7.
Okay.
With the Commanders. Once again, if you get offered enough draft capital, I'd be willing to do that. Once again, I'm looking for draft capital for Mike LaFleur. This is what I want. It's the best way to build a team is to go out and draft somebody and know you're going to have them for 4 or 5 years, especially with a new culture that is being established. Mike LaFleur is trying to establish a new culture. Base Earnings, what is culture? This is who we are and this is how we do things. Well, you know what? You need human beings to be the one to model that culture, obviously. That takes people. And especially young people right now that you want to be able to go ahead and bring onto your football team and grow with them over the next 4 years. I would imagine he's going to get a 4-year stint. Let's see if that happens.
I feel like Monty Ossenfort is definitely willing to trade down. I mean, not just for the sake of trading down, but it feels like if the right offer comes along, he'd be willing to do it. To me, the right offer is a first-round pick this year. Obviously, you have to get that back. And then either a second first-round pick this year, or if you could somehow pull it off where you get one next year. I think you really strongly have to consider it. And Wolf, this is where, to me, this is not the Cardinals' big board. Who knows what it is? But at minimum, I'd be happy with any of these 9 guys with the first pick. So I would be willing to trade down to 9 with Kansas City.
Okay.
Because I think you might get any of these guys there. You might still get Francis Maui-Noa at 9 if you trade it down, but you can't do that and then cross your fingers. You have to have enough other guys where on your big board you're guaranteed to get one of them. Obviously, Mendoza's going first, so you need 8 other guys. All right. Would you be happy with any of these guys? Let's say you trade down and you get 2 first-round picks this year, and with one of them, I can guarantee you get either Jeremiah Love, Spencer Fano, David Bailey, Caleb Downs, Ruben Bain Jr., Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, or Francis Maui-Noa.
Oh, man.
You're guaranteed to get one of them.
If you tell me that, once again, I can trade back and I can get Francis Maui-Noa, I'm all good with this. I really am. I've got no problem. He's already done that once. He already traded back, and then he did trade up to get Paris Johnson Jr. I understand that. But, I wouldn't mind that if it had happened exactly like it did for Paris Johnson Jr. I'd be okay with that.
You get the extra pick. But what if you trade down? What if Dallas picks 12th and 20th? So let's say you traded down, and I just threw out those 8 names plus Mendoza, so that's 9 names. That guarantees you get one of them at 9. But you also have to figure, Mekhi Lemon might go in there, Carnell Tate, Jermod McCoy, the corner. Other teams may take guys you're not necessarily looking at. If you traded down with Dallas and you got 12 and 20, but then somebody took Maui-Noa, but you still ended up with Ruben Bain Jr.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I would be okay with it. I would hate it, because once again, I'm just saying, I'd be okay with it. What are you going to do?
Yeah. You're
going to trade back? This is what happens. You're not guaranteed of getting somebody. I'm just sold on Francis Maui-Noa. I'm sold on the kid. I think he's got the kind of makeup internally. Never forget this, Base Earnings, that football, especially in the NFL, football is played from the inside out. Never forget that. It is played from the inside out. So you can have this physical specimen who stinks at the game. Why? Because he doesn't have it in here. You have to start with the soul, if you will, the inside. And to me, Francis Marino, when I watch him play, man, he balls out the way that the game is supposed to be played. He balls out, and he's physical, and he's a dog. And
Francis Mauigoa, offensive lineman, Miami.
So you've heard of Godzilla, right? Okay, cool. So when you think of Godzilla, but like 10 times scarier, you get Francis Mauigoa. At 6'5", 329 pounds, Mauigoa has a dense build with a broad frame and outstanding lean muscle mass, hence the G-Zilla comparison. Mauigoa was a huge part of Miami's run to their national championship appearance in 2026, as he was a captain for Miami during their magical season. Mauigoa is very well balanced, delivering pop on contact into the opponent's frame. From time to time, Mauigoa tends to lean too much during his blocks, but when he has measured pass slides, his hands become very patient. NFL comp, New Orleans Saints offensive tackle, Talise Fuaga.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
So good. Just love it. You know, again, if you're telling me
they should let you record that one.
They could move back and actually collect some draft capital and still get Mauigoa, that would be a slam dunk.
But you have to, and I'm not even saying with Mauigoa or anybody in particular, because we don't know the Cardinals board, but if you make a trade like that, you have to have a backup plan, right? Like let's say they traded with the Chiefs. The Chiefs, I think, have 9-29, and the Chiefs move up and they get David Bailey, which is a scary proposition for that team. And you trade down to 9, and you're thinking, you know what? I think we can still get Mauigoa. Like I kind of have a sense that Arvell Reese might go. Maybe the Titans take Love, Sonny Styles. We think a receiver goes here, and you think you can get Mauigoa at 9. But you have to have a couple backups just in case you don't.
Yes, you do.
Just in case somebody takes Mauigoa, you have to be okay with, but we still got Ruben Bain Jr. or we got Caleb Downs or somebody.
Ruben Bain Jr. There's another kid that I like. Just the you. The you for the most part. I've turned into a hurricane.
And then Carson Beck in the third round. You're just going all in on this.
I've turned into a Miami Hurricane based on it. It's just kind of weird, but I do. I want physicality more than anything else. And the one thing I know that I'm going to get, especially from Mauigoa, but also Ruben Bain, we're going to get physicality. Somebody's going down, and they're going to go down hard.
I bring this back up because I was listening to the latest First Draft podcast with Phil Yates and Mel Kiper, and they were just kind of going through the first round. But like 4 different times they stopped and went back to talk about the Cardinals. Like 4 different unscripted, unplanned times because they kept getting to certain points in the draft, and they're like, but this is why you got to trade down if you're the Cardinals. Oh, but this is why you got to trade down if you're the. But Kiper couldn't help himself. He kept going back to the Cardinals, and Field Yates was right there with him. Like the team that needs to trade down if they can is the Cardinals, because they felt like they could still get their guy lower and pick up another pick. Which, to your point, they need another pick. I mean, I'm not all in on Ty Simpson, but if you were going to draft Ty Simpson, I'd rather trade with Dallas, get 12 and 20, and go Ruben Bain Jr. and Ty Simpson, or maybe Mauigoa and Ty Simpson, then trade back up into the first round. NFL Draft Day is Thursday, April 23rd. Burns and Gambo are broadcasting live from 2 to 6 at Backyard Desert Ridge. Then stick around for the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Roundtable. Come hang and watch round 1 unfold with us. It's brought to you by Bud Light. We come back. Diamondback's starting rotation has, by and large, been pretty good 2 times through. How sustainable is that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It'd be kind of cool to take an ASU kid. That's worked out well for them. Pat Tillman, Jake Plummer, mostly.
Yeah, there were ASU guys that they got very later on. Todd Heap, Terrell Suggs, that weren't drafted by them initially, but they did get later on.
There were ASU guys that they should have gotten. Terrell Suggs when it came out, not later in his career, but when it first happened. But that was just an interesting thing to kind of keep in mind.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and the Final Four run for Arizona came to a crashing halt on Saturday. We're reacting on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back to the show. D-backs off tonight. Rick, what is the schedule update, though, you just gave us during the break for their series with the Mets?
Okay, so the D-backs games will now be starting at 1:10 tomorrow and Wednesday. That's 1:10 Arizona time. Out in New York, it'll be 4:10. So that means that you get less of us and more of Chris Garagiola.
And it's because of the weather.
Because of the weather,
okay.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, keep an eye on that. Those games were both supposed to start 4:10 Arizona time. All 3 games against the Mets, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But you're saying the first 2 tomorrow and Wednesday are going to start at 1:10.
Correct.
Okay.
That is amazing.
That is what I've been told.
They have that much confidence in their forecasts that they're actually going to move the game.
Yeah, seriously. I mean,
East Coast weather people don't know what they're doing.
Well, that's not good then.
I'm saying Buffalo was notorious for that base innings where I grew up. Buffalo, New York. Oh, my goodness.
That would have been the ultimate April Fool's joke to pull on Wolf last Wednesday, and I can't believe none of us thought of this. Because remember how you told us on Tuesday, like, don't pull an April Fool's.
Yeah,
like, I hate
right.
this. You gave your big speech about how much you don't like April Fools. Then we had a short show on Wednesday, which was April Fool's Day. What would you have done if at noon, Command and Control were like, actually, we still have 2 more hours, April Fools?
Yes, I would not have believed them.
You would have just left.
I would have, yes, just not have. I'm sorry. You said too.
Oh, well, there you go.
I made plans.
Yeah. How'd lunch go? Good? Good lunch?
Yeah, it was great.
Nice. There you go. It's nice to have a
Yummy.
good Wednesday lunch. The rotation has we've seen it twice right now. All 5 D-back starters have had 2 starts. And I would say Michael Soroka's been pretty much amazing. I would say Eduardo Rodriguez has been pretty much amazing. And I'm going to go – well, Erod hasn't even given up a run. And I'm going to put Zach Gallen in that category too. He's pitched 10 innings. They've all been shutout innings, but he had that extra additional – inning against the Dodgers where he gave up some runs and didn't get any outs. So his ERA is not 0. But I would say those 3 feel pretty good about them the first 2 times through.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I would have to say that Erod has got my attention more than anybody else right now. Seriously, even over Michael Soroka. Just Erod, we have seen him based on ends. We have seen him. He's been a disappointment since he's really signed here. I would say a mild disappointment for the most part. Last year was a just flat-out disappointing season for Eduardo. Yeah. And because of that, I just have to say that what I'm seeing right now from him, it does, man, it piques my interest because it's almost like it looks like he has found a spring of confidence that he has not had until this point. Whatever it may be, I do not know. We were talking to Bob Nightingale about this very thing and watching him pitch in the WBC against Team USA, going against that team. If you can pitch that well against Team USA, how about any other team in Major League Baseball? You can certainly go out there and do that, and I think we're seeing that, the confidence level. You know how I believe in this, Luke.
Yeah.
It's so important that you're confident when you're trying to do something. And I think Erod's confidence is at an all-time high, maybe, since we've seen him.
I also think that there's, for me, the pushback can always be, well, it's 2 starts. That's fine. It is. It's 2 starts. But it's 2 starts against 2 pretty good – 1 great lineup and 1 really, really good lineup. The part to me that's big, though, is when you're looking at anybody, like, okay, are they bouncing back or are they about to break out or they're turning a corner or whatever, it's like, are there reasons? Are there tangible reasons, or are we just looking at 2 good games? Okay, well, you brought up the World Baseball Classic game where he goes out there and shuts down Team USA in the championship. You brought this up at the time before the D-back season even started, his comments on Johan Santana and working with him while he was in that tournament. Okay, well, there's a tangible reason maybe he turned some sort of corner. Then go back to the end of last season, his last 6 starts against the Dodgers, Red Sox, Giants twice, Phillies, and Padres. So 6 pretty good
teams.
His ERA, and this is last season, and this is 6 games. Those last 6 games, his ERA was 2.80.
Wow.
Against the Dodgers, Red Sox, Giants, Phillies, and Padres.
I never would have guessed that.
No, you would have guessed like 2.82 or something, but not 2.82.
No, I never would have guessed that.
No, so it's – and there was a bad start in there against San Francisco, but whatever, that's baked into the 2.8. He shut out the Dodgers. He shut out San Francisco. He shut out the Phillies. So it's possible that he started turning a corner last August. And if that's the case, it gives this team a real chance because if you look at the first 10 games, it's like, man, they're not even hitting well enough to have 5 wins. But then it's like their starting pitching's been so good, they should have more than 5 wins.
Yes.
Which is probably why they have exactly 5 wins.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think right now you feel really, really good based on what you're seeing from Eduardo Rodriguez. I feel good as well in regard to Zach Gallen, that second game coming back. And the fact that you've already mentioned, he's pitched 11 innings and 10 of them in shutout, put up zeros. Yet, again, you want to see him continue to be consistent. It's what Zach Gallen is all about as far as I'm concerned. It's a situation where you want to see your best players go out and play their best. That's why they have the reputation that they do. Consistency matters. Great players are consistent. Good players might be up and down, and we've seen that. We've seen Brandon Pfaadt sometimes go out there and all of a sudden he's up and then he's down, and Brandon Pfaadt has got to get more consistency, and he was talking about it to us in spring training before the season actually started.
Well aware.
He wants to be more consistent. And I think, again, this is where I want to see Zach Gallen continue to be Zach Gallen.
Going back to Erod for a second, since you brought him up, Friday, so this is since the last time we did the show, 7 shutout innings against the Braves. D-backs lost that game 2-0, so he didn't get a win out of it. The previous Saturday, 5 shutout innings against the Dodgers. D-backs lost that game 3-2, so he didn't get a win out of that one either. But it doesn't change the fact that he has pitched really well. And he was asked after the game on Friday if there's a difference between last year and this year already.
I mean, like I say, trusting my pitches, using everything, not just a fastball, because I don't throw 100 mile an hour, so that's what I'm saying. Like, everything is just been like pitches uses, use everything that I have and throw with confidence and try to locate it and hoping that there's going to be an out and have that mentality all the time that I go out there.
He was also asked about finding himself after the World Baseball Classic.
Like I say, I always tried the pitch Q, health, last 2 years I've been kind of go down in the injury list and all that. Now it's just using my pitches, and right now the only thing that I feel like a change from getting the experience in the WC was try to use all my pitches that just stay with the fastball. I mean, you guys seen on the game against Dominican, which is too many fastballs, and I end up giving 2 homers. So it's about mix and know when to throw it, when to use it, and that's what we've been doing the last 2 games. And hopefully to keep doing it.
Yeah, man. You know what? Honestly, I just love seeing it. I was really excited when the Diamondbacks went out and signed Eduardo Rodriguez. Really excited about that. Thought it was fantastic, and at the same time, it's a situation where he again has not pitched up to that contract. I mean, I just don't know how else to say it. And I think he would admit that. The first couple of years here, it just did not go well, and it did not look like he was fulfilling the obligation of that contract. As far as I'm concerned, it wasn't like he wasn't trying. He was trying. There's no doubt about it. He just wasn't getting any results. And now we're actually seeing results. It is a super small sample size. I know that. But when you throw in going back to the last 6 games he pitched last year, it kind of does expand it.
That changes it for me.
It does.
When you start to go back to last year and you're not picking and choosing, there's a bad game or two in those 6, but he was so good in the other 4 that I just gave you his numbers. 2.80 ERA in his last 6 starts last year. You look at what he did at the WBC and look at what he's done this year. You're like, okay, maybe this guy not only is turning a corner in the last week, maybe he's been turning it since August. You got to have those guys. You got to have a guy like Erod who's signed through 2028 to compete in this division with the Dodgers and their endless supply of money. When you give a guy a contract, he's got to fulfill it. Because if you look at the guys who are signed long-term for the Diamondbacks right now, I'll put Erod in there. He's signed through 2028. It's Ketel Marte, it's Corbin Carroll, it's Geraldo Perdomo. Okay, we all feel good about those 3, right? It's Justin Martinez, Corbin Burns, and Brandon Pfaadt. Those are basically, by and large, your 7 guys that are signed for a while. Other guys that are younger players that are just breaking in will be here for a while, certainly. But like your guys who are major leaguers who you have signed for a while, those are your 7 right there. And Erod's certainly one of them, and so you need him to start pitching basically the way he's been pitching. All right, when we come back to basketball. Dylan Brooks, another technical foul, and then another technical foul that got rescinded, so he's not suspended for the next game. But bigger picture, how much does he have to get this under control before the postseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or back pain, then go see the best of the best, and that is Disc, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why you should choose them, it varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, brothers. Disc provides a pain mapping and a very careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for you and your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust. The Disc Doctors, they often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. It's one of the things that I really appreciate about Disc. Doctors from all over the world, they come here to learn about these techniques. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then you need to text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for Disc.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, Waltz has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Waltz made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game. Tip-off from Indianapolis is at 5:50. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow evening. Sticking with the D-backs, it will be a little longer before we see Merrill Kelly take the mound. For the latest on Kelly, head on over to Arizonasports.com. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by Blue Aspen Marketing. Experts in SEO, PPC, and web development. Schedule a free growth audit for your business at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kevin Durant make his return to the Valley with the Rockets? We'll preview that and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
He's going to bust it up a little bit. So it is.
This is the second time I've heard this song today somehow. It's only 11:30 in the morning. It's return of the mat.
Yeah. Just got to shuffle the feet on this one, basically. You know, you don't have to really bust it, which is kind of cool.
That's a little bit slower for you.
Yeah, you know. I like that slower. Slower is better.
This is the definition of slow dance music for you. It's not Pantera.
It's not really slow dance.
No, but this is like as slow as you're going to get.
It's good. You know, go out there and shuffle. You know what I mean? Basically, you really don't have to do it. Just kind of move it. Flat boots and all. Just move the feet.
We are at the point of the season where I have truly lost track of how many technical fouls have actually been called on Dillon Brooks.
Yeah.
I believe.
I want to say 19. 19.
No, it's been at least 20. Because you're counting the ones that have been rescinded?
Yes.
It's been at least 20, and I kind of think he's had 4 rescinded.
I looked for this, could not find how many he's had.
No, it's the weirdest
see that?
thing.
You know what that is right there.
Nobody knows.
That is Adam Silver in the NBA. Just flush it.
Just
get rid of it, all
scrubbing the
of it.
internet.
Just scrub it. It never happened. Are you kidding me?
Wait, are you putting on your tinfoil hat, Wolf?
I know. I'm saying don't go back and look at how many technicals have been rescinded.
You can't. I mean,
Man.
any of the 4 of us could get up and walk out there and ask Kevin Zimmerman. I guarantee you he knows off the top of his head exactly how many have been rescinded. I think it's 4. It's definitely at least 3.
Okay, I think Zim would say probably 4, and he'd start rocking. He says that right there. Yes, 4.
Either way, it is a career high for Dillon Brooks. I mean, Rick found the
tinfoil hat. He's wearing it now in command and control.
There was a theory that hat had been thrown away. Where'd you find that? In the trash?
So Lauren didn't want me to have it on the desk anymore.
That's fair.
Okay.
So I folded it and put it into my desk
in a
drawer.
In the sitcom-like world we live in, for people that don't know, and I would assume this is everybody driving around.
Yeah.
Rick and Lauren, of course, producer of the afternoon show.
Pixie.
Pixie, yeah.
Yeah.
They share a desk, and their viewpoints on sports could not be much more different.
Okay.
So the fact that they share a desk is fantastic, especially because Rick had a tinfoil hat sitting on it for 2 months.
Okay, Rick.
Yeah, the tinfoil hat still exists, though.
It does.
It is very distracting. It is.
NBA draft rigged.
Okay,
boy, here we go.
Please. Don't do it.
All right. Well, on a different note.
Yes. Thank you, John.
I do believe it is 4. So the first 3.
I was right.
The first 3 was December 18th against the Warriors, January 13th against the Heat, and then in January against the Nets.
So what you're saying is while we were all talking about trash, you were doing actual work.
Yeah, well, you know,
he was using Chat GPT. Okay.
Oh.
Adam Silver didn't get the Chat GPT yet.
Where are we going in this beautiful
Adam
part
Silver
of the
looks
program,
like
by the way, other than the tinfoil hat that Rick
It's a lot of technical fouls.
And Jamal, yeah, that's a lot of technical fouls.
It's a lot rescinded, though, too.
Rescinded. 4 is the number.
What's the record
Number
for
of
most
the world.
rescinded
Isn't that
technical
interesting?
fouls? That's a lot.
Yes, it is.
Look, it's we've talked about this. A lot of people have talked about this for months and months. Does it change? Can Dillon Brooks keep it under control now as we're late in the season? You know, before this latest one got rescinded, and I was driving in this morning and was thinking about it, I was like, it doesn't. On the one hand, it doesn't really matter what they do in their next game. Like, oh, okay, Dillon Brooks got suspended. That might cost them their next game. Well, they're going to be the 7th seed either way.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, and this isn't even just like I'm going to stand on my soapbox and say it matters. No, it does matter. They only have a few games. They just used their 24th different starting lineup yesterday.
Yes.
They only have a few games to figure out the rotation that they want to use in a play-in game. They need Dillon Brooks out there. They need Dillon Brooks, Jalen Green, all these guys. They need them all out there, and so he can't get suspended.
Yeah. Listen, I've said this before, and I'm going to continue to say it. I love how he competes. Absolutely. I love how Dillon Brooks competes. I love his attitude, but his lack of discipline is going to cost the Suns at some point in time. And does anyone else feel that? Does anyone else believe that? I'm just saying, is it just me?
It's
at some point in time.
Are you saying this season? Or
I'm talking about in this season. I'm talking about, in the playoffs, whatever it may be. Playoffs? Yeah. Talk about playoffs?
Yeah.
Playoffs?
Probably.
Yes.
Probably.
I just, once again, you can't have this. Okay, it got rescinded. It's great that it got rescinded. It is. Because otherwise, he's missing a game.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's kind of a big deal at this point in time. They need as many games as they can get, I think, playing together. I just don't want to see Dylan Brooks do things because he thinks he has to do things.
It is kind of remarkable. He's only been suspended for one game this season, if you think about it. Like, it feels like, and I know he was out for, you know, a good chunk of time with the injury, but it feels like, especially in the second half of the season, he is getting 2 technical fouls every 3 games. That's basically what it feels like the ratio is. Now, some of them are getting rescinded, obviously. And, you know, you could argue, hey, it got rescinded. That's not on him. It shouldn't have been called in the first place. The NBA looked at it and said, no, that shouldn't have been a technical foul. That's fine. But, I mean, big picture, he's right up against getting suspended. And, you know, however many, 17 of these have not been rescinded. And to your point, whether it costs them in the postseason or not, it certainly hangs over them like it could cost them.
Yeah.
Because the flip side of this is he's not like some inconsequential player. Like Jordan Ott was talking about yesterday. They probably don't win without him yesterday.
Yes. No, I totally agree with that, Luke. You know, I just want to see Dylan Brooks go out and compete the way that he does and just be able to control himself as he's competing the way that he does.
Maybe the two things cannot both happen at the same time.
See, and this is why I love this conversation, because, Luke, I know you can do it. Why? Because I did it. I did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. 10 years in the NFL, I knew that if a guy thought I was afraid of him, which I wasn't, but if a guy thought I was, he was going to be better than he actually was. He was going to be emboldened. The intimidation is real on a football field. So I did everything I could, legally, of course, to make sure that the dude knew. There's no way I was afraid of him. Even when he killed me, Basin Onions. Even when he killed me.
Can't let him know.
I'm seriously, right up in his face. Boom!
Does this surprise
anybody?
What are you
going to say? What are you going to do?
Anybody surprised that would be Wolf popping back up?
This is what Dylan does, though.
Yeah.
Dylan does this. He competes, and it brings out the beast in him, and suddenly he's right there in somebody's face. Just don't say anything or do anything physical. Just stare at the guy and let him know. Man, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. He's got to be able to control it. And I know he can do it.
But you're right, though. You said this earlier in the show. Like, this is not a great reflection on these officials either.
No way.
That's not absolving Dylan Brooks. He's got 17 real technical fouls. I get that. But, man, you had to rescind 4 technical fouls. And Rick even brought this up earlier. I don't know, like, if this is where you were going with this or not, Rick. But if he gets a technical foul in the play-in game, and it doesn't get him suspended or whatever, but they go back the next day and like, you know what, that shouldn't have been a tech, sorry. Well, what happens if the Suns lose because of that technical foul during the game? You're not rescinding what happened during the game.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's on Dylan Brooks. I get that. And I get that he has built this reputation over years and years, well before he got to the Suns. But if you're an NBA official, you're supposed to be able to, like, officiate and look past that, too. And if he does something ridiculous, then tee him up. But you're not supposed to go out there looking to tee him up.
Yeah, what if it impacts the point spread? You know what I mean? Like, you would have won if, in fact, they didn't hit that technical.
That's true. But
that
even
one technical, you would have won all this money.
Even hearing you say, what if it impacts the point spread, I could tell you're, like, already kind of out of your, like, elements.
Why do you say that? Because, I mean, again.
Because you didn't know what a point spread was until very recently.
I know that. But, you know, you say it was 6.5 or something like that. And you know, hey, guess what? They beat him by 6. Is that going to impact the point spread at some point?
It's
one way or the other.
I'm sure it has, probably.
Okay, I'm just saying, what are you going to do about that?
Speaking of point spreads, great segue for you. Michigan's favored by 7.5 tonight against UConn.
Wow.
So are the Wolverines really just that much better than everybody else, or do we have a really good game coming up tonight? Maybe both. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
There's the shot clock horn. Now the Bulls will get it inbounded. Gershon Yabusele to do the honors. And he throws the pass in. And the last second will tick off, and that'll do it. Suns win 120-110, the final score at United Center in Chicago.
Suns W in Chicago. And we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drought Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gambo for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and the Final Four run for Arizona came to a crashing halt on Saturday. We're reacting on today's Burns and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Wolf, I'm going to give you some credit here. Only because it's ultimately going to give me credit too.
Yeah.
Of course. They had us before the tournament. We all had to pick how far U of A is going to go. Like before the tournament, they put out some graphic, right, for the video team.
Yes.
You're always on social media, so I'm sure you saw it on Instagram.
Of course.
It's all over the place. Where did you have U of A going out or winning the whole thing? Like, how did you have U of A's tournament ending?
Michigan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me too.
Okay.
And there we go.
There it is.
Never in a million years would have thought Michigan would handle them the way they did. But, yeah, that was that.
This was, honestly, Luke, this was crazy, man. This was crazy to see that. And honestly, I also believe that tonight is going to be a brawl. I think it's going to be a brawl. And, you know, if there was some type of altercation in the game-based earnings because of how physical this game is going to be, I would totally believe it. I'm not rooting for that. I'm not hoping anything like that happens. I'm just saying right now, when you consider UConn, especially UConn, is there a team collectively that has a bigger chip on their shoulder than the UConn Huskies.
For a team that wins the championship every other year.
I'm just saying, right. They're coming into this game. They're the decided underdog, as they should be, based on how Michigan handled the U of A. And many people, many basketball analysts, Mason O'Neill's have been talking about the fact that was a championship game. U of A, Michigan.
I would not write UConn off.
But right now, when you think of UConn, this is who they are. They are the quintessential underdog. They are about defense and discipline. Discipline and defense. They do not beat themselves.
They have, I'm just double checking to make sure I have this right. Okay, yeah. So they have won. You realize UConn has won as many national championships since 1999 as North Carolina has ever won. Like, think about that. And now I'm not minimizing North Carolina. They're in the championship seemingly every other year. But, like, just to think about the run that UConn is on since 1999, having won 6 national championships already just since 1999. I'm just talking men's. Their women's team is obviously more successful, but I'm just talking men's. And yet, you're right. They're heavy underdogs tonight. How do they keep working themselves into these situations where they win the national title like every other year, and yet Danny Hurley can go into a game and say, man, nobody believes in us. And the Vegas odds makers, he can just point to the odds. They're 7.5-point underdogs tonight.
Yeah, but, I think so much of this, UConn, I've always said this. Players take on the personality of their coach so much of the time. Players will take on the personality of their coach. I do believe this is what's happening with UConn, obviously. And Dan Hurley, I believe they are taking on the nature, the character, if you will, of their coach. Think about this. UConn didn't have a turnover until their 40th possession. Think about this. In their last game, of course.
Yeah.
UConn didn't turn the ball over until their 40th possession. You've got to be kidding me, man. When have you guys seen that?
No,
in a basketball
that was
game?
Ridiculous. That was the second that stat popped up. I was just like, how is this even real? And yet, that was UConn feels like a team that is never out of a game. Obviously, just ask Duke, but also has let some teams back in this tournament too. But it doesn't really matter because at the end they keep winning, and they just won the national championship 2 years ago, and they also won it 3 years ago, and.
They don't beat themselves.
They don't.
Man.
I mean, does Michigan look like the best team? Yeah, they just embarrassed the University of Arizona. And I told you this before. We had both picked Michigan before the start of the tournament to beat U of A. But going into this weekend, I thought, you know what, maybe U of A just pulls this off. Like, honestly. And you walk out of that game, and I'm like, if they played, if Michigan and U of A played 10 times, it feels like Michigan wins 9 of them. Because Michigan didn't have Lindenberg for most of that game. Like, they could have won that game by 40. And U of A is really good. So it's like,
really good, Lou.
If Michigan's that much better, how is anybody beating them? And yet, I tend to agree with you. You don't have a lot of success just writing off UConn. Now, UConn, I don't know what the latest is on Solo Ball. He was walking around in a walking boot. That would be a problem. Lindenberg says he's playing. He has an MCL issue and an ankle issue for Michigan. So these are two kind of beat up teams now in the national championship. But whatever. That's the way it is.
Yeah, I go back to UConn and I think about them playing Illinois, of course, and how they played against Illinois, and it really became apparent to me when you think of UConn, the entire tournament. Again, their discipline. They do not beat themselves. Only twice this season, think about this, did Illinois not reach 65 points in a game. Twice.
Yeah.
Illinois, think about this, baby. Twice this season, all season long, they didn't reach 65 points or more. Twice. Both times they played UConn.
Yeah.
It was defense, shut down, locked down. It's who they are. And I just continue to look at this and be amazed. When you have a team that doesn't beat themselves, your odds of beating somebody else better than you are so much better. you can't even imagine.
Especially in college athletics.
Oh,
especially in college
goodness.
basketball, and a lot of these teams are leaning on freshmen. And if you're not beating yourself,
exactly,
that's such a huge advantage. Here's Tommy Lloyd after the game. I thought he handled the loss about as well as you possibly can. Sometimes you'll see coaches out there just making excuses, or they're angry, or they're yelling, or whatever, or they won't talk about the game. I'm sure that's got to be tough. You get to the Final Four, but you get run off the court within the first couple minutes, never really get back into it. Like Jarrett said when he was in here before, you were there, but it doesn't really feel like you were there because you never had even a moment in the Final Four. But here's Tommy Lloyd afterwards when he was asked what happened.
Listen, Michigan gets all the credit today. You know, it wasn't our night, probably had to do a lot with them. And they were just impressive. They were impressive how they came out and executed their game plan. And, we got, down a little bit. And we've been down a few times this year, but not like that. And we probably got a little panicky and weren't able to settle back in. And they get credit. I mean, that's why if you can get off to a good start in games, it's usually pretty impactful. And that definitely was the case today.
Oh, yeah, I like it, man. I love the fact that Tommy Lloyd gave them their due. And it doesn't surprise me at all, being the class act that he is. Man, I expect a metaphorical brawl, not a physical, not an actual brawl tonight.
There might be. Michigan's almost gotten into a couple, actually.
Yeah, again, altercations maybe, but
not like a
I don't want to see
brawl,
an actual brawl.
But I could see somebody getting teed up. Maybe they'll just tee up Dylan Brooks, even though he's not in the game, and then rescind it tomorrow.
Think about it. Dan Hurley has been lights out for them. Are we looking at a walking, talking, living legend, Dan Hurley?
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, right now, this guy, it's incredible. You think about it. UConn will play for a national championship for the third time in 4 years.
And I feel like one of those years they were expected. All these years they're always good, but I don't feel like they've gone in as like the heavy favorite. They certainly weren't the heavy favorite this year. I mean, I was telling you before the show, I'm probably going to win the bracket thing here just because I picked UConn to go to the finals because nobody else even thought of them. By
the way, speaking of 3 times, Luke has won it 3 times.
How'd the BPI?
If you win this one.
I actually need Michigan to win tonight, and I think I can be caught. I'll drop to second if UConn wins.
Luke, that's incredible because I've won the station thing here 3 times in 20 years.
Look at this. The
and
BPI.
You're doing it 3 times. And how many did you say? 6?
It would be 3 wins in the last 6 and 4 top 2s in the last 6.
Oh, my goodness. Luke Lipinski, brothers.
Here's the secret.
Not even using a metric.
Pick UConn. That's the secret. That's the secret. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com and let's talk about your smile, man. Maybe your teeth are hurting right now. Well, I'm sorry if they are. You're missing teeth or you're tired of messing with dentures. Hey, man, it's time to get your life back. You need to go see Aria Dental Implant Center. My good friend, Dr. Joe, he's helped over 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed 20,000-plus implants. Man, 20,000 plus. That's not theory. Those are actual reps. And when it comes to the all-on-4 full-mouth implant, experience is everything. I've had the all-on-4, and I can honestly tell you, brothers, right now, it is a game changer. Maybe you want to bite into steak again or bite into an apple, smile for a camera, whatever it may be. Listen, Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where you need to go. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game between UConn and Michigan. Tip-off from Indianapolis is at 5:50. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow afternoon. Games 1 and 2 of the series will now start at 1:10 Arizona time due to inclement weather, and the Snakes will not have to face Juan Soto as the Mets star has been placed on the injured list. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Refractive lens exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. K2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
I'm going to quickly clear this up because we were going to break and I said pick UConn. Yeah. Not necessarily saying do that tonight. I'm just saying in general, when you're this is a legitimate thing. I'm not a college basketball expert, but this will be 4 of the last 6 years that I've done top 2.
Yeah.
And I think there's 96 entries this year, so it's not like top 2 out of 5. The key is you have to pick a good team to go deep that nobody else is picking.
Okay.
Somewhere in there. And just know that some years you're just going to lose, but do you want to finish like 18th each year, or do you want to actually try to win? And especially this year, how many people do we work with that went to U of A? It was pretty simple to just don't pick U of A to win the whole thing, and then pick a team that most people weren't picking that is really good, like UConn. So, you can't just butcher your bracket. You still had to have U of A in the Final Four. But, I'm not saying pick UConn tonight. I'm just saying find that team each year. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
Ketel Marte hit a walk-off double in the 10th inning as the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Atlanta Braves 6-5 in the finale of their 4-game series yesterday. The D-backs finished their 7-game homestand 5-2. How encouraging was this homestand to you guys?
Very, honestly. I mean, look, the 17-2 loss, I think you can write that off as just, not great. Like, not great across the board, but you bounce back and won 2 of the next 3. You bounce back from the Dodgers series by taking 3 of 3 from Detroit. I would say very encouraging considering the opposition and your starting pitching. But I'm repeating myself, but it's because it's true. I'm a little worried about the lineup. You don't have Geno like you've had in years past. You don't have Josh Naylor, even though Naylor's really struggling this year in Seattle. Even Blaze Alexander, just guys like that. Like, your lineup is a lot thinner this year, and it's looked that way through the first 10 games. It's been like Corbin Carroll, you do something for us, and then somebody else will build off it each night. So that part has not been encouraging.
Yeah, for me, based on earnings, I just kind of look at all of the question marks that I had coming into this season, and because of those question marks, I can't look at the Diamondbacks with any expectation right now or any certainty as to what is going to happen. I picked them to be 81-81, right down the middle, because I wanted it all to come to me. I believe at some point when they get healthy this season, I believe they might be able to win more games than they're going to lose. Having said that, though, right now, just watching them, I'm going to let the Diamondbacks continue to come to me. 5-5 after 10 games. I don't think I can connect the dots on their rotation and how their rotation is going to be. And is this the lineup? And is how the lineup is going to hit the entire season? I don't think I can make that kind of proclamation right now. It's just too early. So I've got to let it come to me before I make that declaration.
It was announced over the weekend that former Phoenix Suns head coach Mike D'Antoni will be inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. It was really cool. I covered the women's Final Four over the weekend, and on Friday they brought out all of a lot of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame inductees for 2026. So Mike D'Antoni was out there, Amari Stoudemire was out there. It was really cool to see. Yeah. But what do you guys remember the most about Mike D'Antoni's era in Phoenix?
7 seconds or less, and then unfortunately, Boris Diaw and Amari Stoudemire are getting suspended when they shouldn't have. Unfortunately, that's because that is an era.
Robert Horry and the hip check.
Yeah, the Suns should have come out of that era with a championship. I think everybody feels that way. If you follow the Suns now. That's an era where the Lakers had Kobe and the Spurs won every other year. So it's not like it was easy. It just felt like, in the moment, it felt like, okay, well, they're going to win one of these. So,
yeah.
But also, just kind of revolutionizing the way basketball was 7 seconds or less is that is a whole different type of basketball than people were used to seeing before that.
Honestly, I believe that's exactly why Mike D'Antoni's going into the Naismith Hall of Fame.
Pretty good reason.
Because of 7 seconds or less. There is no other answer. That's it.
Arizona men's basketball was crushed 91-73 by Michigan in the second national semifinal game on Saturday. What went wrong for the Wildcats?
I just think Michigan is better after watching that. They might just be the best team this season. They also are kind of fitting the bill of that team that was like great all year, lost late in their conference tournament, and then just kind of locked in and never lost again. I feel like we do see that a lot in March Madness. But they're huge, they're physical, they're athletic. I can't get over the fact that Lundeborg was in foul trouble early and then hurt the rest of and they still won by that much.
Yeah.
We probably could have easily won by 30. I'm the part that I can't get past is it looked like U of A wasn't there. That Michigan made U of A look like they were Tennessee or Alabama or Howard or all these other teams that they've played. But that was the biggest takeaway. It wasn't about U of A. It was just about how good Michigan is.
Yeah, it was just an absolute beatdown in every way, shape, and form. I think about this, Basonies. At the 10:30 mark of the first half, Arizona was down 14 points. And that was the biggest deficit they were down all year. All year. Can you imagine what that bench was like looking up at the scoreboard? The U of A had never been down 14 points all season. And now here they are in the biggest game of the year, and they're down 14 points. They are actually down 16, as a matter of fact, going into the half. Can you imagine what that locker room was like at that point in time?
We were wondering about this last week when it's those two teams because neither one of them had been tested in the tournament. So what happens? Somebody's going to fall down in this game because you haven't been tested in the tournament. It's a one and done situation. Like, how are you going to respond? And they didn't respond well. But U of A's played some great teams this season. They just hadn't played them in the tournament. And I don't know. Like I said, to me, it doesn't change anything about U of A. They had a fantastic season. They're clearly one of the 4 best teams in college basketball this year. It just seems like Michigan is that much better than probably everybody else. We'll see tonight if they're better than UConn too.
The national championship goes down tonight between UConn and Michigan, as you just said, Luke. Our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, asks who will win the men's national championship, UConn or Michigan?
Well, I have to stick with Michigan because that's what I took in the bracket. But it's always dicey picking against UConn.
Man, this is a classic favorite in Michigan, and I think Michigan's going to win. I hate the fact that my heart is screaming right now. Go with the underdog. Go with the underdog. UConn is the quintessential classic underdog in this game. They really have been, I think, in the Final Four, and yet here they are. UConn. Nope. Michigan wins.
I would like to know if Solo Ball is playing. Being in a walking boot the day of the game isn't great.
Put that in the negative.
And when they asked him about it, he's like, I guess we'll see. They asked Lundeborg about it after the game, and he gave the exact doctor's report and was like, Coach said this, and I'm going to play. And
that's right.
You could see his coach hey, stop talking. But when they asked Solo Ball about it, he's like, I don't know if I'm playing. It was a total different response there.
I strongly disagree with you guys. I think that Danny Hurley will figure out some way to win tonight. So I'm going to vote UConn. And Michigan is absolutely destroying this poll, though. 80% to 20%. All these people don't know ball.
Oh,
they don't know Solo Ball?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I was going to say.
But don't you think they probably need Solo Ball to be able to beat Michigan, don't you think?
No, I don't. I think Caravan can win, especially because Yaxel Lindenborg is he's hurt. So he's gonna. You saw him moving around in the second half. Unless they've found some miracle cure for that, he's gonna be limping around out there. And so I think that UConn's got a great opportunity. And no, I'm not saying that everyone doesn't know ball, but UConn is a great
Jamal
team.
Walked out when you said that.
UConn is a great team, and I think this poll should be more 50-50.
I think it's gonna be a great game. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna.
Yeah,
I do.
I think it's gonna be a bloodbath, man.
I want to see how Michigan responds if they're pushed late, and then how UConn's never out of a game. That's gonna be a really fun one tonight. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick, as always. Stop by and say hello to us as we're broadcasting the Wolf and Luke Show live at Mountain America Stadium for Pat's Run registration pickup this Friday. Brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company. Find great tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beers at a store near you or order online at athleticbrewing.com. All right, we come back to baseball, and I think this is a pretty fair question. Does every single Diamondbacks win this season have to be dramatic? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard, and I'm telling you about Orchard because they can make the home buying process much easier for you right now. Here's how. If you find the house you want to move into, Orchard will give you cash so you can move into that house right away on your timeline without wasting your time doing showings or just waiting around for other people. If this is really your dream house, the last thing you want to do is risk losing it while you spend all your time trying to get everything with the place you're leaving lined up perfectly. After you buy the new place, the Orchard experts will take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. Then when they're done with that, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers, the kinds of buyers you want to be in business with, really. You did the hard part. You found your new home. That's a big deal. Let Orchard make the rest easier for you so you can move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy. That's Orchard.com.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. College basketball crowns a national champion tonight. We'll talk about the championship game. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm not even going to jump in. I'm just going to let you
know. Yeah, I've got to warm the voice up a little bit, Basinonians, because I'm getting ready to actually audition tonight for Horizon Choir. That's right. It's the mom and dad's thing I'm doing tonight, so get ready. Here we go. Are you ready?
Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Is this one of the songs you guys are doing at the Horizon Choir tonight?
As a matter of fact, no. Oh. We're not doing this one right here. But
surprise, that was the audition.
Yeah, you made it.
I will. I think they will not give me a microphone, Basinonians. But I think the Warrior Queen might actually get one.
Bring your own microphone. Just take one of these in there. Be like, I talk into a microphone.
I am not going to do it, but I am going to lip sync the words because I don't want to freak anyone out when they hear my voice.
What if you get there and they're like, okay, the first song is by Pantera.
Are you talking to me?
And you're like, oh, everything built up to this moment.
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna have to tell us how that goes.
Okay, I'll let you know tomorrow.
I'm looking at the. Do you know what songs they are?
No, I don't. I do know the lyrics, though. Yes, I do.
I'm looking at the YouTube live chat, and Inspector Todd says we want to see Lauren wear the tinfoil hat today.
Okay. Lauren, please.
Very unlikely that she would do that.
Very unlikely.
But you should definitely ask her about it because she likes to talk about.
I'm going to say no way.
Hat.
As a matter of fact,
she. On multiple occasions, wanted to smash it and throw it away when I was out there.
Oh.
Because it was just sitting on her desk. So, I don't know. Like, what do you think? It would take Jamal, you would, like $500,000 to get her to wear that? Higher?
I mean, that's a little low.
That's starting?
Yeah, that's where you start at.
She's already going to be on edge because of the Illinois game. So, you definitely ask her during her show. See what kind of answer you get from her.
Yeah.
All right, Wolf. Talking some baseball here. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I don't know how you managed to do this, but it sounds like you found the BPI equivalent for baseball.
It's the coolest thing ever, man. You know, first of all, we're talking about how many close games have the Diamondbacks played? How many close contested games have they played and actually won as well? You know, it's first of all, I think it's not a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. They are definitely being competitive for the most part here. But when you think about it, their strength of schedule, I just want to start with this.
Okay.
607 is the winning percentage of their strength of schedule. 17-11. The Dodgers, the Tigers, and the Braves. 10 games they have played. 17-11. You think about that. 607 is the win percentage. But what I found, Basinonians, I just stumbled on this thing, It's the MLB Relative Power Index. Have you heard of this, my brothers?
I haven't. I'm sure people have, but I haven't.
Jamal, have you heard of this? The MLB Relative Power Index? He's not listening, is he? Okay,
he's cutting something.
Okay, listen. It's called the RPI, and it's a stat used to rank teams based on three things. Are you ready for this, Mason?
Okay.
Their winning percentage, meaning the team's winning percentage, their strength of schedule, and their opponent's strength of schedule.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. These are power rankings based on those three things. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are number 7. Would you be shocked to know they're number 7? Number 7 in terms of a power ranking at 5-5. Now, it's based on their winning percentage, of course, their strength of schedule, and their opponent's strength of schedule.
I guess that makes sense.
That's interesting.
I guess that makes sense because...
What if an opponent's played nobody?
Well, yeah, and I think this is something that'll be more relevant the deeper we get into the season.
Oh, yeah.
Because I have to think they're 7th right now just based on their strength of schedule because their record is average as it gets. And I don't know who else the Dodgers struggled with the Guardians, and then they played the Nationals. So it's not like their strength of schedule is huge.
You know what, though? The Dodgers are number 2.
Okay. Who's number 1?
They are 7-2. 7-2. The Yankees are number 1. Okay. Yankees number 1, Dodgers number 2, Mariners 3, Guardians 4, Brewers 5, Pirates 6, and the D-backs at 7. Thought that was really, really interesting to see that. Does it mean anything at this point in time? I think you're right. It's just really early in the season, but it's going to be cool to kind of come back to this and check it out in another month.
Because I feel like, everybody expects the Dodgers and the Yankees will be up there. Maybe Milwaukee will still be up there. I would assume the Guardians drop off a little bit. The Pirates are such an unknown at this point, so maybe they would hang around. Maybe the D-backs hang around. I don't know. I mean, it sort of underscores the fact that the bigger thing is I don't even know how you found this. Like, you already have the BPI, and now you have the RPI.
Whoa, what is that?
Wolf is part of
the Relative Power Index
analytics society that he doesn't tell us about. It's the stat man. Every one of these Diamondbacks wins has been dramatic, has it not? Like, what's been the least dramatic win for the Diamondbacks? Was it the game on Saturday where they just won 2-1?
Man, I think you're right about that.
So each win. So the first win was last Monday. You're up 8-0, and then all of a sudden it's 8-6, and it looks like the Tigers are going to come back and win.
Yeah.
That got way too dramatic. Tuesday, you're down 5-0. It takes a rookie playing in his first major league game, hitting 2 home runs for you to come back and win 7-5. Wednesday, you beat Tarek Skubal. You win 1-0. That was stressful the whole time.
That was unbelievable. That was awesome.
Saturday, you win 2-1, and it was 2-1 early, so I guess that was the least dramatic. But did you ever feel like, they got this locked up, it's 2-1 in the third or whatever? No, so that was dramatic. And then yesterday was extra innings.
Yes.
Every single win has been dramatic for the Diamondbacks.
What would you say? Honestly, I think Game 3 for me. Game 3 is the win that I love the most. It really is.
Oh, your favorite win.
That's my favorite.
But it was still dramatic.
It was dramatic.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. And that's one of the reasons why, again, I'm going to put that in the positive category. The more games that a baseball team can win that are close, oh, man, I'll always put that in the positive category.
Yeah, this is kind of my biggest concern with the Suns right now is can they win close games against good teams? The Diamondbacks can win close games against good teams. The Diamondbacks just haven't shown that they can just blow a team out and just kind of win by 4 runs or whatever. But no, 5-5 and all 5 wins have been dramatic. Honestly, you could make a case that at least 2 or 3 of the losses have been pretty dramatic too. They led in all the games in the Dodgers series. I don't think Thursday's game was all that dramatic when they lost by 15.
Yeah, no, that wasn't. That was, wow, what
was like a night off.
Anomaly that is. But you know what? Game 3 of the series against the Braves, again, think about this, what happened in that game. Michael Soroka, did he do it again?
Yeah.
He did it again.
Did it again.
Went out there. Hey, you know what? That Soroka guy, let me tell you, that guy, he's got a little something there, doesn't he? He shut down a team that scored 17 runs in game one. That was a great start by him. They also scored 2 unearned runs on a base hit bunt. By whom? Jose Fernandez.
He makes stuff happen.
Of course, he makes stuff happen right there. And then, of course, their bullpen held up, including Paul Sewald. Once again, when Paul Sewald is in a close situation, he's a different dude. He's a different guy. When he's in a non-save situation, he's a different guy.
Yeah, that's true. We saw that on Friday when he went out there and gave up back-to-back home runs. But he has that quality that good closers have where he just has no memory. You know, okay, Friday night, here comes Paul. It's 2-1 game on Saturday. What'd you do on Friday? Just last night, Paul. Well, I gave up back-to-back home runs in a scoreless game.
Yeah.
Is that going to affect you today? No, I'm just going to go out there and get
That's
the save.
right.
See you. Okay.
I'm not the closer of this team.
No.
Don't call me the closer.
He's got 3
Just
saves.
give me the ball.
3 saves is among the tops in all of baseball right now to have 3 saves. All right, when we come back to basketball, the Suns have used 24 different starting lineups this season. What is their ideal lineup in crunch time heading towards the play-in? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Jalen Green between the circles. Dribbling on the logo center court. Still with a right hand dribble down to 7 on the timer. Goes to his left. Hesitates. Now drives into the paint. Stops at the dotted line. Feeds Booker. Down to the final second. He'll shoot and hit from straight away as the shot clock expires. Devin Booker up to 30 on the afternoon. And the Suns lead by 9.
Suns W in Chicago, and we talk playoff picture, fill-in technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Phoenix Home Service Pros, quick question here. When a homeowner searches for what you do they find you or your competitor? If you're not sure, that's a problem. Blue Aspen Marketing helps you stop relying on referrals and start owning your market. SEO that ranks, ads that convert, and websites built to book jobs. Right now, get a free growth audit, no commitment, just a clear look at where you're losing money. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com before your competitor does. blueaspenmarketing.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game between UConn and Michigan. Tip-off from Indy is at 5:50. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow afternoon. Games 1 and 2 of the series will now start at 1:10 Arizona time due to inclement weather, and the Snakes will not have to face Juan Soto as the Mets star has been placed on the injured list. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family-owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 62620 for exclusive offers.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kevin Durant make his return to the Valley with the Rockets? We'll preview that and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Suns off tonight. Back at it tomorrow. Hosting Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets, by the way, tomorrow.
Wow.
And in case you missed it, if you were kind of down after the game yesterday, like I wanted to see Dylan Brooks against his old team, well, he'll be playing because that technical foul got rescinded. Because I would venture to guess that not only does Dylan Brooks have more technical fouls than most players in the NBA, he probably leads the NBA in rescinded technical fouls too, because that is 4 now for the Phoenix Suns. Dylan Brooks with 4 of those now. Well, if I'm looking at the starting lineup from yesterday, Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Devin Booker, Jordan Goodwin, and Jalen Green.
Yeah.
It is the 24th time, or 24th different starting lineup the Suns have used through their first 78 games.
Wow. That really does kind of make sense, though, when you think of all the man games they have missed with some of their players.
Yeah, it does. And Jordan Ott has had to do a lot of juggling, and he's going to have to do a lot more juggling here going forward. Here he is after the game talking about starting Jordan Goodwin.
I think just trying to balance out some of the groups. We love how that second unit played early in the season. That was a part of it. And then just trying to balance it all out. Now with 3 pretty high usage players in the starting unit, it just changes some of the dynamics on the offensive end with the second unit. So, we're going to try to find it, but we do need to at some point set and go. And I think that's kind of where we're at. We got to get ready. We got to get ready for the play-in. We got to get ready for the playoffs. That was kind of the decision going into that. We had 2 days to kind of get through it all. And then a 9-man rotation, the same thing. Got to up the minutes to try to get into, kind of what that next level of playoffs feels like.
I look back behind the glass, of course, here just to pull the curtain back. Command and control. And Rick is biting into a massive taco. I believe burrito, I should say.
Burrito, yeah.
burrito, and yet it looks like he's eating it out of the tinfoil hat.
I assumed he is. Is that not the tinfoil hat?
Because it is not the tinfoil hat. It's actually the tinfoil around the burrito base.
What happened to the trash hat, Rick? Is it gone?
I have no idea.
He could have doubled the trash hat.
Yeah, okay, he's putting it back there.
All right.
What is your favorite starting five for the Phoenix Suns? Like, who do you like to see out there?
Well, it's funny you say. I approached this differently. It was more like, who do I feel confident with a minute left in a game they have to win?
Okay.
I kind of went that way more than the starting five. But 4 of those guys were in the starting 5 yesterday. So you throw them out there as starters too, whatever. I was just
going off the show sheet.
that is old news. We've changed that so many times.
24 different starting lineups for the Phoenix Suns. Okay.
All right, well, then we can make this a starting lineup.
Okay,
it's fine.
no, I was just saying.
I'm approaching this more as who I trust the most on this team. Book, obviously, is out there.
Okay, Book is out there. I've got that.
Okay. Oh, do we have – I want to see if we have the same one. Okay. Okay, so Book we both have. Dylan Brooks, assuming he hasn't been tossed out of the game, is out there.
Dylan Brooks is out there as well. So Devin Booker, ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Brooks.
I think Jalen Green has to be out there. Otherwise, why is he on the team?
Yes, I would agree with you. Jalen Green, I have him down.
But, I mean, again, he didn't play the entire fourth quarter the other night, and I'm talking about who I went out there in the final minute of the game.
Well, we're talking starting lineups here, and then we'll let you figure it out if you want to adjust that.
I not for scoring purposes necessarily, but I really trust Jordan Goodwin more than most guys on this team. So I would probably have him out there too, and he started yesterday. Now, again, I'm talking about the end of the game. You're talking about the beginnings. This is interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting indeed. You know what? I'm going to go for a big. I'm going to go Mark Williams. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to go Mark Williams for a big, and then I'm going to finish with Royce O'Neal. I love Royce O'Neal.
So you basically have the starting lineup from yesterday except Royce O'Neal instead of Goodwin.
Yes.
Okay.
I really like Royce O'Neal. I think the guy is a pro, man, just watching him. The effort that he gives on both ends of the floor, the fact that he's a catch-and-shoot guy from beyond the arc. I love what he gets rid of the ball faster than I think anybody else out there on the perimeter. And because of that, I think Royce O'Neal is the guy that I want to go with. I like bringing a guy like Jordan Goodwin off the bench. That's he's a wild card. He is. He is a guy that I think is classic. Bring him out and suddenly stir the pot, if you will.
How different is your lineup to close out a game, or does that just matter?
Oh yeah, I think it kind of matters who the opponent is, and yeah.
Just even having this conversation, like there's a good amount of players I trust on the Suns. I mean, we didn't mention Grayson Allen. You know, if at the end of a game and you need a basket, I mean, I'm going to Booker first, but I'm probably going to Grayson Allen second at this point. But at the same time, as we're rattling these players off, like
I've got to go Jalen Green. Jalen Green, even Dylan Brooks. You look at Dylan Brooks and what he did down the stretch last night. You know, again, that game was way closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
And it was much more contested.
Closer than it should have been.
Than I thought it was going to be. And I did think at one point in time when Chicago went on that 11-0 run and they cut the lead to 3, I thought, oh no, here we go. And Dylan Brooks made a couple of, these turnaround Jays, man. It's really incredible. The fact that he's able to do that and do it at a high rate, I think, is something that I did not expect out of Dylan Brooks.
Can you imagine if they had lost to Chicago again, and all of a sudden they were only 2 games up in this?
I know.
We were talking.
Mid-range is impressive, though.
We were talking about this before the show, and it's going to come up again later in the show. I don't know what to expect from this team at this point. Like in a play-in. Okay, let's get to the play-in. It's probably a week from tomorrow, right? Probably a week from tomorrow they'll be playing, let's say, the Clippers. Could be playing Portland, but let's say a week from tomorrow they're playing the Clippers. What do you expect? I mean, anything could happen.
Yeah, I honestly, I want to say I would expect them to win the game. I would expect them to do that, but man, I just want to enjoy it. I really do, because I already think they've accomplished so much. I know there's people out there screaming, "Well, what are you talking about?" But to me, again, from where we started in the season to where we are right now, I just want to enjoy what it is that we're going to see, whatever it is they're going to do, because they've already superseded every expectation that I had for them. So, yeah, would I like to see them win and come out of the play-in? Absolutely. No doubt about it. Here we go, 7-game series. Love it. But at the same time, I just want to let it come to me. I keep talking about this. The Diamondbacks, the same thing. I want no expectation with the Phoenix Suns because they've already superseded every expectation I had.
Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the Diamondbacks in action. Text SEATS to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark, SEATS. When we come back, the NFL draft is getting closer. Are the Cardinals getting closer to drafting a quarterback? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20-plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
The NFL Draft, 2 weeks from Thursday. More and more, and it's been going this way for a couple weeks, more and more places seem to have Ty Simpson linked to the Cardinals. And then the other trend I've kind of noticed, Wolf, is less and less places have him linked anywhere else. Like, that's the crazy thing. The only other place I've really heard him linked at all is the Jets, but it's always with the caveat of they don't really like him that much, so they're not going to take him with the second pick or the 16th pick. But if he's still around in the second round, maybe they would take him. It's like the problem here is, and this applies to the Cardinals too, if you don't love this guy as your quarterback, you can't take him in the first round, and you really probably don't want to waste that early second round pick either, because if you draft him, he's your guy. If you draft him in the third round and he won't be there, then he's not necessarily your guy. But if you're going to use a top 35 pick on this guy, he's probably your guy, whether you like him or not. If you draft him, he's there. He's your quarterback.
Yes. Here is the one thing about it. Again, Ty Simpson is a guy that many scouts do like. I'm told this based on earnings. Many scouts do like this guy. Yet at the same time, there's always the caveat. They don't know truly if what they're looking at is who they expect to see in the National Football League. In other words, the sample size is so small. And that's the reason why it's very difficult to start connecting dots sometimes with Ty Simpson. Having said that, I just don't think unless you're totally sold that trading back into the first round is the way to do it with Ty Simpson. If you want to move back, I think if you want to move back from number 3 to number 7 or number 3 to number 9 and still get a football player you absolutely love and then get another first-round pick.
Yeah.
If you want to be able to do it that way, I think it's going to be a better way of doing it as opposed to trying to 100%. Trade back into
100%.
The first round.
100%, but with the caveat of I would like to trade down, pick 9, whatever, pick 12, still get a great player there, get the 20th pick or whatever. I don't know that I would want to use the 20th pick on Ty Simpson there either. It's to me, it's not even about – I mean, it does matter where you take him. It does. Don't get me wrong. But there's also the element of this of wherever you take him, if you take him, he's on your team.
Guy.
Yeah. So it's like you can come out of the draft and be like, man, you believe that? We traded down with the Chiefs. We got the 9th pick. We still got Maui and Noah, and then we got Ty Simpson at 29. That's cool. But then he's your quarterback.
Yeah,
That's the other part of it.
Here's the great thing about it, and I've talked about this many, many times, but Luke, I will promise you, there are NFL scouts that see Ty Simpson and think, that's the guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
Why aren't we hearing about it? Is it the Cardinals scouts? Because that's the only team we're hearing about it with.
I do not know, to answer your question, but this is the cool thing about scouting, and I talk about it all the time, but brothers, it's the truth. What one guy sees, another guy does not. And suddenly, are you willing to stand on the table? And this is how, once again, scouts get promoted to director of personnel, pro personnel. This is how they get promoted from director of pro personnel to general managers. Who stood on the table for a guy nobody else was talking about in that regard, whatever that regard is, whatever that context is? Who stood on the table and said, what are you doing? This guy is our guy. He's better than anyone who's coming out now. I mean, honestly, that's what scouting is. It's about conviction. And I'm just wondering, are there any scouts that are convicted in the Arizona Cardinals organization like that?
It's I'm going to throw out another quarterback name that we really have not talked about here in just a second, and there's a specific reason why. But just to answer your question, because I think it raises more questions. We had that cut from Todd McShay last week that was like, Cardinals, that's the best fit for Ty Simpson. There is one other team. He didn't say who the other team was, but he said there's another team I've heard that's very interested. Well, we're going to look at that a little bit more in about an hour, just like who could that team be? Because for the most part, the only team you hear connected to Ty Simpson is the Arizona Cardinals. ESPN put out a story, and it's the best fit for the 12 quarterbacks, the top 12 quarterbacks in this draft. So, like Mendoza, they put the Raiders. It's not a mock draft. It's just where they're deciding. It's Jordan Reed that wrote it, where they're deciding each of these guys would be a good fit. Like Carson Beck, he has 4th on the list. Best team fit, New York Jets. Drew Aller, 5th. Best. Yeah, I'm sure Carson Beck loves that. Best team fit, Pittsburgh Steelers. Ty Simpson is the number 2 quarterback on his list, and he has best team fit, Arizona Cardinals. Now, I want to ask you this.
Wow.
Because the number 3 quarterback on his list is Garrett Nussmeier from LSU.
Oh.
And his best team fit for Nussmeier is the Rams, where Mike LaFleur just came from.
Okay.
I'm looking at this NFL.com 5-round mock draft, where the Cardinals, it goes through all 5 rounds. First round, they have them taking Maui Noah.
Is this Chad Reuter?
Yes.
Okay.
In the 3rd round, Chad Reuter has the Cardinals taking Garrett Nussmeier out of LSU.
Oh. Yeah.
That appeals to me more, again, because of the round. Because in the 3rd round, if you take Garrett Nussmeier, who was not good last year at LSU, but if you take him and it doesn't work, he's your backup in 2027, and you're drafting Arch or whoever with the first-round pick.
I know, but once again, when you think about it as well, I want to get greedy on this. I'm going to get greedy on this because I'm with you. Yeah, Carson Beck maybe in the 3rd round, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
3rd, maybe even the 4th round, you could actually find a quarterback. Maybe Nussmeier might even be there the 4th round. I don't know. The situation is so dicey. When you're looking at next year, you could draft a guy in the 3rd round who might actually be really good.
That's great.
You can draft a guy in the 4th round who might be really, really good. The 3rd and the 4th rounds, you could get guys who can be good players.
So you're saying non-quarterbacks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's
especially
the thing.
where they pick.
And that's the thing, once again, where I'm like, okay, I understand that, but no. I'm not going to draft a quarterback, I don't think, based on needs. This is where I'm coming around right now. I'm just not going to do it this year. You've got 2 guys, Jacoby Brissett, of course, and Gardner Minshew. Those 2 guys, where they're veteran quarterbacks. I don't see drafting a quarterback. You're going to sit them. You're probably going to sit him.
That's the part
You're
that's
not going
tough.
to throw him out there.
Yeah.
So if you're going to draft him high, what do you do?
You're not even going to know what he is when
I
2027
just kind of
rolls
feel,
around.
yes, I kind of feel like I am, the closer we get, isn't this interesting? The closer we get to the actual draft, now all of a sudden it's like you've got to start making some concrete decisions.
Yep, that's a good point. Here, real quick, is the Garrett Nussmeier draft capsule.
Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback, LSU.
The 6'2", 203-pound signal caller threw for 1,927 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions last season for the Tigers. He has a big arm and is a tough player, but he struggles going through his progressions, had a season-ending injury last year at LSU, and tends to force throws. NFL comp, Seattle Seahawks quarterback, Drew Lock.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I think what you just said is important, though, Wolf, because this whole time I've kind of been on I don't want a quarterback in the 1st round.
Yeah.
I don't want a quarterback in the 2nd round. I'm interested in one in the 3rd round. But you're right. The closer we get to the draft, I mean, don't the Cardinals have like the 1st pick in the 3rd round? I think they have the 1st pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
I don't want to burn that on one either, but just because of the logistics of, A, that's still a really high pick. B, let's say they took Garrett Nussmeier with the 1st pick in the 3rd round. How much is he going to play? Like you would almost have to do that with the intention of, and we're going to play him so we know what we have, because you have to know what you have on your roster going into the 2027 1st round, because you are going to be drafting a quarterback in the 1st round in 2027. And look, is there a way you draft Nussmeier and he looks great in camp, and you're like, you know what? Let's see what this guy does. And by week 3, you throw him in, and he is amazing. He was supposed to be amazing a year ago. Sure, or Carson Beck or Drew Aller, whoever you want to say. But you got to play him, because if you just have him on the bench and it's like, yeah, he looked good in practice, are you going to go with he looked good at practice enough to pass on Dante Moore or Arch Manning or whoever in 2020? You can't do that.
Yeah, you know what else, too? Again, going back to can you find a good player in the 3rd round and in the 4th round as well, but specifically the 3rd round. I'm hearing it, Basinonians. I'm hearing a little juice coming from the Cardinals organization in terms of this new coaching staff, how excited they are about Tip Ryman. Yeah, drafted in the 3rd round, watching him actually develop before he got hurt, of course, right? And very interested in what they might have in Tip Ryman.
Interesting.
He was destructive when he was out there. And Tip, anyone who has listened to this show, you know I'm a big fan of his. But, again, it makes me think, hey, you know what? If Tip Ryman could be a big part of what the Arizona Cardinals are going to do this year. A huge part, especially if he stays healthy, of course. But you know what? That might mean there's another 3rd-round pick that could be out there that you might be able to use on a player that could come in and produce.
Yeah, I don't want to just throw away the pick. Like, hey, here's a scratch ticket.
Yeah,
Maybe because, again, with the quarterback, you have to go through the logistics of, okay, if you're going to go with the scratch ticket analogy, when are you going to scratch the ticket and know if you won?
Yeah.
So that's the logistics of it with a quarterback. Keith Abney, by the way, 119 in this mock draft. I was trying to find where they had ASU guys. So they have Tyson and Ihana Chor in the 1st round, Abney in the 4th round. I think those are the only guys they have. There's definitely going to be more ASU players than those 3 going to NFL teams this year. All right, when we come back to baseball. Jordan Lawler hurt over the weekend, and he was hitting pretty well. So how much does this potentially set him back? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. I, for one, I just walked away just shocked at what Arizona looked like, really.
This was Jared Carlin's worst nightmare, Sammy Sobolka's worst nightmare?
No? Not my worst nightmare.
Okay, just a nightmare.
I've sort of dealt with this the whole game and then since then. It did not hurt the same way that losing a really close game at the end would have hurt. This game was over so quickly.
It really was.
That it just felt you had pretty much 40 minutes of game to just accept that they were going to lose.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, man. You've got to consider this to be your green light right now. Maybe you're in the market, Basinonians, for a new or pre-owned Ford. Maybe you're in the market for a new or pre-owned Ford truck. Well, Tim Hovick's Santan Ford is the place to get your next truck. Maybe you're out there, you're driving around a Ram, a Chevy, a GMC, or maybe even a Toyota. Well, this is going to be your moment of change. Step up to America's best-selling truck. That is the Ford F-150. That's what I drive, Basinonians. I call them blue, as a matter of fact. Love my Ford F-150. Maybe you're downsizing. Well, Santan Ford is loaded with Rangers and Mavericks as well. It's the right size, Basinonians, at the right price. Green light means go. Go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, located off the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game between UConn and Michigan. Tip-off from Indianapolis is at 5:50. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow afternoon. Games 1 and 2 of the series will now start at 1:10 Arizona time due to inclement weather, and the Snakes will not have to face Juan Soto as the Mets star has been placed on the injured list. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, April 18th D-backs home game versus the Toronto Blue Jays, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, and the Final Four run for Arizona came to a crashing halt on Saturday. We're reacting on today's Burnsy and Gambo show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
That was an interesting experience, Wolf. Trying to print something on the printer.
Okay.
It's still printing, by the way.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, I don't know how long that document was, but
printing out War and Peace.
So then I had to time things based on Rick Like, I was just watching Rick do his update.
Oh, okay.
You all hear Rick do his update.
Yeah.
You just hear it. You don't get the visual. Imagine if you only had the visual of Rick doing the update, but no audio.
Those on YouTube get to see me do the update.
That's true, but they get to hear it. Though,
what up,
too.
YouTube?
Apparently on YouTube, they could see you eating that burrito, too.
Shaka, bro.
That is
Shaka, YouTube.
That's been brought up multiple times, that everybody could see you eating the burrito.
Yeah, I was told by upper level people to not do that again.
To not eat a giant burrito into the camera. It was pretty amazing.
That was awesome.
You attacked that thing like I've never seen you attack food before. Like you were in like an eating competition. So
I know how to eat a burrito, let me tell you.
Wow, you don't have to tell us.
I made like zero mess back here also. So
yeah, it's so true.
Take
there
that,
are two
IT.
types of people in the world: those that know how to eat a burrito and those that do not. Basically,
figure out which one you are.
Exactly. You're going to be so much more happier.
Yeah. I think we should all eat burritos and kind of get some answers here. All right, Wolf. Jordan Lawler was hitting pretty good. We talked to Bob Nightingale about this earlier. Hitting .333 this season, very early. Picked up his first home run of his career, and then proceeded to get injured later in the game. It was actually the 17-2 game on Thursday, but it came out over the weekend that he's gonna be out for maybe up to 2 months. So, we've been talking throughout the show, like, do the Diamondbacks have enough offense? You couldn't count on Jordan Lawler yet being a productive guy, but it was nice to have him out there. But I think the bigger thing for me is just like, it's a bummer this guy's finally getting to play. He's getting consistent playing time, and he's hitting. And in the very same game where he gets his first career major league home run, he gets hurt and is going to be out for a while.
Yeah, I know. Oh, man, this bums me out. It really does, for Jordan Lawler in particular. And the reason why I say that, based on means here's a young guy that is developing. This is a young guy that is trying to make his way. And the injury thing happens again. I go back and I think of his extensive injury history, really. Go all the way back to 2021.
Yeah.
He's had recurring issues here. A fractured right wrist, of course, now. And in 2024, torn thumb ligaments, severe hamstring strains, and issues with his shoulder rib and his scapula as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the shoulder injury really early,
Don't ever forget about the scapula as well. Man, I jacked that thing up a couple of times, more than once, playing in the National Football League. And, man, the pain. Had to get that thing shot up for a game. But having said that, it's a situation right now. He's just starting to look like, okay, here we go. Maybe we can expect a little bit more from Jordan Lawler. And he gets hurt again.
Yeah.
It's 6 to 8 weeks.
Fractured wrists, 6 to 8 weeks. Now, I mentioned we had Bob Nightingale on earlier today, and we did bring this up with him. And he did, I think this is a good point. He said, okay, but he's already kind of shown himself. It's a small sample size. But he was showing himself this season that he could do this. He could hit at the major league level, right? 333 average, got his first home run. Because that was kind of where my thought went first, of like, Thursday night, gets his first home run. They get smoked in that game, but he got his first home run. That could be a big deal. He gets hit with the pitch. Okay, we didn't really know. And then Friday, he comes out. Okay, he's going to be out for a while. My first thought was like, man, this guy finally has a chance to start building some confidence.
Yep.
And now he's on the shelf for maybe 2 months. But there probably is something to what Bob Nightingale was saying of if confidence is the thing, if that's the issue here, the last week and a half should make him a lot more confident.
Totally agree.
It's just if he comes back from this, if he comes back from this injury and he takes him a few games to get a hit again.
Totally.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Michael Fleur.
Mike, yes.
If he comes back, I like how Michael Fleur just always chimes in with a totally.
Love that.
If he comes back from this injury in 2 months and struggles to hit the first couple games back, like, is it almost like starting over for him?
Yeah, I think honestly it kind of is, because he's still so young and developing. And this is the thing that really frustrates me. And I know that it's set back more than one professional athlete, Basedonians, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, whatever it is. Some guys, for whatever reason, just cannot stay healthy. They can. It's mama and papa is what it is for the most part. Their bones are, for whatever reason, more susceptible to actually cracking, shall I say, or breaking their ligaments, whatever it is, soft tissue. I had soft tissue issues, especially the hamstring. Oh my goodness, over and over and over again. I would tweak my hamstring or pull my hamstring, whether it was the off season or during season. Those for me, especially the older that I got. So it's frustrating. It really is. And the last thing I want is for any negatives to get in the head of Jordan Lawler, this young guy that is developing once again.
Yeah.
Because you have a tendency sometimes as a human being, brothers, of saying to yourself, oh, when's it going to happen again? Here we go. I'm starting to feel good, getting into a rhythm. When's it going to happen again? It really can be a point of contention and frustration. Frustration to the dude himself.
Torey Lavello, real quick on Lawler.
He's battled a lot of injuries. He knows how to handle this. He's going to probably compartmentalize it the right way. But I assured him that his spot will be waiting for him, because young players have an unusual thought every now and then that they could lose their position by getting injured. But I told him that if he gets back out here as soon as possible, we'll be waiting for him, and he's going to come back in and help us win some baseball games.
The reality,
Torey just acknowledged that.
Yeah, exactly. Because they need somebody to they need one of these young players to step into that role. It's time for it to be Lawler. It seemed like he was doing it. They probably need two, really, to get this the hitting going. And I don't mean like by tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just mean over the course of this season, outside of Carroll and Cattell and Geraldo, like everybody else is kind of like, I don't know what I'm getting at the plate from Santana or from Nolan Arenado, or you expect Gabby will get going, but you don't know outside those three, and so you're going to need Lawler and or Jose Fernandez and or Ryan Waldschmidt or somebody else to step in. But Lawler was the the one on the fast track. All right, when we come back, the national championship is tonight. What do you expect from UConn, Michigan after what we saw from those two teams over the weekend? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
There is a lingering availability issue with Jordan Lawler. While not his fault, and certainly nothing he controlled, getting hit by a pitch, he can't control some of the injuries that he's had. You know this as a sports fan, if you're listening to us right now, you just know that there are certain guys that when they get hurt to the extent and the frequency that Jordan Lawler is getting injured, trust becomes a little bit of an issue, right? Like it becomes a little bit harder to be able to know you can count on said guy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence, have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
You didn't start your home service business to mess with marketing. You started it to build something. Right now, your competitors are showing up on Google, and you're not. That's money walking out the door every day. Blue Aspen Marketing fixes that. SEO, PPC, and websites built to convert. No fluff, no long contracts, just more calls on your schedule. Go to blueaspenmarketing.com and get a free growth audit. They'll show you exactly where you're losing leads and how to fix it. But don't wait. Your competition isn't.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here. The Diamondbacks salvage a split against the Braves. And there's a bunch to talk about with our local baseball team. Join us at straight up 2 o'clock on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, UConn, Michigan tonight for the national championship. Every time I look for an update on solo ball on social media, Wolf, I just get the Bulls mascot and Dylan Brooks staring each other down at the game last night. Did you see that? They're both just standing there looking at each other. Like,
that's awesome.
It's pretty fan. If you haven't seen it, I'll show it to you during the break. It's outstanding. I'm just going to leave this right here. It should be a good game tonight. I mean, the Vegas odds makers don't necessarily think so. They had Michigan favored by 7.5. It's now down to 6.5. Here's Dan Hurley getting ready for the game for UConn.
Yeah, in this game, not at all, because when you get down to winner take all at this point, there's just that. It's something that you probably doesn't even register. It's just like preparation, game plan, make sure the guy you're getting is healthy and as with all the recovery, and just really you don't have to be the best team. You don't have to have the best season to win this tournament. These are all one games, game 7, single game elimination. There's been plenty of times in the history of this tournament where the best team hasn't won it. You just got to be better for one night.
He was asked if he's going to use being an underdog as motivation. That's why he was saying not really in this scenario. But you could almost hear right there what he'll tell his team, or maybe a better way to put it is why he's so successful and why UConn's so dangerous.
Yes.
They don't have to be better than Michigan 10 times tonight. They just got to beat them once. And you see UConn do this year in and year out. This is why they win the national championship so often.
Yeah, you know what? I think Dan Hurley is really, really good in regard to relaying the message and setting the table for his team. This is something I talk about all the time, especially at the college level, how important it is that you motivate and you focus and you concentrate these kids. You point them in the right direction as a coach. You make them think about things you want them thinking about. And I think Dan Hurley is maybe one of the best in the college ranks at doing just that, especially when you're talking about 18 and 19-year-old kids.
Yeah. Well, some of these guys he's had, for a couple of years too. They've won a national championship with him, but it's definitely a skill. You have the coaches that are great coaches, and then you have the coaches that are great coaches and know specifically how to navigate this tournament, And obviously, like the truly great coaches are great regular season and tournament, but I do think there is something, and clearly Dan Hurley has proven it already the last couple of years, but there are other ones that they know how to get their players. To your point, a lot of them 18 and 19 years old when you're talking about college basketball.
Yeah.
They know how to get them in the right mindset of exactly what he just said. Don't listen to everybody saying you're not as good as Michigan. You just got to beat them tonight and you're the national champions.
That's right.
Well, Coach, what do you know? When's the last time you won? Well, I won 2 years ago and 3 years ago. I win this thing every other year. So the crazy thing to me is like Terrace Reed, who's been so big for them. He was on Michigan a couple years ago. Can you imagine Michigan with Terrace Reed in that front court too?
Oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me. He looks like a offensive tackle, Terrace Reed. I think he was dominant for the most part too. In UConn's last game, of course, he was dominant against Illinois on both ends of the floor. Just watching him, how physical he is.
Yeah, and he can't hit his free throws, but there have been a few times in this tournament where he's needed to, and he has. Like percentage-wise, he's almost like. He's almost UConn in the tournament personified. He hits like 56% of his free throws, but when he needs to hit them, he hits like 95%.
So here we are. We're in the championship game, and we have two hyper-physical teams, Macedonians, Michigan and UConn. Two hyper-physical games. How's it going to be called? I think this is something that we're all sitting on the edge of our seats for the most part. How are they going to call this game? Are they going to come out in the first 5 minutes and boom, 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 blow the whistle? Give me a whistle sounder. You got a whistle sounder back there, Rick? No, you have no whistle. Okay, great. What are they going to do? They're going to blow the whistle? I want to see how they're going to call this game, because I think that is going to factor in to who is going to win this game. There we go. Are you kidding me?
There it is.
You dirtbag, you can't do that. I expect a hyper-physical game tonight. Will they call it that way?
Yaxel Lindeborg not on the injury report for Michigan, according to ESPN from 5 minutes ago.
How about that?
Not on the injury report for the national title game. I'm looking at.
Boy, look, too. That was nasty.
Yeah, that did.
How he rolled that.
Already kind of dealing with ankle stuff. Then he I understand Michigan was way up at that point, but did you not all think like, okay, well, if Lindeborg's not going to play, how are they going to win this game? And they won going away. Basically without him. He came in, he rode the bike, he hit a couple threes and then left again. But he did say after the game definitively he was going to play today, and it sounds like he is going to play today. Low-grade MCL sprain.
Wow, MCL.
Small bone bruise in his knee, and obviously the ankle stuff he already had too. So ankle and knee, but it sounds like he's going to play.
Okay.
So there you go. I mean, like I said, he played a little bit on Saturday night, but you never know how that's going to look the next day, right? Or 2 days later. So sounds like he's good to go. So if Michigan's at full strength, it's it's going to be an uphill battle for UConn. But Dan Hurley loves this stuff. And if they win, maybe he'll headbutt the referee again.
Yeah.
Here's Dusty May from Michigan talking about how to defend UConn.
It's going to be a challenge, healthy or injured or somewhere in between. Obviously, the most difficult thing about UConn is their ability to get from one thing to the next. To the next. There's no stoppage. Once they get you in action, they keep you in action. They have amazing counters and layers to their offense. So it's going to take a extremely disciplined and focused approach every single possession, because if you let your guard down, they take advantage of it. And we've played teams like this in our league. I think Iowa is a great example of a team that plays not stylistically similar, but philosophically. They challenge everything. Their physicality jumps out. It's going to be a lower possession game than we're used to. And so, if like I said, if we're not committed to defending the full shot clock every single possession and finding a way to rebound those long threes. And it's going to be a tough night for us.
Oh, I love that right there. He's already preparing his team as well for something that's going to be super, super physical. It is going to be defense and discipline. Discipline and defense that wins tonight.
Well, you can't ever feel like you're comfortable with a lead against UConn. They just came back from down, 19 to beat Duke a couple games ago. I'm just looking at Michigan's only losses of the season, 91-88 to Wisconsin. That was 3 months ago, though, now. And they were 14-0 at that point and then proceeded to win their next 11 games after it. They did lose to Duke by 5. I think Michigan looks better now than they did even back then. And they lost to Purdue in the Big Ten tournament by 8, 80-72. But I think that's the most compelling part. You figure Michigan's going to get the lead. Rick just told me break like frantically twice. Like there's something coming up.
No, the first time I sounded like a frog.
Okay.
It's because of the burrito.
I was just going to say that you figure based on what we've seen, Michigan's going to take a lead. UConn's not going to care.
No.
That's the part. And maybe they should because Michigan tends to beat teams by 30, but we'll see.
UConn's not going to beat themselves.
No, and I just don't think they're going to get intimidated by Michigan.
But Michigan, I think, is going to win.
All right, when we come back, you know what? We're going to talk to Kellen Olson. Are we going to bring up U of A with him, or are we just going to?
Probably.
Okay. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yes.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
There's the shot clock horn. Now the Bulls will get it inbounded. Gershon Yabusele to do the honors. And he throws the pass in. And the last second will tick off, and that'll do it. Suns win 120-110, the final score at United Center in Chicago.
Suns W in Chicago. And we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the place you want to be right now with everything going on. Kind of a big basketball game tonight. It'd be fun to watch that at Twin Peaks. You got baseball season in full swing. Go watch all the games at Twin Peaks. You got the basketball playoffs coming up. Guess what? You can watch all the games at Twin Peaks. And the hockey playoffs. Same thing. Plus, you got the football draft coming up. You can watch all of it at the same time at Twin Peaks. They got wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sight lines, so you'll be sure to catch every memorable moment right as it happens. That's why Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. And then while you're there, you're going to need some good food. Well, that's good news there, too. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, a crazy outstanding food selection, burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, signature drinks, plus flatbreads, loaded fries, ribs, so much more. And nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great atmosphere they're known for, the great energy, the scenery, 5 convenient value locations. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Spinato's Reverse Happy Hour is here, and it runs every night in April from 8 to close. Buy any large pizza, get a large cheese pizza on us. Pickup or delivery every night. Plus, our fresh baked cookies are $2 off a half dozen during Reverse Happy Hour. Made fresh every morning and available only while supplies last. Plus, join the Secret Sauce Society and earn double points every time you grab lunch at Spinato's during the week. Earn pizza while you eat pizza. Download the app or sign up at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
I can see you out there, Calvin.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game between UConn and Michigan. Tip-off from Indianapolis is at 5:15. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow afternoon. Games 1 and 2 of the series will now start at 1:10 Arizona time due to inclement weather, and the Snakes will not have to face Juan Soto as the Mets star has been placed on the injured list. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, April 18th D-backs home game versus the Toronto Blue Jays, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
I can see you out there, Calvin.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday afternoon. Kellen Olson, our own Phoenix Suns guru, is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Kellen, how we doing?
What's up, man? Doing well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Killer. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you for joining us. We're going to start with Suns. If you want to talk U of A at any point, if there's anything you want to say, you feel free to just do it. We had Jared in. We talked to Sammy earlier. It was kind of like a cathartic session for them. But or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just entertaining. I don't know. But as far as the Suns, I want to start with Dylan Brooks and another technical, but also another technical rescinded. Where is this all headed, Kellen?
What do you mean, Luke?
Well, I guess why do they keep calling technical fouls on him that they need to rescind? But also, like, are you seeing this as an issue that he can't control this part of his game with the play-in a week away? Or do you see this more as the fact that the NBA has to keep rescinding these, maybe some of this is on the officials?
It's a little bit of both. I think that the main problem is that he keeps getting, like, these petty ones that they're rescinding, because I think that was one when I saw it happening. I was like, is it even worth tweeting like he got called for this and like that he's going to be suspended if it's not rescinded, because this one's going to get rescinded. It was the type of one where he's like walking away and like it doesn't even seem like that big of a deal with what's going on. And it was a strangely called one. He's gotten a few of those, but it's the other part of it too. Like, I don't think he can control this. Like we thought or at least early some thought. I did not think this. So when the numbers started to get high, when it started getting double digits, 11, 12, 13, whatever number it was, it's like, okay, he'll start to dial it down right now. He realizes how important he is to this team. And he has not done that. He has not done that. Now, in the games that he has come back since, I think that against Chicago, I didn't see him getting that animated with the officials. Against Orlando, that was not the case, though, and he certainly earned the one in Orlando. But I think this is just who Dylan is, for better or for worse. It's kind of the same stuff that we've talked about all year. You're going to get the highs and you're going to get the lows, and you just have to deal with the lows when they come, and right now we're in one.
Yeah, Killer, do you see at some point in time, do you see this actually hurting the Suns? And you're looking at the last 4 games here, and then, of course, when you're in the play-in and trying to get into the playoffs, of course. Do you ever see this rearing its head and costing the Suns?
I think we already have. I thought you saw it at the start of the Orlando game. I think Dylan understood exactly what he had to do and watched this team for the last 4 to 6 weeks really regress from an intensity standpoint. And he came into the game and was like, I'm going to get a cheap foul on Paolo. I'm going to get in his face right away, and I'm going to show everyone we got to get back to playing in this kind of fashion. And then he got some silly fouls later that he again just couldn't dial it back enough. And again, we've seen this throughout the year, even when things were going extremely well for him and he was an overwhelming positive for this team 30 to 40 games in. There were instances where his questionable decision-making with the ball, the tunnel vision, we saw it again against Chicago yesterday. And then, of course, the technical fouls and that kind of stuff as well. The thing that him and really the whole team need to figure out is what they're doing defensively. And just what I mean is, we can sit here and talk about, okay, 40, 50 games in, is this sustainable all year? What is absolutely sustainable all year is properly communicating and getting back in transition and just these little things that do not take a ton of effort. And I don't know if it was more based on what Dylan did or what the scheme was or what his teammates were not doing that they were supposed to be doing and he felt like he was covering for. But there were 2 different possessions where he screwed something up, from my eyes at least, in the first quarter that led to a wide open layup off the ball. He boxed out the wrong guy and then he matched up on a wrong guy again. And again, maybe I'm not seeing it right. It was something scheme-based or something someone else screwed up and it wasn't him. But everyone on the team, including the guy that is the most intense on the roster, has been guilty of all these types of mistakes for the last 2 months. And for him to come back with the intensity and energy you want only to blend in with the group. Even Jordan Goodwin was making these mistakes yesterday. It seems like no one can avoid this type of stuff that's really plaguing the team. And you'd be foolish to think that in a week's time that they're just going to be able to turn these things off and turn everything back up when the games actually matter again.
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, yesterday's game is a win. It wasn't necessarily emphatic. On the other hand, it was a close-ish game that they had to pull out, and that's an area where they've been struggling lately. When you get into a play-in situation outside of Devin Booker, who are the guys in your mind that absolutely need to be on the floor in the final minute?
I don't know, and that's the problem right now, right? I don't even know who else. I legitimately don't. The center rotation it's been really weird to try to diagnose Mark's play so far, Mark Williams, because I think that there have been good moments and I think that there have been bad moments, but a lot of what a center does, and we've seen this with Oso, depends on how the team is working around him. There was the play where he beat his guy down the floor, was open for a lob, Book threw it 2 seconds late, and it's a turnover. And that's not Mark's fault. So I think when you evaluate the center position and then on the wing as well, I think Royce was one of the most trustworthy guys for this team, again, around the point of the season that we keep focusing on. But in the last 6 to 8 weeks with the on-ball defense, with some of the off-ball stuff where you're not getting back on transition or whatever, he was one of the guilty parties yesterday when off of a Suns miss or a make, someone just leaked out behind them and got a free dunk, and that was on him. There was another one where Leonard Miller, of all people, who was just a throw-in for a trade because the Timberwolves were done with that experiment, just drove past everyone off a Suns make for another layup. And those are the types of situations where it's okay, who is preventing this kind of stuff from happening? And Suns fans are yelling at the radio right now, Rasheer Fleming, Ryan Dunn, come on, Malawatch, play those guys. They were guilty of it 4 to 6 weeks ago as well. I think from a youth and energy standpoint, I understand where everyone's coming from, but I honestly don't know. It's such a mix because Jalen played really well offensively in the first half, but then 3 turnovers in the first 4 minutes. He's not getting back on defense. Jordan's trying everything. Coach Ott's trying everything and trying different combinations, trying different guys. He goes with his playoff rotation yesterday against a team sitting 7 guys. Guys, do you just believe that Trey Jones is one of the 5 best point guards in the league? Because if Suns fans have only seen him against the Suns, then you would believe that. But Trey Jones is not that good, with all due respect to him.
Yeah, Killer, I got to ask you, you mentioned Jalen Green. Where exactly are you on Jalen Green? And where does he need to improve the most?
I feel for Jalen because it's very easy to be, I don't know if lazy is the right word, but just look at when the team started sort of not being themselves, and when Jalen came back and seeing the correlation and pointing fingers at Jalen. But he had the extremely difficult task of trying to reingratiate himself at a moment when the team was really vibing and everything was flowing together in a lot of different elements. So for him to come in and try and do what he does offensively, which I think for the most part he has been able to do and has improved on, I've liked the drives. They've been a lot more precise. the last couple of games, he's just got to impact the game defensively right now. Like, if I'm a guy on that team, and this even includes, like, Devin Booker, and I'm looking at, like, where can I help the team the most right now, it would be just doing everything, absolutely everything defensively and just remaining engaged throughout an entire possession, like making multiple efforts. There's just no one consistently doing it on the team outside of Jordan Goodwin, but even Jordan was making a few of those mistakes yesterday as well. So I think for every single guy, that's where it goes. And I think the broader point to your question, Wolf, is like, how do you evaluate this offseason now? Like, how drastic of moves do you want to make with some of these errors we're seeing add up with the team and how it was built? It's really messy right now to try to figure out what the team looks like next year.
Talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, I know it's not just Suns, it's all basketball. That Nuggets-Spurs game on Saturday was an instant classic. If I made you pick right now, you had to say the Spurs or Oklahoma City wins the whole thing. Where are you leaning?
Oklahoma City. I think that San Antonio and the 2021 Suns are a great example of this, is that playoff experience isn't everything, but oftentimes it is a wall that teams eventually run into. I don't even think that's what happened with that Suns team. But, like, for them to have, like, DeAndre, Mikal, Devin, like, not be in a Cam, not be in a playoff series before and then go on the run that they did. But not only is that the case for Wemby, it's the case for Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper. And the thing about OKC that we can't really factor in right now, guys, is that they have been extremely unhealthy all year. If you're going by, like, games missed by the amount of, like, players this year, like the total number of games, OKC's up there with anyone right now. Like, they haven't had both their first-round picks from the last 2 years pretty much all year. They bring in Jared McCain to help spell some stuff because Jalen Williams was out pretty much the entire year. Hartenstein, Caruso, those guys are in and out all the time, and still they're cruising. I think they're remarkably impressive, and I think the McCain addition was a really big boost that they quite honestly didn't even need, but he's going to have a couple big playoff moments for them, and we haven't even seen them play their best basketball yet because I think they know they don't have to right now. They have to do it in May and June, and that's when I expect it to. So I still think OKC is a healthy favorite. But to your point on that game, like, are you going to sit here and tell me, like, Denver can't make it to the finals when Jokic and Cam's playing that way now and Aaron Gordon's back in the mix, Jamal Murray's having maybe his best regular season ever? It's going to be an awesome time to be a basketball fan watching both playoff races for sure.
Yeah, Jokic versus Wembanyama, that in itself is worth the price of admission. Kellen, thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you,
We appreciate
Killer.
the time.
Thanks, guys. Bear down.
It's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. He got it in there at the end.
Yeah.
Tickets are now on sale. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater Thursday, July 23rd. It is the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. When we come back, there's got to be other teams interested in Ty Simpson, right? This doesn't make any sense. So who are those other teams? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Now we got a few people in the YouTube live chat pointing out, two things. One, that the officials seem to have a double standard for Dylan Brooks, which would not be the first time in NBA history, but it doesn't really make it right.
You know, once again, too, you get a reputation, do you not, brothers? I mean, it's like anyone walking around the street. Sometimes you earn that reputation, and because of that, people deal with you within that context. Well, it's no different in the NBA, the NFL, whatever it may be. These referees, these officials, they watch tape, of course, and they know by your reputation and by their own personal experience what you're like.
We have a few people asking what kind of burrito. Rick, do you want to?
It was a veggie burrito. Also, I apologize for that. I apologized in the chat for that as well. If you're watching on YouTube, that was not intentional by me to leave my camera on there. Sometimes our cameras just stay on even when you turn the mic off. They're supposed to be controlled by turning our mics on and off, and sometimes they just stay on. So, yeah, that was not great, but I apologize to anybody who had to see that.
It was the most I've ever seen you attack any amount of food, so it's funny that ended up on camera, because you and I, Wolf, could see it, obviously. Rick was just destroying this burrito. Like, you couldn't tell if Rick was eating the burrito or vice versa, and then all of a sudden I look on, I just see Inspector Todd say, "Let Rick eat." Like, what's going on?
I mean, there were people that were wanting me to not do that on the air, and I don't blame them, because I would probably have felt the same way if I was watching the show and saw somebody just chowing on a burrito.
Well, yeah, especially a veggie burrito. What's the point?
I didn't realize a veggie burrito.
So the point is that I am, again, on my weight loss journey here.
Oh, okay.
And and I don't really like, the whole burrito bowl experience. So I sacrificed the meat for the tortilla.
Oh, for the tortilla.
This is all making me want to get a burrito or a burrito bowl in about 12 minutes.
Might have to do that.
Yeah. All right, to the Cardinals, to the NFL draft, and to Todd McShay talking about Cardinals and potentially Ty Simpson.
Arizona likes Simpson enough to maybe go up and get him?
I've heard that's a strong possibility. I don't know for a fact yet, and maybe we'll never know for a fact. But people I've talked to believe that they're a team to circle. I also was told by someone to keep an eye out and try to put together, because they don't know. I think they know definitively, but there's another team lurking out there, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But this person who shared this information with me is absolutely cannot share, for obvious reasons, but this person has been reliable. So there's another team that's potentially lurking, and this person has no skin in the game, so he wouldn't be trying to force a team like Arizona up.
Oh,
I mean, everybody lies now, right? Aren't we in lying range of the draft?
Yeah, this is it. The season of disinformation is beginning. 2.5 weeks, roughly 2.5 weeks right now. So to me, I would say there's no doubt about it. We are within the season of disinformation right now, where many times you'll have scouts, you'll have low-level scouts, you'll have coaches, whatever. They will start planting things that maybe a general manager wants them to plant. Just say stuff out there. Talk to a reporter and tell them something that might not be 100% accurate. Yet at the same time, you always want to keep everyone else guessing as to what it is you're going to do, even if it's obvious to some.
Maybe it's from being around you so much that this is the way I'm starting to think. But with all of these mock drafts or people talking that are draft experts or whatever, just continuously linking the Cardinals. And really, I have not heard another team consistently linked to Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
It makes me think, wait, are the Cardinals behind this? But I don't know what they would get out of it, right? Like, what do they really get out of driving up Ty Simpson's value? That is
great. No, but that is
great. What something's going on.
What is it? I have no idea what it is, other than the fact that, are they possibly trying to sell Ty Simpson to somebody else? Every team is going to have their own opinion of a player. I just don't know what it would be, but many times they're doing it for a reason, whether it's the truth, telling the truth, or just using a lot of disinformation to mislead. It's something that happens a ton at this point leading up to the NFL draft. And it's all because, once again, you do not want anybody to know what your true intentions are. Although I will say, once you get inside a week, and we've talked about this as well, Luke, you get inside a week leading up to the draft, you could have a general manager just tell you exactly what he's going to do.
It doesn't even matter.
Nobody would believe him at that point in time.
That's great, too, because they can be like, I just told you on Tuesday who we were going to draft, and none of you believed me. That's on you. Who do you think that other team is that could be in on Ty Simpson? Now, I'm setting the Jets aside for a second because, again, if they're all in on taking their quarterback in 2027, why would they take Ty Simpson? It's the Jets, so anything goes. I get that. But, like, if they don't like him enough to take him at 2 and they don't like him enough to take him at 16, then why do you suddenly like him? A quarterback's not necessarily something you bargain shop on because if you buy it, you have to use it. So, I mean, there's plenty of teams that need quarterbacks, but I can't really find a spot in this draft unless it's Pittsburgh, maybe. Or if Philadelphia really has a problem with Jalen Hurts, I guess, maybe.
Know. Yes. Of course, there's the Raiders. We all know that, and we know what the Raiders are going to do. Mm-hmm. The Jets do seem a little fishy to me. The Browns.
I
would say the Miami Dolphins. Well, not so much with Malik now, but still, the Dolphins, they actually, looking at that contract, there is an out in that
They can get
contract.
out, and they've stripped that team of any offensive weapons for him to work with.
Yes.
So Malik Willis is really not in position to succeed. I think Miami might be the other team he's talking about, honestly.
That would make a lot of sense. You've got the Indianapolis Colts.
That's true.
Maybe the Minnesota Vikings as well. Listen, I know Kyler Murray is going up there, and I know they have J.J. McCarthy, and, could you handle anything else? But, they're getting Kyler at a massive discount.
Yeah.
1.3.
Yeah. The
league minimum. So, it's a situation. There's a lot of teams out there, as you said, that really need a quarterback. Who could that possibly be? I kind of feel like you do in regard to the Miami Dolphins. Isn't that who you said?
Yeah,
Miami?
just because I was kind of looking at that earlier, and I was like, I don't know, but then you brought him up, and it's just like, yeah, they went out and got Malik Willis.
Yeah.
But you're right. If you look deeper at the contract, they really only deeply committed to him this year. Then they promptly traded Jalen Waddle away, which, you can debate if that was a smart trade or not, value-wise, for what they got back. But if I'm Malik Willis, I'm like, cool, I just got here, and am I throwing the ball to myself? Like, I can give the ball to Achane, but I don't know that – I don't know that they look like they went out and spent a bunch of money on a free agent and now they're rebuilding.
Yes.
So maybe that's the place there. Otherwise, it's going to be some place that already has a quarterback that goes out and gets him to be the backup and learn for a year or two, which is not the worst thing in the world to do. And then all of a sudden, I think you have to put the Rams back in the conversation if they're able to get him like. They even pick in the second. They pick late in the second round. So if they could somehow get him at 61, maybe they would do it.
You know what's amazing? I just got to say this quickly right here because we only got less than a minute now based on Michael Malone is the new head coach of the University of North Carolina. Is that what you're telling me right now? He is the new head coach based on earnings. Michael Malone. Yeah, that Michael Malone from the Denver Nuggets. Can you imagine?
I don't remember him being real happy.
We got to talk about this at some point in time because we have no time to do it right now. But, man, tomorrow, let's have that conversation.
Does he have some sort of ties to North Carolina that I should know? Or was it just because, I mean, look, North Carolina needs a coach. Anybody's in play. We all get that. And he was very successful at the NBA level. But that's not a name that ever, came up, at least in terms of speculation. I wonder how much it
impacted Tommy Lloyd. I do wonder about that.
I don't know. That's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports league.
Peace and strength.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The college basketball season wraps up tonight with the men's national championship game between UConn and Michigan. Tip-off from Indianapolis is at 5:50. The Arizona Diamondbacks are off today after splitting their 4-game series against the Atlanta Braves over the weekend. The Snakes begin a 3-game set at the New York Mets tomorrow afternoon. Games 1 and 2 of the series will now start at 1:10 Arizona time due to inclement weather. And the Snakes will not have to face Juan Soto as the Mets star has been placed on the injured list. And Dylan Brooks will not be suspended for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game after all. His technical foul from last night's win over the Bulls has been rescinded. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Refractive lens exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Go to k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo! Gambo's holding up a sign that says, Burnsy, what's going on? Don't feel like yelling today, Gambo?
Burnsy, what's going on?
Yeah, again, with that voice, I can see why you might not want to yell with that thing.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just lost my voice, like laryngitis or something. I lost it on Friday. I rested all weekend. I rested all weekend. The only thing I did was went to Easter yesterday, Easter church celebration. But outside that, I just kind of rested all weekend, and I still don't have my voice back to where it used to be.
So no shouting at the U of A game?
No, I'm not going to shout.
I
don't feel sick. I'm not congested. I just lost my voice.
All right.
And then I had this incredible throat tea with honey I was going to bring with me, and I forgot.
Oh no!
To get me through. So I was.
I have some tea in the.
Do you?
Tea
might be good.
I have some tea and some honey. I'll get you a little tea and honey. So we are back. Gambo's back in studio. We'll nurse that voice through as best we can. We got a lot to talk about today. Lots to cover on the Burns and Gambo Show. So let's weigh in on our top story of the day here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
Chris Garagiola with the call yesterday. The Arizona Diamondbacks fight back from having lost the first 2 games of their series against the Atlanta Braves to get the 4-game splits with Atlanta. And so far, split is the key word of the season for the Arizona Diamondbacks, because 10 games in, they are 5-5, and so far, so good when it comes to our baseball team.
We could complain about a lot of things with this baseball team, right? Arenado and Santana, the offense and the bullpen at times, but this is where they needed to be. They're 10 games in, they're 5-5. We had said, you don't have Kelly, you don't have Burns, you don't have Gurriel, You don't have A.J. Puck. You don't have Justin Martinez. The goal is a simple one. It's really not. We're not asking for a lot. Play around 500 baseball until you have everybody back, and then make a run and get in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So to not be 3-7, to not be 4-6, to be 5-5, I look at it as a win. 10 games off the schedule, you're right where you need to be. You're ahead of the Padres. You're ahead of the Giants. You're not going to catch the Dodgers, but they were 5-2 on this homestand. So I could look at it in a nutshell and say, I think the Diamondbacks are in a really good spot right here because they're 5-5. And that's, I mean, before the season started, that's all we ever talked about was, God, if they could just play 500 baseball until they get all these guys back, they'll be in good shape.
Yeah, and as you said, and throughout the course of the day, we're going to talk about, like, in more specific terms, some of the things we've liked, some of the things we haven't. You're absolutely right. There are things to really, really like. There are things so far to not like. But I think overall, I really don't know how you couldn't be. And I know you're going to look at the record and go, if you're listening, yeah, but they're 500. Yeah, I get that. And we're only 10 games in. But I don't know how you can't be encouraged by the start they're off to because, and we still have a long way to go too. But what you just couldn't have them be buried. You just couldn't have them be chasing. And you didn't want them to be 3-7 after the first 10 games, right? 2-8. Now you got to work to catch up, and you got to work not to fall too far behind. You're gonna get reinforcements. You're gonna get Lourdes Gurriel here in a few weeks. You're gonna get A.J. Puck, hopefully a little bit after that. Honestly, you're gonna get Jordan Lawler back at some point, and hopefully he can stay around. Like you just have to hang in there with the schedule being as tough it is. And to be honest with you, there have been a lot of things I have liked about the start they've offed. Offensively, no. I think the bullpen has been way better than we thought. I mean, it's really just two guys, and one of them's not even here anymore, and one of them's a catcher, for goodness sakes.
I've been pleasantly surprised by the bullpen.
The starting rotation has been good.
Soroka, Erod, wow.
Yeah.
Just wow.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. Zach Gallen looks new and improved. Torey Lovello yesterday talked about doing the big and the little things to win baseball games.
We made plays, we made pitches, kept our focus, stayed in the game, and then when it came time to impact the game and win the game, we had the right guy up in the right spot. So could tell, pounds of it looked like a little bit of a changeup. He said it was a fastball on his post game. I saw it on the big screen. Whatever it was, he did a great job of elevating the baseball, getting the runner over, and he got the added bonus, the game-winning RBI, and we could celebrate him. The top of our lineup today did a great job of sacrifice flies, base hits with runners at third base, less than 2 outs. Those little things, those situational hitting moments are, I think, what carry really good offensive teams. Corbin, huge day. Cattell, huge day offensively. So that's the part of our lineup we know is going to carry the heavy load, and they did their job today.
I'm not going to – I don't remember I'm going to look this up at some point.
Okay.
I remember last year a lot of times they would not be able to get that runner in from second base in extra innings, and they'd lose those games. Mm-hmm. And it was very frustrating to me that they would get to that spot and they would somehow lose the game because they just couldn't simply get a runner in from second base. I think they had a bad record when it came to that in extra innings, and I'll try to look that up. But last night in the 10th, this Taylor Rashi, and this is why I applaud the Mike Hazen decision with Joe Ross. Joe Ross is in. You bring up Taylor Rashi. He's got a guy on second. He gets Albies to ground out. He gets a great play by Perdomo on Dubon, and he gets Riley to pop. Riley's a Diamondback killer.
Yes.
He kills the Diamondbacks.
You pointed that out on Friday's show.
He's a Diamondback freaking killer. And they get him to pop out. You don't get that run in. And now the Diamondbacks have a speedy Barroso on second. Now, the interesting part was, because Marte was coming up, you didn't want to bunt Marte and just move him over and play for the sac fly, and you get the hit and you win it. But I loved that Taylor Rashi, who was a 29-year-old rookie when he came up last year, comes in, and it's like, hey, this guy couldn't do the job. You're getting the opportunity, and he mows him down, and the Diamondbacks win the baseball game. That did not happen a lot last year. They were terrible in a lot of those situations.
Remember we talked about that a lot last year, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but they weren't good in terms of their ability to score the extra runs in extra innings. And I was watching yesterday's game, and I was right there with you in the terms of thinking that if you're able to hold them scoreless in the top half of an extra frame, you should always win the baseball game in the bottom half. You know, and I know it's never going to work out like where it's always going to be that way. But it seems to me if your reliever is going to come in and do the job by holding that ghost runner steady and not allowing them to score, that 3 times out of 4, 5 times out of 6, whatever number you want to use, you should be able to win that game just with the idea of, like you say, guy at second, bunt him over to third. Now you've got 2 opportunities to get him in, sack fly, wild pitch, whatever, scores him, et cetera, et cetera. You didn't need that with Ketel Marte. They weren't very good at that last year. I applaud Taylor Rashi for what he did. I applaud Geraldo Perdomo for the play he made. That was not an easy play in on the grass like that. That ball was hit hard, and he had to react to it very, very quickly. That was good to see. But most of all, we knew this schedule was going to be a monster, and it doesn't get any easier. Now you're off to the East Coast. Now it's 9 games back on the East Coast, all against teams that very easily could be playoff teams this year. Soto's out for the Mets. We've already had to adjust some game times because they're expecting really cold weather back in New York. So, but you get a little bit of a break with Soto out. Then you play the Phillies. Then you play the Orioles. That's 9 tough teams. But look what you started with, right? The Dodgers, World Series champs.
Yeah,
the Tigers, a playoff team from a year ago.
Good playoff team. Mm-hmm. And then the Braves, who didn't make the playoffs last year, but a lot of people felt that they could this year.
And who mauled you 17-2 in the opener, right?
Yeah, so to be 5-5 right now is like, I'll take that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'd much rather be, like, imagine if you're the Giants right now, you're 3-7. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You're 3-7.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mitch, but that's a bad start. Like, it's only 10 games. There's only 1/16 of the season. But, like, I like that Arizona won those last 2 games, got to 5-5. I like that they went 5-2 on the homestand.
Yeah.
You want to win home games. I think they're in a good spot right now.
Torre Lavello talked about the 5-2 homestand.
Going 5-2 at home after a tough start in L.A., I'm really proud of these guys.
Yeah, and I'm proud of them for the way they responded to losing the first 2 games of the series too, because that's at that moment you're kind of thinking, okay, man, not that you're going to get swept. You don't want to lose 3 of 4. You can push back and get a split like that. I think that's a good sign for the team. Off day today, travel day to New York. They'll take on the Mets tomorrow. It's a day game now. It's going to be on 620. We'll get you the details over the course of the day, but the next couple of games are going to be on 620 for the D-backs while we're on the air. So we'll give you the updates from those while we're doing the Burns and Gambo show. In the meantime, take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance to win a $25 Sonic gift card, and one lucky winner will take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Text Smasher to 620-620 to enter. The Phoenix Suns, on the other hand, salvaged their road trip, and yet we don't feel nearly as good about the Suns as we did about the Diamondbacks for what they did. We'll tell you why next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Always a pleasure to tell you about V's Barbershop because they are one of the originals in this valley. Truly an original success story when you consider that Jimmy V and his crew started the first V's Barbershop over 25 years ago. One location in Arcadia. People would come from miles. And when I mean people, I mean myself specifically. I come all the way in from Gilbert just to get my hair cut at the one V's Barbershop in Arcadia. It was that unique. It was that special. And you could trust the barbers that much with your hair where you just knew you were going to get a great haircut every single time you went. Now, obviously, things have changed over the last 25 plus years. There are locations of V's all over the valley, but nothing fundamentally about V's has changed at all. Still the best barbers in town, in some cases, some of the best barbers in the country. Still a cool, old-fashioned throwback vibe. Still that feeling of satisfaction you're going to get when you walk out. You're going to get a great haircut every time. Next time you need a great haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
On Saturday, April 18th, pick up the Ketel Marte tee before the D-backs Blue Jays game, courtesy of State Farm. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Today's letter is A. A is for affordability. A is for attainable, accessible, and adding a Toyota to your driveway. For afternoon errands, AM commutes, and adventures across the valley. For carpools and coffee runs, weekend plans, and all the miles ahead. Across the lineup, these are the A's that add up. Toyota, the A in affordability. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla. Or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on Tundra. Or 3.99% for 60 months on Tacoma. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 for 1,000 bar for 72 months. 3.99% financing with $1,841 for 1,000 bar for 60 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N5426. See dealer for details.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. College basketball crowns a national champion tonight. We'll talk about the championship game. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
There's the shot clock horn. Now the Bulls will get it inbounded. Gershon Yabusele to do the honors. And he throws the pass in. And the last second will tick off, and that'll do it. Suns win 120-110, the final score at United Center in Chicago.
Camo's got his hot tea.
I got some hot tea with honey.
Nurse that voice.
I'm going to try.
Nurse it.
Yeah, I lost my voice. So I talk for a living. I lost my voice.
That's a hard thing to do.
I know. But I'm here. I'm sucking it up.
It's a hard thing
I'm
to
not
do.
I'm not this newer generation. They'd be off sick today.
Oh, I'd be off sick today.
Mitch, if you were talking like me, you'd be out
like this. Like, I get it. You're talking about me. I understand.
No.
Just a younger generation.
Well, we're in the same generation. I'd call in sick today.
Yeah.
If my voice sounded like that, I'd be like, never mind. I'm going to stay home today. Thank you very much. But because I can't stand it when my voice sounds like that. I drives me nuts. So, Suns win yesterday, 120-110. Not happy, Gambo. I'm not happy.
No.
I'm having a hard time. Like, I know I should be happy. They won.
Yeah.
The fundamental requirement of our local team was satisfied. They won a game.
I was pissed.
I'm not happy with how this team is playing right now.
This is a Bulls team that right now they've got a 4.5% chance of landing the number one pick in the lottery. They've got a 20% chance of getting a top 4 selection. 50% chance they stay where they are at number 9. This is a bad basketball team, right? They didn't have Josh Giddey in this game. Go look at their record. They've lost 7 straight games. They're 29-49. What pissed me off about the game, where I really got concerned, was I thought they really took control of it with that run. They got themselves up by a big amount. And I'm like, okay, you're in a good spot. Book hits 2 free throws. There's 3 minutes and 47 seconds left in the third quarter, and they're up by 13. Step on their throats and put them away. Step on their throats. Like a little bit of a run here, get it to 18, 19, 20. The game's over. They'll quit. But instead, the Bulls go on an 11-0 run. It's 84-82. Terrible end to the third quarter. In the fourth, the Suns get up by 7. Book hits a three-pointer, 5.5 left. But then the Bulls score 8 of the next 10 points. It's a 1-point game. After Trey Jones' fast break lay-in off a Book missed shot, there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. It's a 1-point game. How? This team's no good. Like, they're all you need to do against teams like this is when you get up by 12, 13, 14, one more run puts them away for good. Yes. One more run. You get up by 20, they're done, they quit, they're not coming back. But if they're able to turn a 13-point deficit into 10 or 9, everybody says you got to get it under 10. Well, that's 2 baskets. So you weren't far enough ahead. I did not like the way they closed that game out. They ended it on a big run, right? But I did not like that. With 3.5 minutes left, it was a 1-point game. It shouldn't have been.
No, it never should have been. And you asked the reason why. I mean, the first thing that pops into my head is defense. And it has been the talking point of this basketball team for the last 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. I mean, like wherever you want to draw the line and say from this point on, we've been concerned about the basketball team watching the Chicago Bulls routinely and with ease, just like the last time the Suns played the Chicago Bulls a month and a half ago, watching them with routine ease getting to the rim time and time and time again. The Suns are not playing defense anymore. The Suns have either because they're out of gas and their bodies are unwilling, or they're unable, or they don't want. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. I don't know why. We're going to talk about lineup changes a little bit later. I think it's the number one reason why Jordan Ott is now going with Jordan Goodwin in his starting lineup, because he's like, God, I need somebody who's going to defend. I need somebody who cares about defense. Please, anybody. Because yesterday, just watching their lackadaisical effort against, once again, like a Chicago Bulls B squad out there, right? Their main guys weren't available. Their main guys weren't playing. And that team's ability to just constantly get, whether it was Colin Sexton, whether it was Trey Jones, I mean, like the
McClung.
Yeah.
He was going by guys last night.
He was going by guys. Like
going by Jalen Green.
Yeah, like they weren't even there. And if you're asking the reason why, and if you're asking the reason why they didn't put them away and why that game is still a game, their commitment to playing defense or their ability to play defense has been so hampered and so hindered that on a nightly basis, that's the handicap they're going to have to overcome.
Yeah, I did think like one of the biggest plays of the game was a Dillon Brooks blocked shot, which came at, they really needed it at that point because, it's a 6-point lead and you get the ball back and then Book hit the 3 and it was kind of like, okay, that's it. They're going to win. It was a minute and a half left when for the first time you thought they were going to win the game there was a minute and a half left. But to your point, like Trey Jones, like he killed us the last time they played this.
Yep.
Like, don't you know?
Colin Sexton, he killed you the last time you played him, right?
Yeah, I called the Chicago Bulls the island of misfit toys. All they are is a bunch of cast-off lottery picks that nobody else wanted. That's what they are. Cunningham and Sexton, you go through the roster. It's a bunch of like cast-off lottery picks that failed with other teams. So I called them the island of misfit toys. Nobody wanted them. The Bulls took them. The Bulls are that island.
Now, I mean, I'll begrudgingly give the Suns credit for this. The way they closed that game in the last 5 minutes was something we were kind of begging to see, and we got it, right?
Yes.
Like we were begging to see them, okay. And in some ways, you could almost make the argument that you would want to see them in a tight game with 5 minutes to go just to see how they respond and how they do, because that's also been a real point of contention for this basketball team. They did well. Dillon Brooks had some of his best basketball in the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
Devin Booker hit a big three-pointer. You mentioned the block. That was a huge moment for Dillon Brooks. They finished that game with a flex and with a strength that they just haven't been able to show a whole lot the last month and a half. So I'll give him credit for that. I mean, the whole afternoon wasn't a total waste like that, but it just.
But that's one less game off the schedule in which you had a chance to get right.
Yeah. And I still don't feel like they're right.
And you didn't get right.
Yeah, that's so well said. Like one more game for you to make us all feel better about your ability to flip that switch going into the playoffs. I don't feel that way after yesterday's game. You don't either.
No, they won. I'm happy they won. They're gonna get the 7 seed. We'll talk about it later, but they're gonna get the 7 seed. But I'm looking for the same thing you are. Give me a sign that you guys could get back to the first 50 games of the season.
Yeah.
And that was another game. Now there's 4 games left. And because Mark's back and Dylan's back and Jalen and Book, everybody's playing together, I'm looking to see something that makes me believe that they could do some damage if they get to the playoffs. And I haven't seen it yet.
No, the other good bit from last night's game, I suppose, is that Dylan Brooks picked up a technical with about 7.5 to go in the fourth quarter.
Stupid.
It was rescinded.
It was a stupid technical.
It was a stupid technical, and that's
he was walking away.
It's the self-inflicted damage that I think Dylan Brooks does to himself at times because he's rightfully earned such a reputation for being such a talker on the floor. He is from time to time going to walk into those where just his reputation alone is going to earn it. Now it's not fair. I mean, it's fair because I understand why referees are probably a little quicker with him than they are with others. It's Dylan Brooks. That's kind of how he is. But as long as the league is willing to rescind it, I suppose it's not that big of a deal as long as they look back on it and go, yeah, that's not a technical. We're not going to do that. But Dylan, this is his reputation. He's earned it. And I'm glad it didn't cost them. Not that because they need wins necessarily, but they need to start playing right again. And Dylan Brooks sitting out tomorrow's game against the Houston Rockets, even though it probably wouldn't have mattered win-loss wise and whether they clinch a spot or clinch the 7th spot, it matters in the sense that they all need to play together as much as they can and try to rediscover their spark a little bit. So in that regard, I'm glad that he's going to be out there.
Yeah. I'm looking for a sign, too, that he could help them. And in the last 5 minutes of that basketball game, the mid-range shot, the three-pointer, the block shot. Okay, that's good. I mean, if you said who was the biggest catalyst to help them win that game in the final 5 minutes, I would have said Dylan Brooks.
It's very obvious that our associate producer and update guy, Mitch Vareldis, went to ASU because the tease reads as such. All caps, down went the Wildcats, down went the Wildcats. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Jalen Green between the circles, dribbling on the logo center court. The little right hand dribble down to 7 on the timer. Goes to his left, hesitates, now drives into the paint, stops at the dotted line, feeds Booker down to the final second. He'll shoot and hit from straight away as the shot clock expires. Devin Booker up to 30 on the afternoon, and the Suns lead by 9.
Suns W in Chicago, and we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
I do these live because you can tell from my voice. For over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first, giving back to the community. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing and real value and helping you find the best deal for your budget. Right now, you could purchase either a 2026 Ford Escape or Bronco Sport for under $30,000. Choose an Escape starting at $26,999 or a Bronco Sport starting at $29,999. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family-owned, Arizona-built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some adjustments have been made to the Diamondbacks' upcoming series against the Mets in New York. Due to anticipated cold weather in the area, the Mets have moved up the start times for the games on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those games will now start at 1:10 p.m. local time. Pre-game coverage will begin at 12:30, and both of those games will be broadcast on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. You can see more info right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Dylan Brooks had another technical foul rescinded today. During yesterday's win against the Bulls, Brooks picked up what would have been his 18th technical foul on the year. It would have also carried a subsequent suspension. That foul, as I said, was rescinded, and he is eligible to play Tuesday night against Houston. And the men's college basketball season comes to a conclusion tonight. Will Michigan or UConn be the featured star of one shining moment? We'll find out tonight at 5:50. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will we see another dominant performance from Zach Gallen in the Big Apple tomorrow? We'll be previewing Diamondbacks Mets tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, let's cut through the crap. The real reason why Gambo's voice is gone.
And that will do it. It's a Michigan masterpiece. The Wolverines advance to the national championship game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't really have to scream much in that game. That game was over quickly. How are all the ASU fans feeling now after that beatdown that Arizona just took? You guys were celebrating in the streets. Right? That was great. Wow. I mean, it was decisive. Like, it was decisive. I mean, Arizona made one run to kind of, in the first half, they made one run to kind of get back into it. It was 28-23. They used a 9-0 run. It was the only point. It was the only point in the game where you thought, okay, all right, they've settled themselves down. They're going to be okay. Outside of that, it was a beatdown. Like, it was a beatdown. Michigan was just better in every facet of the game. They shut down the big important freshmen outside of Koa Pete. The kid Morrow was unfreaking believable. He was so good. Cadeau was great. I love the kid off the bench that kept knocking down all those threes. McKinney, like, wow, like, oh my goodness. It was a bloodbath. Arizona was never in the game. They got down by so much even in like down 16 at the half, you're starting to think that's a big deficit. They've never been down by this much, but maybe if they could go on a little run, maybe go on a little 10-2 run, cut it to 8, you'll be okay. And it went the other way. They were up by 30. 16 turned to 30. And you're like, there's nothing to watch here.
Yeah.
Nothing to watch.
No, there wasn't anything to watch. And, after the game, Tommy Lloyd said, give Michigan all the credit in the world they've been able to do to us what no other team has.
I want to give credit to Michigan. I mean, they were outstanding tonight and, really had us on our heels all night. And when we could never get into a rhythm. And, so they get a ton of credit for that. No one's kind of been able to do that to us all year. And so it was an impressive performance by them.
More Tommy Lloyd?
Listen, Michigan gets all the credit today. It wasn't our night, probably had to do a lot with them. And they were just impressive. They were impressive how they came out and executed their game plan. And, we got, down a little bit. And we've been down a few times this year, but not like that. And we probably got a little panicky and weren't able to settle back in. And they get credit. I mean, that's why if you can get off to a good start in games, it's usually pretty impactful. And that definitely was the case today.
I'm glad he said it because I think there's no doubt that played a factor into what happened on Saturday night. I think U of A got a little panicky. I think U of A got punched in the nose. It got punched in the nose so swiftly and so hard and so quickly that all of a sudden, all of their youth and how much, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but a little sneak peek, how reliant they are on freshmen to a certain extent on that lineup. I think they got kind of panicky, and I think they got away from themselves really quick. They didn't really know how to respond. I mean, their deficit after 10 minutes of that game was the largest that it had been all season. So, I mean, that quickly, you're down more than you had been all year long. And I think they lost themselves in that. They lost their composure a little bit. They really didn't know. They just weren't accustomed to that. And there was this quote from Dusty May, and this one actually blew me away in that this is how confident he was against Arizona. And I don't have the audio for it, but I'm going to read the quote. Quote, when we've played this model, this Arizona model this year, and they're the souped-up version of the model, they're the steroid version of Gonzaga and these other teams, we just feel like if a team relies on scoring from 15 feet and in, because of our size and our length, it's going to be tough to score enough points 15 feet and in as long as we're making our shots and we're in a decent rhythm offensively. In other words, and I don't want to say the three-point thing finally kind of caught up with them, but Michigan's like, you go ahead and base your whole offense from 15 feet in. We're going to take it away. We're going to take it away. And then when they did, U of A's like, oh God, what do we do?
And you can't shoot the three.
What do we do?
They make 4 threes a game. They're not gonna beat you with threes.
Yeah, they're
not gonna get back into the game with threes.
Yeah, they're hanging with us on the board. They're just as physical. They're just as big.
We can't score inside.
Our size is not the dominant thing here. Oh crap, what do we do?
Right.
And it just spiraled so quickly.
About 20 years ago, Nike made a commercial. My better is better than your better.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Phenomenal freaking commercial. Just phenomenal. My better is better than your better. And I'm watching that game, and I was thinking about that song, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. That was Michigan.
My better is better than your better.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Good, man.
That's good.
Yeah.
There
That's
was a
an
bunch
ASU education right there,
Look
ready
at
to
that.
go.
I'll be really impressed if you could pull off a full commercial next time we talk U of A from that, because that was a great commercial. That was a great commercial. My better than your better. And that's what it was. Michigan's better was better than Arizona's. It was. And listen, no shame to me. There's no shame in losing that game. Arizona accomplished the most important thing, which was getting that monkey off their back and getting to the Final Four. Does it hurt that they're not playing tonight and they don't have a chance to end this ridiculous West Coast drought? Yes, that hurts. But it's also not a letdown because they didn't lose in the Elite Eight or the Sweet 16 or the round of 32. They accomplished what everybody expected them to at least accomplish.
Yeah, I think this one's a little tricky for me. Obviously, I'm not as emotionally invested in the U of A as you are.
Mm-hmm.
I think when somebody 5 years from now or 10 years from now says, when you think about the 2025-26 U of A Wildcats, what do you think of? I think most of the time we'll think, oh, that's the team that ended the drought. That's the team that got to the Final Four for a program that hadn't been there in 25 years. But I think fairly closely after that will be, oh, yeah, that was the team that got worked in the Final Four, too.
They did.
Like, I know most Juve fans are just going to want to hold on to the positive and go, hey, man, what a dream season. It was great. It was awesome. But when you're the number one team in the land for, 9 straight weeks, 9 consecutive polls, U of A was, and when you went into the tournament as maybe not the definitive favorite, but certainly one of 2 or 3 definitive favorites, and you lose like that in the Final Four, it leaves a mark, and I don't think it just goes away because you go, oh, what a great season it was. Now, I'm sure U of A fans will probably yell at me online for suggesting this, but I think the first thing you'll always think of is that's the team that ended the drought and got back to the Final Four. I just don't think you can forget about how badly you got beat when you got there, because that was very memorable to watch them get. And I don't say this as a U of A hater. I'm not. I don't say this as an ASU fan. I'm really, truly Switzerland when it comes to this. I'm very neutral when it comes to all of these things.
They should be. It's such a beautiful country. You don't want anybody disrupting it. It's such a beautiful country.
I'm sure. I truly am neutral on this. I don't think you can't not think about how badly they got beat on Saturday night.
There's another way to look at it, too. The 1988 Arizona team that won the West Region, clobbered North Carolina, got to the Final Four. That program, that Steve Kerr, Sean Elliott team, was the beginning of something that ended up being really special for Lute Olson. Mm-hmm. Could this be the beginning of something special for Tommy Lloyd?
Yes.
And I do look at it like that because you got to start somewhere. That Arizona team got beat. Kansas won the championship that year. They lost to Oklahoma. It was like 7 or 8 points, whatever. But that 88 Steve Kerr, Sean Elliott team elevated the program and put Lute Olson on that trajectory. I think this team could do that for Tommy Lloyd too. Kind of put them on a trajectory to where there's more success, and maybe eventually it does lead to that national championship that the West is so desperate for.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay.
I do. I think that could, and that will take the sting away from getting blown out the way they did.
That team should be celebrated. There was a bunch of that Arizona team should be celebrated. They had a great season.
We are 2.5 weeks away from the National Football League draft, and this is somewhat of an annual tradition, I think. An all-trade NFL mock draft has landed on the news desk.
What you talking about, Willis?
What do the Cardinals do at number 3 overall in the all-trade mock draft? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty gonna do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and why my wife and I are in the process of moving a couple of our accounts over to Global Credit Union. We had our car loan through them. And we're like, we could do so much better than that because Global is just so much better than the banking that we have now. And they're so much better because they have fewer fees. They're so much better because they have better rates. What we found out being a member of Global Credit Union is that being a member really does have some benefits attached to it. And we're crazy for not taking advantage of those. And another one of those benefits is 24/7, 365 customer service. Live U.S.-based customer service. You got a phone call, you got a question, 2 o'clock in the morning, you need a question answered about your money, you can call, talk to a live U.S.-based representative 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year from Global, and you can get answers. It's benefits like that that make us want to do more of our banking at Global Credit Union. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save time, buy online.
target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Waltz?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Gambo wasn't the only one who had it rough this weekend. On the other side of the glass, Lauren, our producer, fighting Illini.
I was rooting for your team.
I didn't have it as rough as Gambo, let's be honest.
You guys didn't play that well either.
No, but we weren't even supposed to be there in the first place. So I will absolutely
I was rooting for your team.
Thank you.
Oh, I was too. Yeah, I was too. I was with every little push that they made in the last 5 minutes. I was hoping, thinking, but yeah, no.
It was one of those games where 5 minutes in, I was just like, we don't have it.
I heard you say that to somebody in the newsroom because you could tell your team it was not.
I've watched every game all season. I always do. You just look at the team out there in the court and you go, nope, don't got it today.
The kid who hit the winning shot against Duke, the freshman, I didn't know they didn't guard him in the beginning of the game. Like, he got like 3 wide open looks at the basket. Like you got to guard that kid.
They got their confidence early. Hurley mentioned that, like, at the first media timeout. He's like, I'm really happy to see our kids hit their shots because that was obviously such a struggle for them against Duke. So UConn versus Michigan tonight. If UConn wins, that's 3 championships in 4 years.
Who you rooting for?
Me? I'm rooting for Michigan. I don't know if I want to see Dan Hurley win another one. I don't know why.
I'm going to root for UConn.
I don't know why. I think Michigan. We talk about streaks ending, right? Like, it's been a long time since the Big Ten has won a men's college basketball
2000, right?
Michigan State.
Michigan State.
The Ishbia team, right? Was the. I love how I call that the Ishbia team.
As everybody knows it so well.
They don't win that title without Ishbia.
I love how I call it the Ishbia team.
They didn't reach the Final Four without him on that team.
Dan Hurley's he's a bag of cats, man. I don't know if I'm rooting for him or not. So
seems like a strange guy.
Put me down for Michigan, please. What's our poll question today? What do we have?
Our poll question today has to do with the Phoenix Suns. So we're asking, assuming the Suns starting lineup features Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams.
Okay.
Who would you prefer to be their fifth starter? Jordan Goodwin, Colin Gillespie, Royce O'Neal, or Grayson Allen?
I'm going to go Royce.
Grayson. No. Royce.
Final answer?
Final answer. Royce.
Okay. All right. Well,
Survey says
there's a tie for the first spot between Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie, both with 32% of the vote. 22% going with Royce O'Neal, and 15% going with Jordan Goodwin.
Okay, last night it was Goodwin. He took the spot for Gillespie. I think there were people who were assuming that it was going to be Royce O'Neal when they got whole. There's 4 games to go. We'll talk about rotation lineups and decisions and things
I would just say
like that
this. I hope that he picks one and sticks with it for 4 games. No more experimenting. Let them play together.
You think so? All right.
I would.
Well, we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit later on in the show because they've got 4 more games to experiment, and I do wonder if they will do that. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where it's at. We are entering almost the home stretch now of the NFL draft, mock draft season. The draft itself is 2 weeks from this Thursday. Then we can quit mocking about what the Cardinals are going to do, and we can start talking about what the Cardinals have actually done with this draft pick. This is something I'm pretty sure Bill Barnwell does every single year. It feels very familiar. I could probably go back and look at my notes and do a little Google search and see that he does this all the time. The all-trade mock draft.
Yeah.
Where he he just says, okay, with the number 1 pick, if the Raiders were to trade it, this is what it could look like.
Oh, they should now that they got the great Kirk Cousins to be their coach. No, I'm teasing. I'm just teasing.
So not only is it mocking a trade for the Cardinals at 3, but then you also have to search the whole rest of the mock draft to see what other trades he's got where the Cardinals are in.
Yeah.
He's mentioned 2, and they're not that far apart from each other. With the 3rd pick in the all-trade mock draft from Bill Barnwell.
Okay.
He's got the Arizona Cardinals trading the 3rd overall pick to the Commanders for the 7th overall pick.
We've seen this before.
And a 2027 second rounder. So you get an extra second rounder next year to move down 4 spots. That doesn't feel like enough for me.
No.
That doesn't feel like enough.
No.
Does it?
No, because you're going to pass on probably at that point, the 2 best edge rushers are going to be gone. You might have an offensive lineman gone. Like Reese will be gone. He could go too. Reese will be gone. Bailey could be gone. Maybe even Mauano is gone at that point. Like, I'm not a big believer this year in moving down. And man, I don't know why you wouldn't want that extra second round pick this year instead of next year.
As opposed to next year. I know that I've seen some stuff.
Unless
quarterback.
I'm gonna try to acquire picks for next year to package for the quarterback.
Yeah.
In case I end up with the 7th pick because I win a few games I wasn't supposed to win, and now I'm picking 7th or 8th. I want ammunition to be able to move up to get the quarterback.
There was a story I saw a couple weeks ago. I didn't email it. I didn't even really read it that much. I just kind of skimmed it. That suggested that next year's draft is going to be like a banger. It's going to be an all-timer. Like they're already not just at the quarterback position, at all positions. That next year's draft could be one of those real like generational special ones, and that not a lot of teams want to trade picks out of next year's draft because they want to be able to take advantage of that. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I think you're absolutely right. Why would I want a second-round pick next year? I want a second-round pick next year in case I need ammunition to go quarterback shopping. The only other time the Cardinals were mentioned, okay, this is the next time we talk to Bill Barnwell, I'd like to ask him about this because I'm not quite sure I understand this completely. It's when the New Orleans Saints come up at number 8. Okay? And what trade would the New Orleans Saints make at number 8 in the all-trade mock draft? He would have the Saints moving up to the Cardinals slot to number 3 and the Cardinals moving down to 8. Now, here's what's weird. The Cardinals, in the last one, were moving down to 7th, and all they got was a second-rounder next year. The Cardinals to move down to 8th.
One more spot.
For one more spot. Just one more spot. They get the 8th pick. They get a third-rounder this year, and they get the second-rounder next year. So for just
one extra spot gets you a third rounder.
Gets a third-rounder. And I'm like,
how they do these things.
Yeah, and that's like well, wait a minute. It's one spot. It shouldn't make that much, right? Like I shouldn't get an extra third-rounder for one spot. That doesn't seem to make it. Now that deal, okay, let's talk. I could get an extra third-rounder. I'm expecting that player to be a depth guy. I'm expecting that guy to contribute. At 8, I'm still passing on all the players that you're talking about passing on, but I'm assuming at that point I'm getting an offensive lineman there that I'm a little more comfortable with, or one of the edges that I'm a little more comfortable with there as opposed to 3. I don't know.
Listen, if they love Noah and they just don't feel like he's worth the value at 3, I mean, it does make sense to move down, grab some other guys, and then get the guy you want. You just got to make sure you get the guy you want.
Yes.
So I get that. Like, I'm not stupid. I get, hey, listen, we really love Noah, but we're not going to take him at 3. We think we can get him at 8. So we'll move down. Nobody else is going to take him. But you got to make sure. You got to make sure that nobody else takes the guy. And then you're getting the guy you want, but you're also getting some extra value. My point is the guys you're going to pass on at 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, are those generational type players that you're passing on. Because, again, regardless of position, take the best player available that can impact your team. This team lacks great players.
Yeah, they do. And it's going to be one of those. It's going to be your Will Anderson, Paris Johnson Jr. moment for 2026, right? I mean, we'll always look at the player you could have had at 3 and wonder what would have happened if you'd taken that guy there, if you'd done what you were supposed to and stayed put.
And this organization has made other mistakes, right? The Tommy Knight mistake, because they needed a cornerback. They went for need over the best player. Tommy Knight was the third cornerback taken, and he didn't end up being that good. And obviously passed it on Terrell Suggs to go get two picks, Brian Johnson and Calvin Pace.
Yep.
That didn't work out either. So they've made the mistakes in the past.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks, because while the number on that Diamondbacks bullpen might tell one story, there's something else about them that tells a very different story. That's next here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
M-Jive's got so many great products, and one of them that they have now is their hair growth product. You see, when they told me they were launching the hair growth complex, I was at their facility just a couple of months ago. I said, okay, I'm going to pay attention, because with M-Drive, there's a big difference. They don't just throw everything in and hope for a formula. They build it with clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. Because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. It's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you've noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, it's worth a look. You can find M-Drive hair growth at Sprouts, or you can go online at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. You'll get 20% off your first purchase, or you can also find M-Drive at Sprouts.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some adjustments have been made to the Diamondbacks' upcoming series against the Mets in New York. Due to anticipated cold weather in the area, the Mets have moved up the start times for the games on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those games will now start at 1:10 p.m. local time. Pre-game coverage will begin at 12:30 and be broadcast over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. You can see more info on arizonasports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Dylan Brooks had another technical foul rescinded today. During yesterday's win against the Bulls, Brooks picked up what would have been his 18th technical foul on the year, would have also come with a subsequent suspension. That foul, as I said, was rescinded, and he is eligible to play Tuesday night against Houston. And the men's college basketball season comes to a conclusion tonight. Will Michigan or UConn be the featured star of one shining moment? Or will it be Michael Malone? We'll find out tonight at 5:50. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Payne Moses. The times of the first 2 D-backs Mets games have been moved up due to expected cold weather conditions. Mike D'Antoni explains his path to the Suns, which is now leading him into the Hall of Fame, and 10 of the biggest takeaways from the first 10 Diamondbacks games this season. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Welcome back on this Monday. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope everybody had a good Easter weekend celebrating with family and all of that. As we welcome you back, a lot to talk about, obviously, here between the Final Four, Suns basketball and D-backs baseball, and then North Carolina picking a coach, and it's Michael Malone.
Yeah.
So what? Bill Belichick's the football coach. Michael Malone's the basketball coach. Buck Showalter going to coach the baseball team? Like, what's next?
I don't know. Seems kind of risky to me. The guy hasn't been in college in 25 years.
Yeah, it's really
a long
risky.
time since he's been a college coach.
Seems like they were maybe worried they weren't like they didn't
I
even
think
want to
they failed on the Iowa State coach, the U of A coach,
the Michigan coach.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy where I'm at.
Transfer portal opens up on Tuesday, and they did not want to wait for Billy Donovan to not be the coach of the Chicago Bulls. They went with Michael Malone. Okay, we'll see. In the meantime, the Arizona Diamondbacks. All right, it's like the old song from the band U2, With or Without You. With Joe Ross and James McCann.
Okay.
The Diamondbacks' bullpen ERA is 6.5. It's the second worst in all of baseball.
Yes.
Without Joe Ross, who's
with or
no
without
longer
you.
on the with or without you.
Right.
Without Joe Ross, who's no longer in the organization, no longer with the team, and not counting James McCann, who clearly is not a member of the Diamondbacks bullpen. The D-backs ERA drops to 3.73 as a bullpen.
Middle of the pack.
Which would be the 14th best in Major League Baseball.
We could live with that.
Oh, we could totally live with that. Yeah, we can live with that.
I kind of did a deep dive into this. I'm curious your opinions on it, too. I did a deep dive into this over the weekend because obviously Friday, Paul Sewald comes in, second pitch, Ozzie Albies hits a home run. Then Olsen comes in, he hits a home run. You're like, okay, Sewald just lost the game, you lose. Then you get to Saturday, right? And Clark is incredible, Loaiza is incredible, Murillo's incredible. Sewald comes in and strikes out a couple of guys, and it's like, wow, that was great. And then Sunday, Clark and Thompson and Ginkel and Rashi were all good. Loaiza blows the save. Overall, if I take the first game out, right, if I just take the game since we last were on, so it's Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, 11 and a third innings, 2 runs, only 1 earned, because there was the Arenado era that led to an unearned run.
It was against Thompson, right? If I remember right.
Yeah, with Thompson. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he kind of he just kind of tried to look the runner back to third, and it popped out of his glove, and it was an error. So 11 and a third innings, 1 earned run, 7 hits, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts. 1 walk, 10 strikeouts. I had to go back and check it a second time because when I put the numbers together the first time, I was like, this doesn't seem right. But it was right. 1 walk, 10 strikeouts, 1 earned run in an 11 and a third innings. So those numbers were really good. After the Sewald thing. So I thought that the bullpen overall was pretty good, and I think the numbers have been pretty good. They've just had those 1 or 2 bad innings or the 1 or 2 guys that are really screwing it up.
I think a couple of things. I think mostly we're so used to it being bad that we've lowered our standards a little bit, but I also think it's okay that we've lowered our standards a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, is that the kind of bullpen that's going to win a division or even make a run in the postseason? I don't know. I mean, it's only 10 games, so it's hard to know that. Probably not, given still the uncertainty of like Loaiza in a safe situation, Sewald, will the velocity last and will it kind of hold up? It looked like the velocity kind of faltered a little bit on Friday. Then he found it again on Saturday. Is that going to be something we're going to have to look at? But I mean, relatively speaking to the bullpens of the last couple of years, am I going to take 11 innings?
11 and a third, 3 runs.
3 runs, 1 earned, 1 unearned.
1 unearned.
One unearned.
1 unearned run.
2 earned runs, 11 and a third innings.
7 hits, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts.
Yes, I'm going to take that. I think
7 hits.
I'm going to win if my starting pitching holds up and does what I think it can do, I'm going to win my fair share of games with a bullpen that is that middle of the road. Because we've been so unmiddle of the road around here. The bullpen had 29 blown saves last year. And I wanted to look, I actually looked at it like with that lens this weekend too. The Diamondbacks are still like a top 5 team in baseball in terms of blown saves this year. I think they've got 3, which I think is among the 4th or 5th most in baseball.
Yeah, Loaiza got the blown save this weekend. Not Sewald, because Sewald just took the loss.
It was a 0-0 game when he came in, right?
So Sewald gave up the 2 runs on the home runs. Those were earned runs. And then yesterday, you had the bullpen give up the 1 earned run, which was Loaiza.
Look.
But that was it. So it was just all innings, 11 and a third innings, Seawald, the 2 home runs, Loizaga, the 1 run, and that was the only earned runs they gave up. There was an unearned run that was given up, but I think that's pretty good. I mean, that's pitching to an ERA of what, 2.6, 2.7?
Yeah.
Like those are real numbers.
I'm going to say this at the risk of jinxing it, and I'm going to say this at the risk of if something awful happens on this road trip bullpen-wise, then everyone's going to come yell at me, and that's fine. You can come yell at me if you want. Gambo, don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I've been very happy with this bullpen so far. I've been...
Can you hit the dump button? You guys hit the dump button?
Okay, maybe.
I'm teasing.
But like I've been happy with it. I've been mostly. It feels better. It feels more secure. I didn't like Loizaga's out. Loizaga's outing got sideways in a hurry yesterday because it was 3 straight hits. But you know what I also liked about Loizaga?
His response.
1, 2, 3. Only keeping it a tie ball game.
Yeah, he did
right,
great.
and still giving the Diamondbacks a chance to, if not win it in the bottom of the 9th, at least carry it over to extras and give themselves a chance to win it in the 10th.
Right.
He gives up another run there, and he's in a situation where he could have very easily given up another run there. I like that he kind of held it where it was, and even though he got charged with a blown save, that could have been a lot worse. I don't know if, there's so many question marks. I have questions about Seawald. It was nice to see Ginkel bounce back and pitch yesterday in a fairly high leverage situation. I was a little worried about him.
I thought he did. I thought he did well
after what happened last weekend. Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised so far by what I've seen out of this pen.
Yeah, he got a ground out, then gave up a single, then got Dubon to strike out, and then he got Riley to pop out. So good sign by Ginkel there. Yeah, and listen, here's the thing. If you've got a guy like Joe Ross that isn't getting it done, get him out of here. Just get him out of here.
Get him out of here!
Get him out of here.
I'll say it because you can't, because your voice. Get him out of here!
I mean, you can't, give Taylor Rashi a shot. The young guys, you don't want to, you want to count on them for the future. But if you got a veteran guy that sucks, just let's not waste our time. Move on from him.
And remember, you're going to get Puck back.
Martinez.
At some point. Martinez is a little late,
Later.
But yeah, you'll get him.
And somebody... I don't know what they're going to do, but they could put somebody in the bullpen that doesn't get the starter's job, or they could have I think that guy may go to the minors and pitch as a starter.
We'll talk about that a little bit later, but we are coming up on decision time when it comes to this bullpen and what they're going to, and the starting rotation and what they're going to do. Off day for the D-backs today. They're in New York tomorrow for the first of 3, and we've already had some scheduling changes when it comes to that series. The first 2 games of that series are going to be day games from Citi Field because they're expecting it to be quite cold at night. So we'll be dealing with that tomorrow. In the meantime, when we come back on Burns and Gambo, last night, Jordan Ott made things crystal clear about the Suns' rotation going forward. The question is it permanent or are we still experimenting? That's next. Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barroso went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barroso scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. So if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, I'm telling you, nobody does it better than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I had LASIK surgery done about 14 years ago. Truly one of the best things that I've ever done for myself was going to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and getting that done. If you want a special offer right now, we can get that for you. Text I to 620-620, and we can save you some real money on a vision correction procedure. 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa, but also the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Suns and your Diamondbacks. So if you're interested in a special offer, call 480-483-EYES or text I to 620-620. That's text I to 620-620.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, it's Luke. What type of reception should Kevin Durant get from Suns fans if he plays tomorrow? We're previewing Suns Rockets tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I imagine we'll be talking about that a bunch tomorrow, too. Finally, the return of Kevin Durant, and only took the entire season for Kevin Durant to make his return to Mortgage Matchup Center. And the tribute video or not the tribute video, that is the question. I'm sure he's going to get one.
Sure.
How it's going to be received is an entirely different story, but I'm sure
that is
going to
be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get one. He's Kevin Durant, but how it's received when he does, how he is received when he's there, we'll see. As it turns out, the Suns have, I mean, if we're being honest about it, they have much bigger problems right now.
Bigger fish to fry?
They have bigger fish to fry than Kevin Durant and whether people are going to be cheering his welcome home video or not. Because the Suns, I mean, look, everything's still right there. They're going to be the 7th seed. They're all but a lock to get it. There's still a couple of moving parts to figure out who you're going to play, but they're pretty much locked into number 7. Where they're not locked in, and where it's starting to get, you could argue, a little uncomfortable that they're not locked in, is what kind of team they'll be fielding when the play-in tournament starts, both in terms of how they're playing, who they're playing, when. I mean, like, I get they've got this opportunity, Gambo, here to experiment a little bit. But, boy, they're really experimenting all over the map with lineups and playing time and rotations and things like that.
I said to you earlier, and I believe this, I don't think you could experiment anymore. I think you want to, this is who my 5 are. Run them out there for the next 3 games. Don't play them in the Oklahoma City game. Get everybody a breather. You know, play Malawach and Kobe Bryant and those guys in the Oklahoma City game. But the next 3 games, have your starting 5 be the same unit, and have your bench substitutions be similar so guys can start to feel it and get in a rhythm and know what the expectations are. I was fascinated yesterday because they went with Goodwin and Mark Williams in the starting rotation, along with Brooks, Dillon, and Jalen. Book, Brooks, and Jalen. Oso and Collins started on the bench. The first sub into the game was Grayson Allen, but then he picked up 2 quick fouls. The next sub, they brought in Collin, Oso, and Royce and sat Dylan, Mark, and Jalen. I'm kind of looking, you know me, I really love to follow substitution patterns because I like to see you playing big, you playing small, you go more offensive minded, defense. I always like substitution patterns. I don't know why my brain works that way. So I was really looking at yesterday's game for the most part to see how that was going to play out. But I think that you can't experiment anymore. You just have, I think what is your best 5-man unit and what is your best bench unit? And let's just roll with that.
I agree. And there's Jordan Ott after the game on starting Jordan Goodwin yesterday.
I think just trying to balance out some of the groups. We love how that second unit played early in the season. That was a part of it. And then just trying to balance it all out. You know, now with 3 pretty high usage players in the starting unit, you know, it just changes some of the dynamics on the offensive end with the second unit. So, you know, we're going to try to find it, but we do need to at some point set and go. And I think that's kind of where we're at. You know, we got to get ready. We got to get ready for the play-in. We got to get ready for the playoffs. That was kind of the decision going into that. We had 2 days to kind of get through it all. And then a 9-man rotation, the same thing. Like, got to up the minutes to try to get into, you know, kind of what that next level of playoffs feels like.
Now, the 9-man rotation is a different thing to me, and I'll get into that in a second. But I totally agree with you. Like it is time now. It is time to say, this is my starting 5. These are my guys coming off the bench. And if they decide they didn't like Jordan Goodwin as the starter, and we see somebody else tomorrow night against the Houston Rockets in the starting 5, then that's it. Like I feel like you've got to be frozen. You've got to, okay, that's going to be who it is. The Goodwin thing is interesting to me because Jordan Ott had basically said, look, after what happened against Charlotte, everything's on the table in terms of trying to recreate our defensive identity and figure out who we are. There is no doubt in my mind, I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind, that part of the reason why Jordan Goodwin started that game yesterday was an almost desperate level of, will somebody please play defense? Will somebody please? And not that Jordan Goodwin was great at it either yesterday. He wasn't. It was kind of a rare, not great defensive game for Jordan Goodwin. But will somebody please commit yourself to playing on the defensive end? And I'm going to start a guy that I think kind of sets the tone for that. I think Goodwin does set the tone for that. I'll be curious if tomorrow Goodwin is the starter again, because if he is, I wholeheartedly agree with you. It's time to stop the starters roulette. It's time to start the experimenting. You don't have time anymore. You got to get these guys used to each other. You got to get them comfortable with each other. You got to get them playing with each other so they know the rotation. Absolutely.
The thing that was more fascinating to me than Goodwin was Fleming. Rasheer Fleming.
Oh, I don't like that.
Who was playing 20 minutes a game in March. 20 minutes a game in the month of March. He shot 40% from three-point range in the month of March. He played every game. He didn't play every game in February. He played 6 games in February. In January, he averaged 5.8 minutes a game. In February, 16.3. In March, 19.1. It looked like he was a guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then he doesn't play. He doesn't play in that game. I don't know if there was any other reason, but he didn't play in that game, and Malawach didn't play in that game, and you start to look at who didn't. Ryan Dunn didn't play in that game.
Yep.
I think you've got to kind of figure it out right now. Who is not going to play? Who do you not want to be? Because most coaches will shorten the bench in the playoffs, and I'm curious to see if Ott's going to do that as well.
Yeah, it certainly, again, not knowing what they're going to do tomorrow, but hoping that whatever they do tomorrow that we're kind of frozen. And that they stick with it and they don't change it so they can get themselves ready for the postseason. I don't like not playing Fleming. I don't. I still think that at the end of the day, he proved himself worthy of those minutes that he got. And even though he still makes his fair share of mistakes, he's still a rookie, he's still a kid, like all the things, right? I still think his physical ability is just something they don't have a whole lot of. Now, of course, Jordan Ott could change his mind. And if once the playoffs start, he decides he wants to give Fleming some more minutes, he certainly can. But it seemed as if he was making a bit of a statement yesterday. These are my 9.
I am shrinking my rotation, and I have trimmed some of the fat, and this is who it's going to be. And I just think Fleming, at the end of the day, is more of a net positive than he's a net negative, and I would have liked to have seen him out there. And I'm a little disappointed that he's not. Malawatch, I get that a little bit more. Fleming, I don't. I just don't think they have anybody on the roster like him, Gambo.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that, right? Outside of the changes in the starting rotation and how they use, who didn't they play? Who did they not play?
Yeah.
Now, we go through these next 3 games, and Dunn and Fleming and Malawatch don't play outside of any garbage time minutes, then you could be pretty rest assured that those guys aren't going to see minutes in the postseason unless it's garbage time.
Yeah, and if there is more experimenting, then I think that that's a mistake. I think that they need to settle in and decide who they're going to be because here's the thing, this is not going to be easy. All right, like I think a month ago we assumed that getting out of the play-in was our birthright as the Phoenix Suns. Like it was, they're clearly the 7th best team in the Western Conference, and they will clearly get out of the play-in and make the playoffs. Not so clear anymore. Not with the way they're playing. You know, I still think
on them. I'm not afraid of the Clippers or Portland. It's more like if the Suns haven't played a great stretch of basketball in a while. Now they've had some games where, like, wow, they're real competitive in Boston and lost that game, right? There was some games like, wow, they played really well and they just came up short. They weren't able to execute in the last few minutes of the games. But overall, have they have they had a 5-game stretch to where you're like, that Suns? No. Haven't had that in a couple of months now.
No, you're right. It's not about the Clippers, and it's not about Portland. Heck, it's not even about Golden State getting Steph Curry back over the weekend. It's not about any of that. It's about the Suns and how they're playing. It's just my fear that it's not going to be good enough. I will say I'm very glad the NBA rescinded Dillon Brooks' technical.
Yeah, he would have got suspended.
He would have been suspended. And I know we can sit here and say it doesn't matter. These games don't matter. They're locked into the 7th seed. They matter for exactly the reason why you just said a second ago. You need to decide on your starters, decide on your bench, play those guys, and develop some continuity. And Dillon Brooks at this point sitting out even one of these games that he could play. And let's assume nobody plays against Oklahoma City, which I think is a good assumption. Dillon Brooks not playing in any of the next 3 games, I think is a detriment. I think it hurts them. I think he needs to be out there. They need to figure each other and this out a little bit.
Yeah, because what would we say? Jalen, Book, and Green have played a total of, what is it now, 7 or 8 games together?
Yeah,
not a lot.
Not a lot. No, not a lot. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks, maybe a mini breakout of their offensive funk yesterday, but 2 of their focal points of the offense have been struggling out of the gate. We'll talk about it coming up on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where really it is about getting you the lowest rates and the best fees for your mortgage needs, whether it's a refinance, a new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage Team has been here for over 30 years. It's the only mortgage company I've used, from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver. They do a tremendous job of helping you get the right mortgage at the right price. Yes, that matters, right? It also matters to make sure you get the lowest rate, because the difference between even a quarter of a point that you may get from somebody else, if the Lund Mortgage Team can get you lower by even a quarter of a point over a 30-year mortgage, that ends up adding up to a lot of money that could be your money instead of the bank's money. So always go with the Lund Mortgage Team. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundle your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some adjustments have been made to the Diamondbacks' upcoming series against the Mets in New York. Due to anticipated cold weather in the area, the Mets have moved up the start times for the games on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those games will now start at 1:10 p.m. local time, local meaning Arizona time. Pre-game coverage will start at 12:30, and those broadcasts will be carried on ESPN 620 a.m. and on the Arizona Sports app. Dylan Brooks had another technical foul rescinded today. During yesterday's win against the Bulls, Brooks picked up what would have been his 18th technical foul on the year. It would have also come with a subsequent suspension. That foul, as I said, was rescinded, and he is eligible to play Tuesday night against Houston. And the men's college basketball season comes to a conclusion tonight. Will Michigan or UConn be the featured star of one shining moment? We'll find out tonight at 5:50 from Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. College basketball crowns a national champion tonight. We'll talk about the championship game. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm going to tip jar this for you to save your voice.
I do like Jamie's Crying.
Tip jar Jamie's Crying from Van Halen, please.
Great Van Halen song.
The Arizona Diamondbacks, we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show. You heard Mitch mention it just a second ago. They'll be East Coasting it for the next week and a half or so. 3 in New York, 3 against Philly, 3 against Baltimore. The first 2 games against New York have already been moved to day games, not because they're expecting wet weather. They're just expecting cold weather. So they don't want to freeze those poor New York fans out, or the players, I guess, for that matter. I was watching
So soft, these people today.
I was watching some of the
so soft
Tigers-Cardinals game last night on Peacock, and it looked really, really, really cold. So both Tuesday and Wednesday are now going to be 1:10 first pitch start times. They'll be on ESPN 620, so we'll be on opposite Diamondbacks baseball for a chunk of our show. And then as of right now, Thursday's game is still scheduled to be a 4:10 start. So play through the cold, and this road trip starts, and hopefully the cold does not affect the Diamondbacks' bats, or maybe we do want it to affect the Diamondbacks' bats because they've been really quiet. Now, yesterday, Torey Lovullo.
Have they been as cold as ice?
They have been as cold as ice. They're willing to sacrifice their love. Torey thought yesterday maybe was a little mini breakout. Carroll was good Carroll's been good the whole homestand, but Marte maybe warming up a little bit. Perdomo did a couple of things offensively to help them. But for the most part, offensively, it has been a slow start for the
Arenado has not been good, and Santana has not been good. And that, to me, is what really stands out. Now, I know that they brought those guys in for their defense, but my goodness, Santana's bat speed looks slow. Like, he looks like he's a grandpa swinging a bat. The bat speed looks slow. He can't hit at all. So he's got, what's he got, 2 hits?
2 hits.
You know, and so he got hurt swinging the bat yesterday, so I think he's going to be out a little bit. But that was the aging duo. That was my concern. He left the game with right groin tightness after he swung it. He's 2 for 24. I couldn't be worse. He just looks absolutely awful out there. Arenado did get a bloop base hit yesterday. It seems like all of his hits are just bloop base hits. He's batting 200. He's got no home runs. He's got 1 RBI and 30 at-bats. 30 at-bats. So no extra base hits. No doubles, no triples, no home runs. All singles. 3 of them have been bloop singles. And he's got a couple of costly errors as well. So I haven't been that impressed with what they're getting out of these guys, to be honest with you. Doesn't look good right now. Now, it's early. You never judge a guy on 10 games. I get it. But the early indications are these guys are really struggling, they are.
It's funny. I almost, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I'm making a mistake in doing this. I almost put them in separate categories, and I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Tell me why. I'm intrigued.
It's the eye test thing more than anything. Santana, to me, looks like he's cooked, just cooked. And whereas Arenado, okay, yeah, I haven't been super happy with the defense. He had the error yesterday. It hasn't been as airtight as we would want. There's been nothing about Arenado's approach at the plate or the success that he's had at the plate that makes me think that he's going to be all right and eventually he's going to bounce back and have a decent Nolan Arenado season. To me, Carlos Santana just looks like, if I scale of 1 to 10, I'd put Arenado at like a 4. I'd put Santana at a 1. He just looks cooked to me.
I think he's been cooked for years.
Well,
okay, last year between Cleveland and Chicago, he hit 219.
At this point, I might take 219 out of Carlos
I know.
Santana.
I know. If you go back to
2 hits on the season.
If you go back to 2024, he hit 238, but he hit 23 home runs that year. Those 23 home runs went down to 11 last year. He had 11. He had 400 at bats. It's not like he had 400 at bats. He had 11 home runs. Now, so far this year, he doesn't have any home runs. He's had 24 at bats. He doesn't have any home runs. He's got 2 hits, and he's batting 083.
Here's the other difference between the two for me. Okay, it's not just like the eye test and how cooked Carlos Santana looks.
Okay.
I think Nolan Arenado has a much longer leash than Carlos Santana does. Carlos Santana, you got for a song. You didn't. You got Arenado for a song too.
St. Louis is paying it.
You're still paying him $5 million, $6 million a year with the expectation that he'll be your third baseman. You got Santana for what, $2 million? I mean, you're paying him next to nothing.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to move on from Carlos Santana, it feels to me like the cord is a lot easier to clip than it is with Nolan Arenado. Like if you. When I saw him get hurt yesterday, I'd be lying to you and everybody out there listening if I didn't think to myself, God, is he going to be back? Is he even going to be back? Do they even want him back? Do they even, and I know that's a very quick judgment to reach about a guy after 10 games. It's probably unfair and it's probably unreasonable, and he probably will be back. But with everybody clamoring to see more Jose Fernandez, with watching even Ildemaro Vargas and what he did over at first yesterday with that 2-run triple, like I can understand why the Diamondbacks might want to slow play this a little bit and just see what other options they've got at first base to maybe put themselves in a position where they don't have to bring Carlos Santana back right away because it's just not working so far for them. Now, that doesn't count the whole Ketel Marte, Dominican Republic, and, is he a good influence on Ketel? I know that was part of the reason why they liked Carlos Santana, too.
Defense and clubhouse presence.
That doesn't take that, but I haven't been overly impressed with Santana's defense so far this year either. It's been fine, but there's nothing about it that has stood out.
Either. He's got two big
errors.
I know.
Arenado. I just think with Arenado, you're a little bit more pot committed
he's 5
with
years
him.
younger?
Yeah, you're a little bit more pot committed with him than you are with Carlos Santana.
And probably. Carlos Santana is going to be 40 years old in a couple of days. Like, if you get to the point where, he could just be a late inning defensive replacement and so. But yeah, I think I don't want to judge it too much on 10 games, but like if this guy's going to hit under the Mendoza line, you can't have him play first base 4 or 5 times a week. You just can't.
Yeah,
you're going to have to make a change on that. And Arenado, the defense with a couple of errors, but. Like, the thing that baffles me is no doubles, no triples. He's got 30 at-bats. His on-base plus slugging, I know you care about that. His on-base plus slugging is 426.
Yeah, that's miserable.
Miserable.
That's miserable. That's really, really bad.
Like, three of his hits are bloop singles.
Yeah. But it's, if we're having a broader conversation about the offense, too.
Yeah, Marte.
It's Ketel Marte hitting a .184 with an OPS of 578. It's Geraldo Perdomo hitting a .182 with an OPS of 577. Gabby Moreno hitting .233 with an OPS of 581.
Yeah, you're right.
They're what will make it a lot easier to tolerate is if everybody else starts hitting and you notice Arenado hitting less. But because nobody else is hitting outside of Corbin Carroll and Jose Fernandez, it's a lot easier to notice when Nolan Arenado and Carlos Santana aren't hitting because everybody's not hitting.
It was tough. Friday, they had no runs on 2 hits. Saturday, they had 2 runs on 4 hits. 2 games, 2 runs on 6 hits in 2 full baseball games. Finally, they broke out a little bit on Sunday and kind of got it going. So maybe that's a good sign. But like through the first 10 games, the offensive is definitely a big question mark for them.
Yeah, it is. And I also don't want to look to Jose Fernandez and assume he's the answer.
No.
He's a kid. And you can't put that expectation
That was a crazy bunt that he had that went for the 2 runs and that got thrown into the...
It was. But you know what else I've noticed about Fernandez, too? And Bob Brenly made this comment yesterday during the broadcast, and he's absolutely right. Fernandez is a very aggressive early count swinger up there. Boy, he is up there looking to hack, isn't he? Like, I noticed that a lot yesterday. He was not seeing a lot of pitches.
Swung at the first pitch twice on 2 of his outs. Yeah,
very aggressive. And at some point, that'll need to swing to the other side so we can see some pitches and get some better pitches. Otherwise, he's just going to get himself out because he's up there trying to hit everything over the fence. You know?
Listen, that first game was amazing, and everybody was sky high. But it was like, tap the brakes.
Yep.
Tap the brakes on this kid. Like, he's a prospect for them. But, like, once these other guys go back, he's probably going to get sent back to the minors.
Arizona Sports is giving you a chance to win a family 4-pack to the D-backs game on April 18th. Plus, the first 20,000 fans are going to get a Ketel Marte T-shirt. Text the word Marte to 620-620 right now to enter. What do we take away from Arizona getting blown out by Michigan on Saturday? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
There's the shot clock horn. Now the Bulls will get it inbounded. Gershon Yabusele to do the honors. And he throws the pass in. And the last second will tick off, and that'll do it. Suns win 120-110, the final score at United Center in Chicago.
Suns W in Chicago. And we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kevin Durant make his return to the Valley with the Rockets? We'll preview that and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It was certainly a sight that caught a lot of people's attention real time. I wasn't on social media when it happened. I can only imagine what it was like in real time.
People ask me, like, how come you're not commenting? Why do you think I'm not commenting? There's nothing to say. They got their asses kicked. Like, yeah, what are you supposed to say?
Dusty May, in the middle of 90 minutes before tip-off of his game, was out there scouting Illinois, UConn. And everybody was like, oh, that's brash. Oh, that's cocky. That's a thing. You don't see that very often, right? And I don't think he was trying to show anybody up. I mean, I don't think he was, but it certainly captured a lot of. Certainly, U of A fans were like, "Oh yeah, huh? You think it's that? You think it's that? Sure, huh? You think you're gonna beat us so badly that you're already looking ahead to who your next opponent
He's
is?"
like, yes.
Apparently, Dusty May is like, yes.
We're going to kick their ass, and I'm going to, that's exactly why I'm here.
I'm already thinking about the next team that we're going to play. It was an epic beatdown. Coming up in about a half hour, we're going to talk with John Fanta, who is calling the Suns-Rockets game tomorrow for NBC, but he's also a big-time college basketball play-by-play guy. He was at the Final Four this weekend, so we'll get his impressions on what happened with U of A and Michigan and what's going to happen tonight and things like that. But in the Tucson papers, there was the 5 takeaways from Arizona's season-ending loss to Michigan. You want to just go through these one by one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Number one, it was an unpleasant surprise. No one saw this coming.
No, everybody's prediction was it was going to be a 2-point game. It was going to be really close. They were very evenly picked between Arizona and Michigan. Nobody saw a blowout with these two teams.
Michigan's 91 points were the most by a U of A opponent this season. Arizona's 36.6% shooting from the floor was a season low. Its 5 assists were a season low this season. Despite playing in multiple pressure-packed situations, they looked nervous and rushed and fell behind, and the closest they got it was 5 points 2 times, and that didn't last very long.
28-23 and a 9-0 run to make it 28-23, and you thought for a second, like, okay, they're settled down, but then Michigan just got up by 16. At the half, they were up 16, then it was 30. It was a decisive beatdown for Michigan.
Bitter yet sweet, all things considered. It was a hell of a year. Arizona was picked to finish 4th in the Big 12, which that doesn't seem right looking back on it. Arizona was picked to finish 4th in the Big 12 preseason poll.
What was Arizona State the year they made it to the college football playoffs?
They were picked to finish last in the Big 12 preseason poll.
Right.
Hey,
And
college basketball's a little different, but yeah, I got you.
Well, it's because it's a great conference. Not as good as the Big Ten, I might as well add now. But sorry. I mean, I thought
Should
it
I
was
hit the
all year
breaking
long.
news sounder now?
Seriously, you should hit the sounder right now. Gambo acknowledges that the Big Ten is a...
I mean, they outplayed them in the tournament. That's what matters. When it counts, they outplayed them.
Yes, they did. But as we talked about, with the first thing you'll remember when you think about U of A season is how special it was in the 36 wins and the first Final Four appearance and all of that.
Special team. They had a great year.
The Mara madness.
Oh, my God, that kid was unstoppable.
The Wolverines nearly matched the Wildcats on the boards. They had 7 fewer offensive rebounds, but 7 more second-chance points. The most astonishing stat of all, the Wolverines had more than 4 times as many assists as U of A did. Ade Mara, the 7-3 transfer from U of A.
How did UCLA?
Seriously.
Not U of A, UCLA.
Adai, I'm sorry, thank you. I thought it was Adai Mara. If I said U of A, I meant to say UCLA because I was already leaping ahead in my mind to the joke of Mick Cronin and how such an inept coach can do so little with the guy that Michigan turned into a monster, right? Like any chance to rip Mick Cronin, I'm going to stumble over my words to do it because I'm just looking for reasons to rip that guy.
That kid, I thought he was their best player throughout that game. There was no answer. He's 7'3", he had 26 points, he had 9 assists. Cadeau had 10 assists in the game. He was so good, and I loved the McKinney kid. I thought he was coming off the bench and knocking down all their shots. A lot, and listen, their best player, the Lenderborg kid, you know, he was out for a period of time. He didn't have as much impact on that game because of fouls and injuries and things like that. So, you know, he wasn't able to have the big impact on the game, and Arizona didn't take advantage of any of the minutes that he was off the court.
Yeah, so there's that. Then
you got another one?
Yeah, I got a couple more. Freshman flop.
Oh, my guy Burries. My guy Braden Burries just played a terrible game.
Koa Pete, Braden Burries, and Kurchenkov combined to make 12 of their 42 shots.
Yeah, Pete wasn't bad. Koa Pete wasn't bad. 16 points and 11 rebounds. But Burries, 4 of 15 from the field. He was 2 of 10 from deep. He just didn't have it. Kurchenkov was almost non-existent, like almost, I don't know, physicality seemed to get to him. I was really surprised because those freshmen have been like so great all year long. I thought Pete was fine. It's just Burries is such an important part to them, and him missing 8 out of 10 3-pointers really hurt.
Yeah, it did.
And then the kid, Karchenkov, has been key for them in so many games. Karchenkov didn't give him anything in this game.
Apologize for that. I was choking on something for a second. I was looking at and this doesn't have anything to do with the freshman necessarily, but something you said just kind of triggered a thought. Cadeau, who went 5 of 17 for 13 points. Did you see the revelation after the game that many of his missed shots were actually passes off the glass?
Lobs off the glass.
Yeah,
for the big guys to grab.
he's like, it's just, we thought it'd be easier to get the ball to our big guys by throwing it off the glass than we did lobbing it over everybody.
How crazy is that? It worked a lot.
It worked. I mean, one of the
looked like a missed shot, but it was just like off the backboard and they got it.
One of the assistant coaches said he probably had, quote, 4 missed shots credited to him that were actually passes when it was all said and done. And then finally, and this also needs to be said because this happened on Friday, and that is that at the end of the day, it was a weekend win because Tommy Lloyd is not going to North Carolina. And that ultimately, now seeing what they did do today is interesting, kind of revealing. We'll talk about it a little bit in the 4 o'clock reset with the direction that they did go. But at the end of the day, being in the Final Four and knowing your coach isn't leaving is obviously a win for the program.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, he's done a great job. Most wins by any coach in the first 5 years with the program. He gets them to the Final Four. I think, maybe, Steve Kerr and Sean Elliott took U of A to a Final Four in the 80s. What was it, 88 or whatever? 88,
yeah.
And it was kind of like it kind of catapulted them and Lute Olson to national prominence. And I do wonder, what the overall effect is going to be with transfers and because the portal, they're going to be very active in the portal to add guys because they're losing so many. They've got one of the best kids in the country coming in as a freshman, a recruiter that they recruited in the Holt kid. So I am curious to see, getting to the Final Four, what that does for them because, you have that little – because that Steve Kerr team that was the start of what it ended up being an incredible run for Lute Olson.
Sure.
Getting to a championship, winning it, getting to another championship game and losing it. And it was an incredible run. So I am curious to see. The drought does continue. And I mean, UNLV won in 90, UCLA in 95, U of A in 97. Even Utah was a runner-up in 98. Think about the 90s in the West Coast basketball. UNLV championship, UCLA championship, U of A championship, Utah runner-up. Man, those days are long gone where the West Coast could dominate basketball. It's been a long time since they've won. The drought continues. They did have Gonzaga in it a couple of years ago. They lost to North Carolina. But it's been a long time since the West Coast has won a championship.
I think the westernmost city or region to win a championship was what, Baylor and Waco? And that's not West Coast.
Yeah, that's what they said.
The middle.
West of Waco.
West of Waco.
Waco.
Waco is the westernmost team to have won one since U of A won theirs in 97. It's been that long. Yeah, they're already starting speculation down in Tucson as to whether Krivas and Karchenkov will be back next year.
I think Karchenkov will.
I
don't think Krivas will. He was so good this year. He should go in the draft.
They're already starting speculation about those two and what kind of team they could have if they both decide to come back. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, halfway home on this Monday, we'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports. 4 o'clock reset time with Lauren is next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity. And they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday,
or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar for dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some adjustments have been made to the Diamondbacks' upcoming series against the Mets in New York. Due to anticipated cold weather in the area, like colder than cold. We're not talking about like 32 degrees or anything like that. The Mets have moved up the start times for the games on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those games will now start at 1:10 p.m. local time. Pre-game coverage will begin at 12:30, and both of those games will be broadcast on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. Dylan Brooks had another technical foul rescinded today. During yesterday's win against the Chicago Bulls, Brooks picked up what would have been his 18th technical foul on the year. It would have also carried a subsequent suspension. That foul, as I said, was rescinded, and he is eligible to play Tuesday night against Houston. And the men's college basketball season comes to a conclusion tonight. Will Michigan or UConn be the featured star of one shining moment? We'll find out tonight from Indianapolis, starting at 5:50. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, April 18th Diamondbacks home game against the Toronto Blue Jays. Plus, you'll get food and beverage credit. That's seats to 620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Here is Lauren to tell us what's going on in sports after a busy weekend filled with a Suns game, split against the Braves, Final Four. Her team lost. Gambo's team lost. National championship game tonight. Take it away, Lauren. What do you got?
And it was Easter.
And it was Easter.
And it was Easter on top of all.
And it was Easter.
All right, well, let's start with the D-backs schedule change because it affects us. Because due to the anticipated cold weather in the area, the Mets have moved up the start times for the games tomorrow and Wednesday. Thursday's game so far, not affected. Those games on Tuesday and Wednesday will now start at 1:10 our time.
Okay.
Pre-game coverage will start at 12:30, and that will be broadcast over on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
And as always, anytime there's a game involving one of our local teams, it's on when we're on the air. I promise you, we'll keep you completely updated on what's going on with that game. There will obviously be some overlap. So on Tuesday and Wednesday, those games will be over there on 620. Thursday's game is still here for now, unless the Mets decide to change that one too, because I think it's going to be just as cold on Thursday night as it is going to be on Tuesday and Wednesday. But
maybe they'll mentally prepare Tuesday and Wednesday, so Thursday they're ready to go.
They'll just thaw out the hot dogs and everything will be fine.
Yeah, it'll be all right. Well, the Mets, they have a little bit of injury news. Juan Soto is headed to the IL with a calf strain. He's expected to be out 2 to 3 weeks.
Mets are off to a good start so far. That'll help.
Yeah, that'll help. Soto's a good player, so... but their offense has been on a tear these last 2 games. They've been playing very well.
Yeah, this is another one of those, and it's going to be like this for almost a month. Another one of those teams that is really good, competing for a National League wildcard spot, competing for a National League division title in the NL East. The Diamondbacks will have to keep hanging in there. I know it's a really low bar to set, but it's what you need to do. Just hang in there. Don't knock yourself out of this thing so far. And so far, so good when it comes to the Diamondbacks and that against the schedule.
And some NL West news. Mookie Betts has been placed on the IL with a strained oblique. His timetable is still questionable.
We brought it up.
Oh, yeah, last week.
At one point, I mean, they're going to get old. Now, they'll just spend money and not be old, but they are
old.
They are old.
They are Freeman and Betts.
Yeah,
and
it's an older baseball team, and I'm sure no one's worried about it during the regular season because they just have guy after guy they can roll out there. But it is maybe the kryptonite for the LA Dodgers this year, the relative age of some of their better players.
Yeah, last year was their bullpen. Injuries are always a big concern with them, but there is a lot of age in that lineup for sure.
And in NBA news, the Suns, they won 121-10 over the Bulls last night. Dylan Brooks was called for a technical foul. That was since rescinded today, so no suspension for him. The Suns are back in action tomorrow against the Rockets. Late tip for that one. 8 p.m. pregame coverage starts at 7 right here on 98.7.
National TV audience for the Rockets. With them coming in, I think it's the last time the Suns are going to be on NBC Peacock this year. They've been on there a few times. Rockets, obviously one of the top 6 teams in the Western Conference, fighting for kind of seeding and things like that. Assuming Kevin Durant plays, you don't know for sure until you know, but this could be his one and only game back so far this year.
He didn't want to leave.
4 games left for the Suns. Pretty much locked into number 7, pretty much. What is not locked in, what is way not locked in, is who they could play in the play-in game. It could be Portland
or the Clippers.
Could be the Clippers. And if, let's say it's Portland, lose to Portland in the first one and then have to play the Clippers in the second one for a playoff spot, I'm not worried about, Gambo said it best earlier, I'm not worried about who they're playing being a threat. I'm worried about the Suns and the way they're playing. That's the threat here.
I don't know the answer to this, but I'm going to look it up. Has a 7 seed ever not advanced in the play-in tournament?
Never. 7 seed is
always advanced. You got 2 shots at home.
Yes, always advanced.
Right.
I
don't want to be the first.
I'll double check that to be sure. I don't believe a 7 seed has ever not advanced.
I don't know off the top of my head, but like you said, we won't even know who the Suns are playing most likely until Sunday.
Yeah.
and then we can schedule it out and see who it is.
And see who it is. Yeah.
And Luka Doncic is going to Spain for help from his hamstring injury. He is now receiving injection treatment over there to try to get back to the court.
What's that say about our medical system? We can't get him help here for a hamstring injury?
Or
does he just want a vacation?
Or
does he just want to go to Spain?
Something over there that
a girlfriend or something
approved here in the United States.
Don't bring up the significant other.
Oh yeah.
Oh, does he have a significant other?
Oh, there is a lot of drama surrounding Luka.
Oh, I
and
know
his
nothing
significant
about
other.
this.
He's had the same girlfriend forever. They're essentially married. Rumored he cheated on her. She left. Is now suing him for spousal support and took the kids back to Eastern Europe.
I have no idea.
Lauren, slinging the dirt today on Burns and Gamble.
Took the kids
I
back
love
to
it.
Eastern Europe?
Yeah, she left LA.
Wow.
And then filed for spousal support in Eastern Europe and in LA. And Luka doesn't want to pay in LA because you owe more in LA. And he's saying you don't live here anymore, so I should only have to pay you back in Eastern Europe.
Damn.
And here I
so
thought
I never follow the personal lives of these players. I could care less.
Well,
until I lore drop like this, and then you're interested.
and all of a sudden you care. You know, now you want to know.
Who's Book's ex-girlfriend dating now? So
Kendall Jenner?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Is it Kylie or Kendall?
Kendall.
No.
I don't know who she's dating
Timothy
right
Chalamet guy or something?
That's
Chalamet. Yeah.
Kylie's dating Timothy Chalamet.
Oh, okay. I try not to pay attention.
You say you don't care, but then you just
Because
and then he goes, ooh.
I know, right? I don't want to know, but ooh.
Sometimes
tell me
you
more. I
see
wanna
things
know.
and you can't undo it. Like, who cares?
Yeah, I wonder if he's going overseas because there's some medical treatment that he can get over there that is not, I'm assuming, that is not approved here, something that might get him ready quicker. Between that and now the Austin Reeves news.
Yeah.
He's out.
The Lakers, he's out with an oblique injury for what, like 4 to 6 weeks, I think?
He has not headed over to Europe.
No trips. No trips
for Europe.
He's going down to the medical clinic. He's going down to the hour wait medical clinic to see what's available for him.
Yeah. So less of an option for him, but he'll be out longer than Luka. And then a lot of NCAA news. The national championship game is set. UConn will take on Michigan at roughly 6 p.m. tonight. UConn looks to win their 3rd championship in 4 years. Now, Yaxel Lendenberg and Solo Ball are both off of the injury report, but Solo Ball is dealing with a foot injury, and Yaxel Lendenberg is dealing with a knee/ankle injury.
It'd be 3 and 4 years for Dan Hurley if they win.
I'll root for UConn.
Hell of an accomplishment.
I don't ever root for Michigan in anything. I just don't.
I find that if we're talking about streaks, watching the Big Ten finally win a championship in men's college basketball.
It's been a long time.
It feels like that one should come to an end. And I have a hard time rooting for Dan Hurley. I have a really hard time rooting for Dan Hurley. So put me down for Michigan.
All right. If Michigan wins 2, which brings us to our next topic, it would be a Big Ten sweep of
football and basketball.
Football, women's basketball, and men's basketball, because UCLA women's basketball won their first NCAA national championship 79 to 51.
What a
All
blowout.
of their points came from their seniors.
What a blowout.
Yeah.
And did you hear the South Carolina coach after the game giving all the praise in the world to the UCLA coach? I like good people that are classy people and do it the right way. And
Gino was being a...
Gino lost.
Gino, come on, Gino.
That hurt Gino.
That really, come on,
Gino was being a sore loser.
Don't be the grumpy old man bit walking off the court.
Gino
Show some class.
Gino showed no class. He was a sore loser.
Totally no class. Congratulations, UCLA. I still have a hard time thinking them as the Big Ten. I still struggle with it. I really, I'm like, UCLA, Big Ten. It still doesn't quite register for me yet.
No, makes sense on that one. Lauren Betts, their center, was the star of the tournament. She won Big Ten Player of the Year and Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, which is the first time that one player has won both of those awards in a single season. And a little bit of WNBA news. The Chicago Sky have traded Angel Reese to Atlanta for 2 first-round picks.
Crazy. She's a superstar. Why would they trade? Because she said because they stink, and
She called them out on it.
She's called them out on
She
it.
called them out
You
on
got no players here. Like, I'm not going to stay here. So they figure, let's get 2 first-round draft picks before she bolts on us in 2 years. But damn, like, she's a great player. She sells tickets. She's a star in that league.
Yeah, she was the
She's a star.
WNBA rebounding crown winner. Led the league in doubles last year. Yeah, it's nuts. That's a nuts trade.
Yeah, she's a great player. She's a beautiful girl. I don't know why they would, like, let her go. Like, she should be a ticket-selling machine out there. That's crazy that they had to trade her. It really is. It's crazy they had to trade her.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate it when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. He'll be in town on the call for tomorrow's Suns-Rockets game. He's also an icon of college basketball coverage, so certainly we'll be talking to him about what happened this weekend and what's going to happen tonight. John Fanta joins us next here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
True story. Over the weekend, one of my good buddies, my buddy Frankie Peach, Frankie, is going to come out for a weekend and wants to get a scan done by Lifeguard Imaging. I'm like, seriously? He goes, yeah, I got to get that scan. So he's going to come out here, spend some time with me and Chelsea, one of my good close friends, and he's going to get a scan at Lifeguard Imaging while he's out there. Like, that's freaking great. There's a lot of people that are going and turning to Lifeguard Imaging to save their lives. Early detection saves lives. So my buddy's worried about a couple things. He's going to come out, get that scan done, and go from there. But a lot of people are realizing that these scans are incredible. A heart scan, you can get a heart scan right now for you and someone you love for $69. $69. Like nothing. 2 people, $69. Takes about 3 minutes, no claustrophobic tubes, no needles. All you have to do is text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life. Text SCAN to 620-620.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but just not just about him. It's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
Moving season is quickly approaching right now.
Oh,
I didn't know this, but summertime is moving season?
Month of May.
How can people people prepare for moving season?
Most importantly, we always tell our customers, our clientele, call at least 2-3 weeks out. We're here to help. We're not here to just take advantage of you. And that's the big key. A lot of moving companies will just go in, do their estimate. It's going to go way over. We don't do that. I'm not here in business to do that. I want to make it right.
That is JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6, proudly supporting our veterans. Go to movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, it's Luke. What type of reception should Kevin Durant get from Suns fans if he plays tomorrow? We're previewing Suns Rockets tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So we were really hoping for the daily double here on the Burns and Gambo show. We were hoping with our next guest, knowing that he's on the national call tomorrow for Suns Rockets, knowing that he's obviously huge in college basketball, we thought, okay, U of A is going to be in the title game on Monday night. We're going to do the daily double here, and we're going to talk to him about both U of A in the title game and the Suns Rockets. And then Michigan happened. And joining us right now on the Burns
we decided to still have him on the show.
Well, we did because I mean, he's Sean Fanta. Of course, we're going to still have him on the show. We missed out on the daily double. We're still winners in jeopardy. John joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show to talk a little basketball. We tried, John. We really did. But U of A had other plans, apparently, on us.
Well, it's great to be with you guys, and I'm glad that we still could get together despite what happened Saturday night. I've seen some games. That one was something else just because I didn't think Arizona could have that done to them with how physical they are and with how tough they are on the interior, with how big they are. Koa Pete, Mo Kravis, Waka, they had such a great year because they would impose their will. And Michigan beat them at their own game. It was a rough night to have a rough night as well. It just never felt like Arizona. You're down 10-1 at the first time out, and you're staring at an uphill battle against that Michigan team. And it's why I feel Michigan will win tonight, because UConn, they've got one big in Terrace Reed. They don't have more than him, really. Eric Ryba comes off the bench. He's a freshman. I think Michigan's clearly the best team in this sport. Now, it's one game, and it's Dan Hurley, but yeah, what Michigan did to Arizona the other night, just unheard of to think about. Still an amazing year for Arizona. Tommy Lloyd will get them to another Final Four, at least one.
When you look at Michigan and you look at how to beat them, Purdue beat them in the Big Ten championship game. Excuse my voice. I'm losing my voice here. What's the method to beat a Michigan team? Because Purdue did get them in the Big Ten championship game.
You have to outscore them by at least 21 points from the three-point line. At least. You need to hit 11 three-pointers. At least. So if you hit 9 three-pointers and they hit 5, I don't think it's good enough. Also, they average about 8 a game. You know, so the thing is, like, if they go and if I were Michigan tonight against UConn, I would say just stay within 9 points of the three-point line. Because the only way that UConn wins this game tonight is if they hit 11 plus threes. Here's the thing. UConn can do that.
Yes.
They can. Now, they've only done it 2 out of the last 12 games. So to the people who are like, do they do it every game? They've only done it twice in the last 12 games that they've hit 10 threes. Michigan defensively is going to prioritize that, you would think. You got to find a way to turn over Elliot Cadeau. You got to get him off kilter, and that's just it. You know, he came out, he turned the ball over late in the game, but it was out of reach. He came out aggressive. He came out active. And then you can't let Yaxel Lendeborg get downhill. You got to keep Michigan's offense on the perimeter, and you better rebound the basketball. You can't give this team a thorough rebounding advantage, which Arizona really didn't. It's just when Michigan's making threes, forget about it. But I think it's your offense against their defense. You've got to run your stuff with precision, which UConn certainly can. My worry for UConn tonight is I don't know how they consistently limit Michigan's offense. I think UConn's tough. I think they got great championship DNA. But if I'm Michigan, I go right at Terrace Reed. If he gets in any foul trouble, I think the game's over because Mara and Johnson are so much better than anybody else UConn has to offer inside.
John Fanta is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Let's talk about the state of the U of A program here for a minute, and then we'll talk about tomorrow's game. Obviously, first Final Four in 25 years. Tommy Lloyd, no to UNC. He decides to stay. That's a big deal for them. It feels like they're back. It certainly seems like they're in a position to be able to stay back with the resources that he now has there. Do you feel like this is their return to that prominence and more regular appearances in the Final Four?
I think the Arizona Wildcats are now the premier program in Western college basketball, and they're here to stay. I think Mark Few held that torch for quite some time, and I think Arizona's taken that torch. Look, will they always be making Final Fours? The Big 12's really hard. That league could wear on you. It's an excellent conference. The top of the Big 12 this year was the best of any top end of a league in college basketball. But Arizona's here to stay. What I love about Tommy Lloyd is his ability to identify talent and bring in freshmen that fit. Koa Pete, Braden Burries, Ivan Karchenkov. I'm going to focus on Burries and Pete. I can tell you guys right now, spending a variety of time at the last couple of Pete's Jams, which is the grassroots recruiting Super Bowl, whenever I sat down to watch Pete or Burries play, I instantly thought, these guys are just winners. They will their team to win. They were tough as you know what. And the fact that Tommy brought those guys in speaks volumes about him as an evaluator. Speaks volumes about those kids that they played that integral role into winning. They didn't care who was getting the individual shine. So they're here to stay. He's got more Final Four trips in store. He could be at Arizona for the next 15 years, and it wouldn't surprise me. The Wildcats found their, I don't want to say he's Lute Olson because I want you to win hardware, but can he have that type of era in Tucson? This is not a one-off.
Yeah.
Arizona's going to continue to get elite talent. And in the Big 12, when you're in a league that good and you've got the revenue sharing, which I fully believe they've got, it's the perfect storm for them to be very, very good for a very long time.
Let me get your thoughts on the North Carolina job. Tommy turned it down. He wasn't going to take it, and it doesn't look like May had any interest, or the Iowa State coach. They end up going with Malone. Hasn't been in college in 25 years. Did a good job in the NBA, but got fired by the Nuggets. Is this a big risk for North Carolina?
It's a massive risk. It's a massive risk. It could produce massive reward if it works out, and their new athletic director could look like an absolute genius. But this is a mammoth risk. I mean, we just don't have proof of Michael Malone being able to get it done in this era, in this sport. It's totally different. And based on just a couple of thoughts, I never thought Billy Donovan was seriously entertaining this job. For me, Billy, Providence contacted Billy about their job. He was a Providence legend, and he ultimately turned it down. He would have gone there. His wife loves Rhode Island. And if he was going back to college, he would have taken that job because he could live in Nantucket, Rhode Island, and have his sailboat and ride off into the sunset. Carolina needs renovating. You can't operate like it's 2004 anymore. Roy Williams isn't walking through that door. They need more money. They need a different psychology about their program. And Michael Malone, we don't know how he's going to operate. There's a whole level of unknown here. And as an NBA coach, at the end of the day, you're responsible for your players for 2 hours of the day when you practice. Then they go home to their families. They go home to their kids. And I guess during training camp, you're responsible for them for 3 hours. In college, it's not 3 hours. It's not 5 hours. It's not 11 hours a day. You're the coach. You're the guidance counselor. You're the parent caller. You're the everything, the CEO. You got to fundraise. And if you say out there, Carolina doesn't have to fundraise, the job fundraises itself. I'm telling you right now, Arizona's got more money than North Carolina in men's basketball at this moment in time. So I'm not surprised Tommy turned it down. That job, that school needs some digging. Can it be done? Of course it can be done. It's a proud brand with rich tradition, and they're going to get talented players. But they've consistently been getting beat by Duke these recent years for recruits. Kentucky's got more money than them. Kansas still has Bill Self. And UConn's churning out championship teams year in and year out. So on the blue blood meter, Carolina's dropped down a little bit.
Yeah.
And now you have a coach who has no sort of background in this current day and age. It's a massive question mark. I hope it works out. It'll be an awfully cool story. But, man, it's a big task for Michael Malone.
John, we got you on to talk about Suns Rockets, and we ran out of time. You've got the call on it tomorrow on NBC and Peacock. My bad. That's my bad. Now we can talk about college basketball with you all day long. So welcome to town. We look forward to hearing you on the call tomorrow night on NBC and Peacock. Thanks for stopping by for a few, and we appreciate it, all right?
It's great to be in Phoenix. Jordan Knott's done a hell of a job. Look forward to talking about it tomorrow. Thanks,
Sounds
fellas.
good. All right, you
Thanks,
got it. John Fanta joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He'll be calling the game tomorrow, as I mentioned, for NBC and Peacock. NFL Draft Day, Thursday, April 23rd. Gambo and I will be broadcasting live from 2 until 6 at Backyard Desert Ridge. Then stick around for the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Roundtable. Come hang out, watch round one unfold with us. It's brought to you by Bud Lights. We have now seen 2 full turns through the D-backs rotation, and it is just about decision time. Who stands out better or worse? Next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Mike D'Antoni, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
For younger Suns fans who may not know, you guys were well ahead of your time.
You know, Dan, what's funny, one of the earliest memories, I'm driving down the road before, I think the second exhibition game's already been going on. Now, remember, you've been on the radio, and that's before I learned not to listen to you guys. It took me a little bit, but I got there. I was listening. You were saying, you know, hey, don't sleep on these Suns. They're better than what we expected, and they look good, and it might be something interesting.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. And if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, we've got a special offer for you right now when you contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. All you have to do is text I to 620-620, and we will get you all of that great information through the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz, team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks, locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, ready to help you right now with any and all of your eye care needs. Nobody does it better. I had my LASIK surgery done there, and there's many vision correction procedures out there available to you. Just text I to 620-620, and we'll get you a great offer at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. That's text I to 620-620.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets, designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, professional, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We got an update to the Diamondbacks schedule coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday. Due to anticipated cold weather in the New York Mets area, around the Queens, Flushing, around that area. I asked a local for advice on that. The Mets have moved up the start times for the games on Tuesday and Wednesday against the Diamondbacks in New York. Those games will now start at 1:10 Arizona time, which is Mountain Standard, if you weren't aware. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 12:30, and all those broadcasts Tuesday and Wednesday, will be on ESPN 620 and on the Arizona Sports app. If you want a more coherent and written out version of what I just said, you can find it on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Dylan Brooks had another technical foul rescinded today. It was during yesterday's win against the Bulls that Brooks picked up what would have been his 18th technical foul on the year. It would have also come with a subsequent suspension. Like I said, that foul was rescinded, and he is eligible to play Tuesday night against Houston. And the men's college basketball season comes to a conclusion tonight. Will Michigan or UConn be the featured star of one shining moment? We'll find out tonight from Indianapolis at 5:50. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will we see another dominant performance from Zach Gallen in the Big Apple tomorrow? We'll be previewing Diamondbacks Mets tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
The Diamondbacks starting pitching rotation so far, I believe, has an ERA under 3.5, 3.29. To be exact, Erod was spectacular in a no decision on Friday. Michael Soroka has 13 strikeouts in his first 10 innings as a Diamondback starter. And though he wasn't as dominant on Saturday against the Braves as he was the last time out against the Tigers, he was still pretty good. Zach Gallen doing Zach Gallen things. The Diamondbacks rotation has, now there, of course, have been a couple of soft spots. But the Diamondbacks rotation so far has been a very pleasant surprise with those two guys.
I think the weak link has to be Brandon Pfaadt at this point. He wasn't terrible yesterday, right? I mean,
no.
He only went 4 2/3. He gave up 3 runs on 6 hits, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. He had the 3-1 lead going into the 5th, but he got knocked out after a double, a walk, a wild pitch, and a couple of singles, and then he was out of it. But I am so... let me ask you this.
Okay.
Who is more of a surprise to you, Erod or Soroka?
Soroka.
Okay.
Soroka.
That would be a great poll question.
Soroka.
Who's more surprising? Whose start is more surprising?
Who's more surprising for you?
I think Erod.
Okay.
I was like, I never thought it, like, watching Erod pitch since he came here, I was never impressed. I was like, oh, boy, this guy's a number 4 or number 5 starter.
Mm-hmm.
$80 million. It looked like it was going to be another wasted big contract like Madison Bumgarner. And he has been, so look at that outing. 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs. He only walked 1. He struck out 3. It's a shame that he got a no decision in that game. He was great in that game. Now, Soroka, I mean, I'm equally as impressed, I guess. But like he went 5 innings. Erod went 7. I mean, they were both great outings. You can't knock one over the other. But I think I would say I'm more surprised with Erod.
Yeah, just a 2-0 record and a 0.90 ERA for Soroka.
It's hard.
I didn't have that on the bingo card. I mean, to think that he's got 13 strikeouts in 10 innings and has given up 1 earned run, I didn't have that on the bingo card. I didn't have an immaculate inning there either.
What's his numbers?
2-0, 0.90 ERA.
Okay,
So
Erod 0-0 with a 0.00 ERA.
I think with Erod, there's more of a
history of
there's more of a history, right?
Sure,
Like
he won 19 games for Boston one year.
Right. There's more of his baseball card just has more numbers on it than Michael Soroka's does, right?
Yeah.
And so I think because of that, I think he obviously was deemed at one point good enough to be able to get a 4-year, $80 million contract from the Diamondbacks. Soroka got 1 year and 7.5. I mean, I just think there's enough proof of his success there to know that he's capable of it, whereas Soroka, I really thought, was a wild card in all of this. And I agree with you about Brandon Pfaadt. He was fine yesterday. But here's the thing.
Fine's not going to get it done with the way these guys are pitching.
Fine's not going to get it done when Merrill Kelly's breathing down your neck. And make no mistake, Merrill Kelly is breathing down your neck. Now, I'm not surprised that the organization punted a little on this one. I'm not at all. Merrill Kelly had his rehab start on Friday. By all accounts, it went well. And when it came time for a decision, Torey Lovello and crew announced that they were going to give Merrill Kelly 1 more minor league start and everybody else another turn in the rotation. Gambo, given how well Soroka has pitched, and them, I'm sure, wanting to gather as much information as they possibly can about Pfaadt and Soroka and the decision, I am not surprised in the least that Torey announced yesterday, you know what, on second thought, he's going to get one more start. One more start. So when he comes back, his arm strength is fully built up, and he can give us 95 pitches, and we're all good.
Not even going to be in
not
AAA.
Surprised at all.
It's not even going to be in Reno or Dublin. It's going to be like backfields here, right?
Yep. It's not even going to be for anybody to see. Not surprised at all because Soroka and to a certain extent Pfaadt have made this like a decision. This is you got to figure out what you're going to do and make a choice.
Well, right now, I don't know if it's much of a decision at all.
I don't think it is.
Pfaadt goes to the minors as a starter.
I think
that's what I would do. I've got options on Pfaadt. I send him down when Kelly's ready, and I have him work his way back up.
Unless you're looking to see one more out of Ryan Nelson, if he gives you something to think about. Because so far it hasn't been a great start for him either.
Right.
And Ryan Nelson will throw on Wednesday against the Mets. That becomes a really interesting start for that regard. How does Ryan Nelson do? How does he fare? Because if he once again struggles with the control, once again struggles with the
then
walks,
you'd have to consider him over.
You might have to think about it. You know, not that
somebody's got to go down. I don't even think it's to the bullpen anymore. Because the best way to keep one of those guys stretched out is to have him pitch in the minors. Well, and if they've got options, why not?
Yeah, I mean, if it's and that assumes then that Soroka's got a spot in the rotation because he can't go down. He would have to go into the bullpen in order to be able to keep him. He doesn't have the options the other guys do. So it's my guess at this point would be Pfaadt goes down. I hope that doesn't wreck his confidence or that doesn't, and I know these are big boys, these are grown-ups, but this is also baseball. You've covered the sport a long time, so have I. Like, you send a guy down when he might be looking at it and go, but I don't deserve to be down. Sometimes that can mess with a dude's head, and sometimes it's the best thing for them. No, dude, you actually have stuff you need to go down there and work on, and that's how this is going to be. But other times they can go down there and be like, wait a minute, I'm making $50 million. I'm not supposed to be in the minor leagues. What are you doing sending me down there? So it's going to be a really fine line to walk, but make no mistake, there's no more time for you to buy with Merrill Kelly. He's going to get one more start on the backfields, and that's it. It's decision time. And Soroka's not going anywhere. You can't take him out.
No.
You can't take him out right now.
But a lot of these guys have had injury histories. That's why I think it's wise to send, whether it's Nelson or Pfaadt, and I would lean Pfaadt right now, down to the minors, keep him stretched out, keep him as a starter, because you never know. I mean, Merrill Kelly's had to miss starts over the years, and Soroka's had some injury history. So I think it'd be wise not to convert the other guy to a bullpen guy, but make him be a starter in the minor leagues.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Gambo has long since said he does not want the Arizona Cardinals to trade their pick in 2.5 weeks. Is there a package out there that would tempt even him? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. They have got the deals on the GMC Canyon. They've got the deals on the Yukons. Leases as low as $698 a month. If you want to lease a Yukon right now from Chris Scott and Liberty GMC. Great deals on Terrains, great deals on Sierra 1500s. I want to tell you about this tire deal, though, because I, for one, hate spending money on tires. But with a deal like this one gets me to change my mind. It's the biggest tire deal they've ever had at Liberty GMC. Buy 2 tires, get 2 tires free. I don't hate that. Any make, any brand, buy 2 tires, get 2 free at Liberty GMC. That's a tire deal I can get behind, and so can you. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Let's get an update on our social media poll question of the day, our Twitter poll question of the day. We turn it over to Lauren on the other side of the glass to update us on what's going on. It was a close one when we rolled this out. Is it still, we had a tie, actually. Still tied?
It's even closer.
Closer than a tie?
Yes.
The other ones have gotten even closer?
Exactly.
Okay, this sounds good. What we got?
All right, today we're asking, assuming the Suns' starting lineup features Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and Mark Williams, who would you prefer to be their fifth starter? Is it Jordan Goodwin, Colin Gillespie, Royce O'Neal, or Grayson Allen?
Royce O'Neal.
That's what I went with. I went with Royce.
Royce O'Neal. Last time it was tied between Gillespie and Grayson, if I remember right.
Yes, and now we have a new tie.
Okay, wow.
29% going with
Goodwin
and O'Neal.
Okay.
And then we have 22% going with Grayson Allen and 20% going with Colin
I
Gillespie.
love that poll question. It's divvied up almost equally into 4 equal parts. I like
At
that.
one point when Mitch and I tuned in between when we rolled it out and now, it was completely tied.
It was 25, 25, 25, 25. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. The NFL draft. In fact, I just read a buzz liner for it about 15 minutes ago. Gambo and I will be broadcasting live from 2 until 6 at the backyard at Desert Ridge, and then stick around for the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Roundtable. Come hang out and watch round 1 unfold with us, and it's brought to you by Bud Light.
So Desert Ridge
up there, the northern part of the
Because
valley.
the last couple of years, I think we've been at the facility, haven't we?
We were at the draft party at State Farm Stadium 1 year.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Last year we were here. Last year we were right here.
Because we broke Walter Nolan.
Yes.
And we broke Will Johnson.
Yes.
Last year.
Yes.
Why did you break them?
That's why they didn't play the whole much.
Seriously,
yeah.
It's Gambo's fault they're hurt. He broke them.
I broke them.
He broke them.
I will break you.
Cardinal fans, you got any complaints about all the injuries? Blame Gambo.
Blame
He keeps breaking these players. So we'll be live at Backyard. Of course, it's our NFL Draft Roundtable. It's my favorite day of the year. Everybody will be there. We'll have all sorts of roundtables and different combinations of the hosts talking about the draft. Should be a lot of fun. I'll be curious to see if it's obviously going to be a newsworthy day. It's just a question of how newsworthy. Do they just sit at 3 and take a player and that's it?
Does that sound boring to you?
No, none of it sounds boring to me.
A trade's exciting.
It's just a trade. Do they trade down? And if so, what do they get?
Well, they're not trading up.
Do they trade back into the first round?
Sure.
Sure. There's a lot of possibilities. I'm not saying it's boring if they sit at 3, but given how much conversation there's been about them doing other things other than just picking a player at 3, I do wonder how much action there will be. Who was it the other day who said the draft basically starts at 3 with the Cardinals? That it's widely. It's Todd McShay. Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. He said the draft starts at 3. Nobody really knows what's going to happen from that moment on.
That was the Jeremiah Love discussion too.
Yes,
I think
that was.
Would you take somebody heard from somebody in the Cardinals organization that they really like pounded a wall for Jeremiah Love,
Yeah,
right?
like one person with a say is really wanting Jeremiah Love at 3. And then he reported, I'm also hearing that that somebody trading up to get Bailey is going to be really tempting for the Cardinals to kind of think about.
They mentioned the Cowboys.
Yes.
As a team that could trade up.
Keeping David Bailey in the state of Texas. Because he's a Texas Tech kid and keeping him with the Dallas Cowboys. Bill Barnwell today, he does this every year, did his all trade mock draft today, where he didn't pick any players. He just said if the Raiders were to deal the first pick, it could look like this. If the Cardinals were to deal the third pick, it could look like this. And it just got me thinking, is there any deal the Cardinals could make to get out of 3 that would make you happy? You have been such a staunch stay at 3 and pick the best player.
I go down to 4.
Just go down one spot. I mean, is there?
I'm tired of looking at all of the rankings of the top 100 players, and the Rams have 8, and Seattle has 7, and the 49ers have 6, and the Cardinals have 1. I just think that this organization is void of top-end star talent. And so trading down, while I know it's It always seems so great. We're going to get all these extra picks. Man, you trade down 6 spots. That means 6 players you can't pick. Identify the best player in the draft. This team needs high-end talent. They need great players. They don't have a lot of great players. Trey McBride, that's it. Like, Buddha's on a decline. He's not the same player he was 10 years ago.
Of course.
Trey McBride is it. Maybe Michael Wilson could develop into something. I don't know. But right now, the only truly great player you have is McBride. You've got a lot of good players. Josh Sweat's a good player. Will Johnson's a good player. Wilson's a good player. But I just hate passing on what could be. I look at the Texans with Will Anderson. He's a freaking stud. They love him. Mm-hmm. I don't want to pass on that guy anymore. I want to grab that guy.
It's fair. And that's why I wonder if there's no deal they can make that would make you happy. Like if there's, because at some point I would think that the asset acquisition would just be like, yeah, you can't say no to that. Like you're offering me what? To trade down even 3 spots, 4 spots, I can't say no. See, that's kind of where I am. Trust me, I understand what you're saying. I really, really do. I look at it more like it's on Monty to do better with the draft picks that he does have rather than just sticking and making a pick, right? Like I am not convinced or satisfied that Monty Ossenfort has done a great or even good job at drafting at this point. He needs to be elite at it for this team to get where they want to go.
Yeah.
I mean, he just has to, and he's been nowhere near that as of yet. And I just don't think that staying at a higher spot guarantees you're doing well in the draft. What guarantees you do well in the draft is drafting well. Drafting well with the picks that you do have. But
you should have a higher percentage of drafting a better player with a higher pick.
You should, but, tell that to Lamar Jackson, who had 4 quarterbacks taken ahead of him and was picked at the end of the first round. It's not always.
Yeah, we took one of them.
I know. Painful reminder.
Josh Rosen.
It's not always how high you pick a guy. It's the savvy of the guy doing the picking and the ability to kind of read the room of the guy doing the picking. That's where I think the Cardinals could do a better job. Anyway, this mock draft, what it does is it says, like at number 3, the Cardinals don't take a player, they trade the pick. His suggestion, Barnwell's suggestion, would be a trade with the Commanders, where the Commanders move up to 3.
To get who, did I say?
It doesn't
say.
It just says a playmaker on the offense. Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love, something like that.
Okay.
Commanders move up to 3. Cardinals move down 4 spots, and they get a second-round pick next year.
Not enough.
That's not enough. I agree. It's not enough.
It gives you ammunition next year if you do happen to win more games than you want to.
Yeah.
And then you need to move up. It gives you another great pick to use as a possible trade option.
And then with the Saints, they have the Saints moving up to 3, and the Cardinals moving down to 8. And getting an extra 3rd rounder this year, number 73 overall, and a 2nd round next year to move down 5 spots.
And when you compare them side by side, you can tell something's wrong. The difference in 1 spot is an extra 3rd round pick.
Doesn't seem to make any sense. But that is at least, I could think about that a little bit.
You move down 5 spots, you get a 2nd and a 3rd.
Can I tell you what I think the problem is? I think
they don't have any top-end talent.
Well, there's that. I also think none of the tackles are worth the number 3 pick in the draft.
Right.
And they just need one so bad.
We'll take him in the 2nd round.
They need one so bad. If I remember right, the tackle depth in this year's draft, not so hot. That's why I'm super intrigued by that mock draft we saw about a week ago. The one that had them sticking and picking at number 3
and
taking David Bailey and then trading back into the first round, not to take a quarterback, to get a Hanachor from ASU. Okay, that's interesting. That to me is a concept I could kind of get behind a little bit because
it allows you to get the great player at 3.
Yes.
But then you're using extra inventory to make sure you get a good tackle.
Exactly.
Okay, I can live with that.
That you can live with. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to give up number 3.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show 1 week from right now, we will know, are the Phoenix Suns guaranteed to be the 7th seed in the West? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They're ready to help you with all of your financial needs, making sure that you've got the right tax plan, the right plan for retirement, and making sure that you put together a good portfolio so that way you can have yourself a great retirement. It's good to have a financial plan. It's good to have a financial advisor that will stick with you. A lot of these financial advisors today, they check in on you once or twice a year. But when it comes to Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, it really is about making sure that he's with you for all of the changes in your life. Because as things change, so do your priorities. So the way you want to save now may be different than the way you want to save a year from now. Sometimes you may want to be more aggressive, sometimes less aggressive. So making sure that somebody is on top of the changing environment in your life is important. That's why I recommend Stuart. He's a fiduciary. Call him at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some adjustments have been made to the Diamondbacks' upcoming series against the Mets in New York. Due to the anticipated cold weather in the area this week, the Mets have moved up the start times for the games on Tuesday and Wednesday. Those games will now start at 1:10 p.m. local Arizona time, I should say. Pre-game coverage will begin at 12:30 and be broadcast on ESPN 620 and on the Arizona Sports app. You can find more details about this change right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Dylan Brooks had another technical foul rescinded today during yesterday's win against the Bulls. Brooks picked up what would have been his 18th technical foul on the year. It would have also come with a subsequent suspension. That foul, as I said, was rescinded, and he is eligible to play Tuesday night against Houston. And the men's college basketball season comes to a conclusion tonight. We're about an hour away from tip-off in Indianapolis. Will it be Michigan or UConn as the featured star of one shining moment? We'll find out tonight. Tip-off at 5:50. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Will Kevin Durant make his return to the Valley with the Rockets? We'll preview that and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
They're just connected. I mean, the 5-out spacing puts your defense in a bind. And I thought over time, you just have to make multiple efforts, like as best you can, try to keep the ball in front. When it does get into the paint, your rotations are slightly different. And then it just came up with some of those loose balls. I thought Colin had at least 2. I think the offensive rebound and the back tap, to just the possession game that we always talk about. Mark's big rebound and free throws. That's what it takes. That's what it takes this time of year. You don't know how it's going to end, but you got to find a way just to find the solution, and that's what we did.
Jordan Ott, after yesterday's 120-110 win, the Phoenix Suns beat the Chicago Bulls to finish their road trip 2-2, 4 games remaining on the season. And that was Ott talking about doing all the little things to finish the game strong. We've already, as we welcome you back into Burns and Gambo, we've already talked a couple times about this game and this team. Neither one of us were very happy with yesterday's game, even though they won. There's still a lot to not like about this team right now in terms of how they're playing, the energy they're putting forth defensively. It feels like the playoffs are just coming at the worst possible time for this team right now. Health-wise, the best possible time. The way they're playing, just the worst possible time with how disconnected and disengaged and, quite frankly, disinterested at times they seem to be playing defense, but doesn't matter. Playoff time is here, and Jordan Ott's going to cobble it together the best he can to see if he can rediscover some of that magic. It would appear, Gambo, that it is going to be the 7th seed for the Phoenix Suns. It's just a question of who they're going to play as the 8th seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah, right now at this point, it's Suns Clippers as the 7-8 matchup. And then Trailblazers Warriors is the 9-10. Am I correct?
You are correct, yes.
So but both the Clippers and the Blazers are 40 and 38. So it could come down to the one game that they have left between them because they do have one more game left. They played last week, Portland won. Look, the 7 seed, it is in the 8th seed. The one thing we do know is if you could win and get out, you know who your opponents are. The Thunder are the number 1 seed. They're not going to lose it. The Spurs are the number 2 seed. They're not going to lose it. So if you can get out of the play-in, you're either going to play the Spurs if you could win that first game, or you're going to play the Thunder. So it's either going to be the Spurs or the Thunder as to who you're going to play. But at this point, it's just a matter of, the Clippers pose a threat, the Blazers pose a threat. These are not the easiest games. The Warriors right now are 10th, so. Even with that being said, you could play the Clippers, lose, and then you'll play the winner of the Golden State-Portland game to have a second chance to get in. I like the 2 shots at it. I like that they'll be at home. I just wish that they were playing a little bit better brand of basketball than they're playing right now.
I do too, and I still think even with the brand of basketball they're playing right now, I still think the odds are very, very much in their favor. You asked the question earlier. I didn't sick the kids on it, but I'll sick them on it now. I don't think there's ever been a 7 seed that hasn't made the playoffs in the play-in era. Mitch, Lauren, if you guys could look that up, I'd appreciate it just to see if I don't think there's ever been a 7 seed that didn't ultimately claim one of the 2 spots. You've got 2 games to win one. They're both at home. It's even with the way the Suns are playing right now, it's going to be hard for them to screw that up. So I think they'll get in and they'll be fine. Although I do, I think Portland could pose a threat. And I think the Clippers could potentially pose a threat. I think all things being equal, the Suns on their best day are better than both of those teams, and it shouldn't be much of a problem. But the Suns are not on their best day. The Suns are. It feels like the Suns are miles away from their best day at this point, and it's just that part about this has me concerned that this might. It's sort of like, honestly, it's sort of like U of A basketball in a way. What a season for U of A basketball. Nothing to not like. Man, they went to the Final Four. Everything was great. First team in 25 years. For them to lose the way they did on Saturday night was such a punch in the nose, right? It's like, what, that's it? The Suns not getting out of the play-in tournament, it would be a waste of what was otherwise a really, not to the same level of U of A, obviously. I'm not comparing what the Suns have done to U of A. I'm just saying in terms of here's a great story and here's a way to really ruin a great story. Not getting out of the play-in, not even having a playoff series would feel like, man, that's potentially ruinous to what you did all season long.
I think you're on to something. I'd word it a little bit differently, but I think you're on to something. It's not like U of A getting to the Final Four and then losing. It would be like U of A losing in the Sweet 16 or the Elite Eight. You have this incredible season, and in the end, it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
If the Suns have this season and get to the play-in and don't even get out of the play-in, does it erase all the good things that happened in the first 50-something games? So I don't know the answer to that, but I mean, I would think it's more like U of A losing earlier than because they had such a great season, and then, it ends in such failure or disappointment. Like, I can't even fathom the Suns not getting out of the play-in, not getting a chance at a 7-game series against the Spurs or Oklahoma City, whoever it may be, just to give the fans that reward of home playoff basketball, to give their young players a chance to develop a little bit more and play, to give them more of an opportunity to see what these guys could do in a pressure situation to see what Jordan Ott could do when he's got to play the same team over and over and over again to kind of prepare for them. I think that would be, it would really suck, basically, as if they're not able to get past it.
So the Lauren and Mitch did the research, so we don't have to. A 7 seed has never missed.
Never.
But they haven't all won the first game either. So there have been occasions where the 7 seed lost and then won, but there's never been a situation where the 7 seed has not advanced to the playoffs and not the play-in. So it would. You
don't want that history either.
No, you don't. No.
You don't want to be that team.
You don't want to be that team.
Another black mark on what was a good season.
Yeah. No, you don't.
Because they've been what? I mean, for 2 months now, what have they been, about a 500 basketball team?
Since February 1st, I believe they're actually like 2 games below 500.
Under 500.
I think they're under 500.
Right. So you had let me just look at the February 1st. So February 1st, this team on February 1st, they entered February 1st 11 games over 500. They were 30-19 going into February. So they were 11 games over, and now they're 8 over.
They're 8 over.
So they've lost. So let me see. They were.
I think it's 13 and 14.
13 and 14. Okay. Thanks, Mitch. That's, So you were 11 games over, and now 13 and 14 in the last.
I'll be honest with you. This is the way they're playing now. This is the team that I thought was going to be the one that was going to win me that bet. I mean,
winning 38 games or 37 games or 36.
This was the team that I thought was going to take our little bet right down to the wire.
Yeah.
And whether they were going to be a 500 or sub 500 basket. They're playing right now like the team I expected to play like all year long. They really. This is why I made the bet. I mean, you ended up winning and by a wide margin, but the way they're playing right now was the basketball I was expecting out of the Phoenix Suns. Poor defense, inconsistent offense, et cetera, et cetera.
By the way, I want to thank Cam Cox for the terrific piece they did on our dinner last night on Channel 12 on their Sunday night sports show.
Yeah, no, appreciate Cam Cox coming out for that, and the lunch was terrific. When we come back, but we do appreciate Channel 12 for being out there. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Diamondbacks split their series against the Braves. Normally, we wouldn't get that excited about it, but we actually kind of are, and we'll tell you why next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Jalen Green between the circles, dribbling on the logo center court. Still with a right hand dribble down to 7 on the timer. Goes to his left, hesitates, now drives into the paint, stops at the dotted line, feeds Booker down to the final second. He'll shoot and hit from straight away as the shot clock expires. Devin Booker up to 30 on the afternoon, and the Suns lead by 9.
Suns W in Chicago, and we talk playoff picture, villain technicals, and more on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All-Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi, you're the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less, call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will we see another dominant performance from Zach Gallen in the Big Apple tomorrow? We'll be previewing Diamondbacks Mets tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
That game now starts at 1:10 tomorrow, as does Wednesday's game. They were both scheduled for 4:10 first pitches, but inclement weather in the New York area has Mets officials decided to bump those games up a little earlier when it's a little warmer, so they're not dealing with the frigid temperatures. And therefore, both those games will be on ESPN 620 tomorrow. We'll be on the air, too. We'll be here for our normal show. We'll just keep everybody nice and updated on what's going on in those games. We'll have them on in here and be able to talk about them during and immediately after. In the meantime, Gambo, it represents another chance for the Diamondbacks to keep doing what they've done so far 10 games in. Tough schedule, one of the toughest in all of Major League Baseball. We're not asking for a lot out of our local 9.
No.
Hang in there. Have a 500 record. Don't get buried behind a bunch of losses this early in the season when you have to climb out of that hole. And so far, so very good for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, listen, I think this is what you wanted. Like you could have asked for more, but I don't know if that was realistic coming out of the gates against the Dodgers, the Tigers, the Braves. 5-2 on the homestand, very good. We'll take that. 3-game sweep of the Tigers, won 2 out of 4 against the Braves. But in the end, I think 10 games off this. You're trying to get as many games off the schedule without you falling out of the race. You want to hang in as much as you can because you know Gurriel's going to come back. And you expect that A.J. Puck is going to be back. And you even expect that at some point Corbin Burns is going to be back. So if the first 10 games of the season, the fact that you're not 3-7, win. That's a win. We all know this. We've been around long enough. Stay at 500 until the trade deadline. You give your general manager something to think about.
Absolutely.
You're somewhat in it. You might be 2 out, you might be 3 out, you might be 4 out, but you're probably not 10 out. So you're in it in some capacity. So for the Diamondbacks, I think it was imperative that they started out like this. And what I look at is 10 games gone. Now we're down to 152, and you're fine. You're fine. These next 10 games, can they keep it around the same? Gurriel's going to be back soon. That's what you're looking at. So I think for the most part, they've held up their end of the bargain.
It's the second hardest schedule in baseball so far. Only the Mariners have played a tougher schedule in terms of the win percentage of the teams that they've faced. And there has been a lot to like about how there's been a lot to not like about how the Diamondbacks have played. But I think for the most part, for it being a 500 record, if I were to make a list, if I were to take the old fashioned, take a piece of paper, draw a line down the middle, pros on one side, cons on the other, I think I'd have a lot more pros about how the Diamondbacks have played so far to start the season.
Yeah.
I think mostly because of their pitching. I think the bullpen, minus Ross and James McCann, that one outing that he had, I think the bullpen has been better and much improved, and it feels more sustainable. I like what Taylor Clark has done. I like what, for the most part, what Loaisiga has done. Seawald, it looked like he had a little bit of a dip in velocity on Friday. It looked like he got it back on Saturday when he closed it out. I like what the starting rotation has done. I'm not that worried about Ryan Nelson. I think he'll be fine.
People wanted to lose their mind when he went right back to Seawald the next day.
I know.
Home run, next day, big opportunity, and they bring him in.
Well, especially since a home run, and the velocity looked like it was down
and
again.
Then he got yanked.
And it was kind of like, it was that a short-lived thing? Velocity was back up. Torey Lovello threw him right back out there. Paul Sewald leads the National League in saves right now with 3, right? Soroka's been great. Erod's been fantastic. Corbin Carroll doesn't appear to be any issues with the power in his hand at all. He's slapping the ball all over the place.
Their biggest issues are not starting pitching and bullpen.
No.
their biggest issues are the offense and the lack of offense by Santana and Arenado and Perdomo and Marte. And it's not, the starting pitching has been good. The bullpen has been good. And again, like, you could look at the overall bullpen number. You brought it up earlier. It was like 6.5. But if you take out like Joe Ross, it's really good.
You take out Joe Ross and James McCann.
Right.
And so Joe Ross, who was DFA'd and who, by the way, today cleared waivers. He's a free agent. So
nobody wanted to trade for him.
Nobody wanted to. Yeah, surprising, right? Sarcastically, he said. Take out Joe Ross and James McCann's numbers from the bullpen. The ERA drops to 3.73, 14th in baseball, middle of the road. Done. It's kind of like the Diamondbacks record. You give me a middle-of-the-road bullpen, done.
Yeah.
Given the trauma we've all been through with the bullpen the last couple of years, I'll take a league average bullpen every day that ends in Y out of this team. So
yeah, so it's not like the biggest issue is not the. If you would have said in the beginning of the year what's the biggest issue, we wouldn't have said offense. We thought they were going to hit, maybe not as well as they did last year, losing Naylor and Suarez. But it's definitely, look, Santana's been terrible. Like, he's just so bad offensively. He doesn't look, bat speed is so slow. And Arenado, like 30 at bats, no extra base hits.
Yep.
Batting 200. He's got he's got some bloop singles. Like, he's not giving them anything. And he's made a couple of errors.
And that last part is the part that I've really noticed is that, okay, if you're going to tell me that Nolan Arenado's not going to be that great of a stick anymore. Okay, he's been in decline for the last couple of years. You demand airtight defense at third. I mean, demand it. Like, okay, I'm clearly sacrificing offense for your defense. You can't have an error at third base because you're trying to look the runner back and the ball squirts out of your glove.
Terrible play.
You just can't. I mean, it's and I don't even hate holding him to that standard.
Cost him a run.
Clearly, your offense isn't going to be the same. And if that's the case, your defense has to be elite. Because if your defense isn't going to be elite, what's the point?
Yeah.
What does it matter, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that was Thompson was in. He got the fly out. He gave up the double, but then Mateo stole third with Acuna up, just a ground ball. He looked him back. He dropped the ball. Just dropped the ball.
Yeah.
And then a ground ball by Baldwin scores a run. You don't expect Nolan Arenado to make those mistakes.
No, you don't. And like we talked about this earlier, I do think the leash is much different for Carlos Santana than it is for Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I think for Santana, I mean, just because he's 5 years older, you got him for dirt cheap. I mean,
and he wasn't even good last year.
He wasn't even good last year. You're not paying that much for him. If he really, I mean, what was I saw a stat today. Again, D-back stats and info. If you're not following them on social media and you're a D-backs fan, you're making a giant mistake because their information is so good. Here it is right here. Fangraphs ranks every player in Major League Baseball on wins on replacement. Okay, so forget position, just every player in baseball. Out of 818 players, Carlos Santana right now is ranked 816.
Oh my God!
Out of 818, they're literally
There's only two players worse than him.
Two players worse than him so far this season.
You know, a lot of people wanted. I'm a Yankee fan, so a lot of people wanted Paul Goldschmidt. He's hitting 222. But that's a lot better than 083.
That's a lot better than 083.
But people wanted Goldschmidt, and Goldie's 38 years old.
Well, what people want now is Jose Fernandez.
I know, but it's a lot to ask that this kid could keep up that pace. Like, he wasn't going to keep up that pace.
I agree, but him, between Santana's awful start, his injury,
just give him the
fact
chance
that he looks so old, and Fernandez hitting 2 home runs in one game, has got everybody like, well, just put Fernandez there. What do we think? What are we even talking about here? Just put Jose Fernandez at first and let's roll and let's see what we can do. I don't know if it's not that simple because Jose Fernandez has some things he needs to clean up too. He's awfully aggressive swinging at the first pitch. You and I talked about that earlier. I do wonder if Santana, like, depending on what the MRI says, they haven't put him on the IL, but depending on what the MRI says, if Santana's, if he even comes back, like if he even, if they even, like if they even want him back, like if he goes on the IL, Pavin Smith returns, Jose Fernandez plays a little first, they find other options. They look at Carlos Santana and say, yeah, our bad. We we gave you $2 million and we thought you had something left in the tank and you got nothing left in the tank. I don't know.
I would think you would give him. I would think you would give him another stint of 10 or so games to see. But he hit 11 homers last year, but he hit like 219.
Yeah,
with two teams, he just didn't hit. And the year before he was okay, but I mean he's just like Arenado. They're on a decline.
Yeah.
You know, you're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle at a cheap price. Like the Cardinals are paying most of Arenado's salary.
But I also don't want to blame the Diamondbacks offense just on those two guys because it's not just those two guys.
No, Marte, Perdomo,
Moreno,
Gabby Moreno, Alec Thomas.
Yep, none of those guys are hitting.
No, there's only a few guys that are hitting.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is there still room for experimentation with the Phoenix Suns, or is the experimenting with the lineup done? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
He has struck out 2. He's walked 1. And first pitch to Marte is ripped to right. That's over the head of the right fielder. Barossa went to tag, but Yastrzemski doesn't care. Just lets the ball bounce away. Barossa scores, and the Diamondbacks walk off Atlanta by a final score of 6-5.
D-backs win and split the series with Atlanta. We react to D-backs Braves on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, where right now you can get a really special offer on a vision correction procedure from Dr. Jay Schwartz. All you have to do is text I to 620-620, and we can save you a lot of money if you're looking for one of those vision correction procedures. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks, and he's got locations in Glendale and Scottsdale and Mesa. I went there for my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago, one of the best things I've ever done for myself. You can go there as well. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, or just noticed as you get into your 40s that your eyesight is changing and not for the better, might be worth it to get that free thorough eye exam. And again, find out about this special offer. I could save you a lot of money. Go online, just text I to 620-620. You can check Dr. Schwartz out at tmidoc.com. But to get the special offer, text I to 620-620.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
The Target. 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We've got an update to the Diamondbacks' schedule this upcoming week. Tuesday and Wednesday, those games against the Mets in New York, they're going to start a little bit earlier than we previously anticipated. The Mets are anticipating cold weather, like some severe cold weather in the area, and as a result, they're trying to get the games out of the way sooner. So it'll now be a 1:10 first pitch on Tuesday and on Wednesday. That means pregame coverage will start at 12:30, and both of those games will be broadcast on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. You can see written info about the time changes right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Dylan Brooks had another technical foul rescinded today. During yesterday's win against the Bulls, Brooks picked up what would have been his 18th technical foul on the year, would have also carried a subsequent suspension. That foul, as I said, was rescinded, and he will be eligible to play Tuesday night against Houston. And the men's college basketball season comes to a conclusion tonight. Will it be Michigan or UConn getting the final shot in one shining moment? We'll find out later tonight. In Indianapolis, tip-off is about 20 minutes or so away. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Baseball fans, meet Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez on April 16th at 5 p.m. at Casino Arizona. Just bring your Diamondbacks Salt River Rewards card and snag a photo with Gonzo.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. College basketball crowns a national champion tonight. We'll talk about the championship game. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
4 more games for the Phoenix Suns. Tomorrow night against the Rockets. Kevin Durant. Have we heard anything that he's not going to play? I haven't, but I'm just curious if there's anything out there in the internet world that's
Kevin Durant,
he's going to want to play.
Make it.
He's going to want to play in that game.
I would think so too, given that he's
going to want to put up 40
missed the first time. Yeah, I would think so. Mitch,
this isn't like Oklahoma City, who he's usually afraid of, and he begs off of those games. He doesn't like playing there.
Has anybody seen anything that would suggest that he's not Mitch? Are you seeing anything?
No, the official report is out as well. It's just Steven Adams, Fred VanVleet, and then for the Suns, Haywood Highsmith. So just the guys you would expect.
Okay, so it's not on the injury report at all. So at this point, if he were to not play, it would be somewhat of a surprise, just given that he's not on the injury report. That's tomorrow. Dallas is coming up on Wednesday. The Lakers on Friday. Oklahoma City on Sunday. 4 more games.
Which that game won't mean anything.
No.
That Oklahoma City game's not going to mean anything for either team.
Nope. Oklahoma City, they've got a 3-game lead over the Spurs right now for the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. Very likely that's not in any jeopardy. So I'd imagine both of those teams rest their guys, don't play a whole bunch. The Suns are all but locked into number 7. Who they play in that matchup is very much yet to be determined. It will probably, I think the Portland plays tonight against the Nuggets. So that's one to keep an eye on if you're keeping score of who you might be playing in the play-in. It's probably going to come down to that Friday game between the Clippers and the Trailblazers to who wins 8 and who wins 9. Both teams should very much want 8. It makes a big, big difference, obviously, to have 2 games to win 1. As far as the Suns go, we saw their win yesterday against the Bulls. Neither one of us were impressed. There's still a lot to not like about this team. There was a change to the starting lineup. Their 24th different starting lineup this year.
Has it been that many?
24. Yesterday was their 24th. Mark Williams was back in the starting lineup. Jordan Goodwin got the start.
Yes.
Which kind of, I think, speaks to how upset Jordan Ott has to be about how his team is playing defense, that he would put the one guy out there that he knows will give him a good defensive effort on most nights and puts him in the starting lineup for the first time, with everybody healthy like this.
So Oso's out, Gillespie's out, Mark Williams in, Goodwin in, to try to get that spark defensively, try to ignite them a little bit. It's got to come from Brooks and Book, and it's got to come from all these guys. Look, they're a different team than the one that wowed us for the first 50 games. I mean, they were 11 games over 500 going into February. And Mitch said they're 13 and 14 since
13
then.
and 16. He did the math wrong. They're 13 and 16.
This is not the same team that we saw in October, November, December, January. That team was blowing us away. They were 11 games over 500.
Yeah.
That team was like, wow. That team was like, they're going to win 50. They're going to win 50 games. Well, now they're not going to win 50 games. They've now part of it is the injuries. The Brooks injury was terrible. Timing was terrible on Brooks. Green got healthy, and then he got hurt, and then trying to get him back into the line. Then Book missed some time, and then Mark Williams missed some time. Grayson Allen's been in and out. So they haven't been able to get that continuity. And we were just hoping, I know you were hoping, maybe they can get 10 games, 12 games. We're not even going to get that. I think what you're looking at right now is run the same starting lineup out there for the next 3 games. Don't change anything. Make that your lineup that you're going to go into the play-in games with.
Yeah, you said that earlier in the show, and I completely agree. Now, whether it's Jordan Goodwin or whether it's Royce O'Neal or whether it's Colin Gillespie, at this point, it is time for Jordan Ott to decide. And I think he knows that it's kind of time for him to decide. After the game yesterday, he was talking about starting Jordan Goodwin, but also trying to, finalize his lineup and his rotation.
I think just trying to balance out some of the groups. We love how that second unit played early in the season. That was a part of it. And then just trying to balance it all out, now with 3 pretty high usage players in the starting unit, it just changes some of the dynamics on the offensive end with the second unit. So, we're going to try to find it, but we do need to, at some point, set and go. And I think that's kind of where we're at. We got to get ready. We got to get ready for the play-in. We got to get ready for the playoffs. That was kind of the decision going into that. We had 2 days to kind of get through it all. And then a 9-man rotation, the same thing. Got to up the minutes to try to get into, kind of what that next level of playoffs feels like.
We do need to, at some point, set and go. And I agree with you 100%. They're at that point. It is now time.
Set it.
Whatever their starting lineup is tomorrow,
should be it.
Whether Goodwin's in it or out of it, that should be it. That needs to be your final Jeopardy, final answer. I'm going with these 5 guys, those 4 guys off the bench. I don't like that Rasheer Fleming's not in the mix. I don't. It seems like he's shrunk it down to 9, which I get it. A lot of teams do that come playoff time. I really think Fleming brings more to the table than how it's being viewed right now, and I think he needs to be a guy who gets some minutes in the playoffs. But if he's setting it and he's shrinking it, then Fleming is probably out based off of what we saw yesterday.
And I think part of it isn't just your starting 5. What is the best bench combination? Because in those first 50 games, they were killing teams with their bench play. Their bench would come in and just the starters were jumping up and down. They were outplaying everybody. Their bench was. And it was like they could rest the starters a lot of the fourth quarter. The bench was playing so well. What is the best combination of bench? Is it Colin coming off the bench with Oso? Is it Grayson or Royce? Or is it what do you want to do off the bench? I think they've got to establish that as well, because that's going to be a big catalyst, when it comes to the postseason.
And that's why it surprises me that Royce O'Neal was coming off the bench. And that's why it wouldn't surprise me at all if Royce O'Neal ends up being one of the starters. Royce has been a starter all year long. And not that I'm saying that he's earned it or that he deserves it or that because he's been it all year, he needs to keep it. I just think that continuity of what you're looking for, most of the success you attained this year was with Royce O'Neal in your starting lineup. Not saying that's because of Royce O'Neal, but I just think now at the end, moving him to the bench, I don't think that doesn't make any sense to me. That's the one where I'm like, I think I'd just start Royce. He's been your starter almost all year long.
Unless they think that he could really give a lift to the bench. Combination, wing guy, play some defense, can knock down. You got to figure that out. Like, I think that the bench aspect of this is almost as important as the starters because they need the bench to ignite them so they can rest the starters more.
Yeah. I hope.
But Fleming being out he played about 20 minutes a game in February. He was averaging about 20 minutes a game.
Yeah.
He shot like 40% from three-point range. Like, yeah.
It seemed like he had established himself, doesn't it?
I thought he had
carved out a little bit of a spot for himself. I'm very, very surprised to see that he hadn't really carved out that much of a spot for himself. Royce O'Neal's played in 75 games this year. He started 67 of them. I don't know. I still think it's going to end up being him. I think Jordan Goodwin's going to go back to the bench. I think it's going to end up being Royce O'Neal. But if you're going to do it tomorrow and stick with it.
3 games straight, same lineup, same bench, and figure that way these guys can get used to playing with each other.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the men's national championship game is about to begin. What is next for Arizona now that they're not in the men's national championship game? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I, for one, I just walked away just shocked at what Arizona looked like, really.
This was Jared Carlin's worst nightmare, Sammy Sobolka's worst nightmare?
No, not my worst nightmare.
Okay, just a nightmare.
I sort of dealt with this the whole game and then since then. It did not hurt the same way that losing a really close game at the end would have hurt. This game was over so quickly.
It really was.
That it just felt you had pretty much 40 minutes of game to just accept that they were going to lose.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's our Arizona weather. What do we get, about 6, 7, 8 months of having the air conditioning on? That's why I want you to call Christian Brothers and get a $50 inspection/tune-up. You got to get an accurate electrical reading on every major component, capacitors, motors, start gear. They're going to check everything to make sure it's inside of the factory specifications. They're going to look for any maintenance issues. And you're also going to get refrigerant levels checked, airflow checked, coils, temperature split, all the stuff that matters to keep your home cool in the hot Phoenix summers. 3-generation family-owned company, 50 years in the Valley. Their techs are certified, background checked, and trained to the highest standards in the state. Call 602-222-3535 for that tune-up. That's 602-222-3535.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic. The tournament is holding its annual Cocktail and Craft Brew Fest, offering all ticket holders free beer samples from 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 2nd. Come enjoy samples from your favorite craft brewery while taking in world-class golf. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Men's national championship game is tonight. UConn versus Michigan.
You know, UConn is 6-0 in national championship games.
UConn has won
6-0.
Like
Michigan is 1-6.
UConn has won like 9 straight games from the Final Four later. I mean, obviously, because they've 3 of the last 4 Final Fours they've been in, 3 of the last 4 championship games they've been in. Yeah, UConn's
6-0 versus 1-6 national championship games.
UConn's blood is blue. Really, really, really blue. That program is elite. Dan Hurley's elite. I mean, it's all, we take them for granted. It's funny, we have the blue blood conversation, and we just automatically default to Carolina, Duke, Kentucky, Michigan State, India, like all the North. UConn is every bit of blue blood that those programs are. They're just always here.
Jim Calhoun built an incredible, I think he won 3. Jim Calhoun built an incredible program. Just an incredible program. Big East, and that was the heyday, right? I mean, you had Georgetown, St. John's, you had Syracuse with Boeheim. It was just, UConn was great. It was a powerhouse. But yeah, it's a terrific program. It really is.
No doubt. So that game starts in just a little bit, like 12 minutes from right now. We'll have Arizona Sports at night here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader with Kellen and Mitch. They'll be swinging in here as soon as we're done with our show. And then we're back tomorrow. A unique day tomorrow. Diamondbacks game got moved up to 1:10 in the afternoon. Now, it's going to be on ESPN 620. So we'll be on at 2 o'clock like we usually are, but the game will be on while we're on the air. So we will be constantly updating everybody on what's going on, what's going down, how Zach Gallen looks, how the East Coast road, and then when it's done, we'll talk about the game. And, so
be a little odd.
It'll be a little,
we'll get through it.
Different, but we'll figure it out. We're good at the stuff like that. And then, of course, we'll probably talk a little national championship as well. As far as U of A goes, obviously, a thud of an ending for them on Saturday to just completely non-competitive. They looked flustered. They looked like Michigan completely took them out of the game.
They did.
Dusty May, saying this, hey, look, every time we play a Gonzaga-like team, we are going to take 15 feet and in away from you. You cannot score consistently 15 feet or in against us with our size.
And U of A didn't shoot the 3 all year.
Nope. And it was like the one matchup where not having a 3-point shooting team killed them because Michigan did everything that U of A likes to do, and they did it so much better. And now U of A's out. But everyone's trying to figure out, and I liked what you said earlier, that as long as this is the start of a new run for U of A.
Yeah, like 88 was with Sean Elliott and Kerr, and
then
that kind of kick-started a run of greatness.
Yeah, and it certainly takes the sting out of losing the way that they did, because I think just about everybody believes U of A is on the verge of another run just like that with Tommy Lloyd at the helm saying no to North Carolina. As far as their ability to be back in it next year, they got one of the top recruits in the country.
Yeah, the Caleb Holt kid.
Caleb Holt is coming in. He played for Tommy Lloyd on the 19 and under team.
Terrific. Could replace Burries. Not a point guard, but he could be that guy that replaces Braden Burries. So he's a big-time player. Look, they're going to lose Burries. They're going to lose Pete. They're going to lose Bradley. They're going to lose Awaka. They're going to lose Del Orso. So that's 5 of their top 7 guys they're going to lose. Krivas could go too, and Karchenkov could go. Now you're talking, 7 of your 7.
Yeah.
I would think Krivas will go. I think he'd be a first-round pick. Now you're talking about bringing back Karchenkov, maybe Aristotle if he doesn't go in the portal. But you got Caleb Holt coming in. He's one of the top recruited players in the country. You got another kid named Cameron Holmes, who's a good player. And now you've got to hit the portal. He built this team with a lot of freshmen, but freshmen leave. So now you've got to see what will Arizona do in the portal. And I think Tommy Lloyd could be very successful in the portal.
There was a story on the Daily Star today, which is the paper down in Tucson. Michael Lev, who covers U of A athletics, he was writing about kind of his takeaways from the championship game, and he was talking exactly what you're talking about a second ago. He writes on Karchenkov, a first-round talent whose game needs refinement. He'd be wise to come back for another year to develop his offensive and leadership skills. If Krivas decides to come back, a 50-50 proposition, as he has also entered the first-round conversation, Arizona has the makings of a solid nucleus. His and others' decisions will be made in the coming weeks. At least we know who will be coaching the 2026-27 Wildcats. So he's suggesting, like you're saying, Bradley's obviously gone. He's graduating. Barry's Pete. They're gone. Karchenkov should think he needs to come back.
I would think so.
Krivas, he described as a 50-50 deal. But if you got Krivas back, if you got Karchenkov back, you've got the recruit coming in.
2 recruits. Holt's the best, but there's another kid that's pretty good too.
You do have the makings. Now, is it going to be a Final Four team? I don't know. It depends on how you do in the portal. I would think, and I do wonder too, how much Tommy Lloyd, who has said time and time again, this is my style. I lean into my strength. I do what I'm good at. Does he veer from that and get more three-point shooting after what happened 2 days ago? Does he look at it and go, on second thought, we need to be a little bit more of a three-point shooting team to give us that extra wrinkle and that extra layer? Or does he double down on his approach of the type of team that he has, that he likes, and that he coached to the Final Four this year?
That's a great question.
And I don't know the answer to it.
I mean, if he's got a kid in the portal that shoots 40-something% from three-point range and he wants to come, well, then you add that. You add that to your arsenal.
But you go search for that. You know what I mean? Like if he...
why not?
I mean, because he's just been so steadfast about, nope, this is how we do it. We are...
With this team.
But
do you do that with the next team? Like you had Bradley, Pete, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I would think that Arizona's a prime destination for portal guys.
I would think so.
Especially if you're a point guard. If you're a point guard, I mean, what he did with Bradley, come play here.
I would think it'd be a
Caleb
prime
Love's
destination
in the NBA.
Yeah. I would think
come play here.
I would think it'd be a prime destination. I just